You guys are watching the Americas Regional Qualifiers. Welcome back here. It's our final day here on stream, and we're going to be streaming something special for all of the ladies. My name is Burger Kim, and joining me here today is none other than Rashi. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome to the Americas Qualifiers.
What's up, Kim? I'm happy to be here, man. I've seen some very interesting matches so far, and I heard that the matches have been so exciting that we've been going like hours beyond the planned hours. So I'm looking forward to what we can see today, and especially again, we're back at the women's scene. I want to see a different region, different strategies, right? Because I think that in the past, I guess a bit of interesting developments coming through in the meta too.
hmm Yeah, I think we've talked about this extensively, even with Mirko and Naisu, by the way. You guys can check them out on the other stream later on. They're going to be streaming, of course, Mlbb, the final stage for the men's division, so don't miss out. It's also here on Iesf, so be sure to check it out. We were talking about the new patch here, Arashi. It's just man, it's all about the assassins here. I think we both did the European qualifiers, and I think it's pretty similar to like coming here to this particular patch. A lot of the assassins come through. You sometimes like see a lot of these sustained junglers as well, having the alpha there and everything else. But let's take a look at the today's schedule, Rashi.
Woo.
We're gonna be streaming some of these matches, and if you guys want some quick updates, these are actually updated live over at isf.gg, so you guys can go ahead and check out the live streamed updates, because I believe some of these matches are either off stream or off cam. So if you guys want real-time results, go over to the website. But this is gonna be it, right? We're gonna be kickstarting it off with a couple of other countries that you've actually seen already, Argentina versus Brazil, just to name a few. And I think some of these regions have shown a lot of promise, especially in the men's division as well. Arashi, if you've been watching, it's actually such a tight match, especially for America's B.
I think there's a lot of regions surprising us again and again. I'll be honest though, there have been so many things going on that I don't quite remember which group was what. I remember just all the fights happening and all the big plot twists happening in the Land of Dawn. So, like we said, today there's going to be 6 matches, and I do have my eye, of course, on USA. I feel like that's always everywhere everyone's
yeah.
attention is drawn to, but that will be happening way, way later, right? We gotta keep our focus on the current matches, and I feel like the first match right here, region-wise at least, right?
Yeah.
I've seen the Argentinian and Brazilian region occasionally throughout the years. I feel like they have quite interesting developments in their own region, and I do feel like they show a bit of promise. So I think it's a great matchup right here to start off this sequence of matches as the first match between Argentina and Brazil.
Yeah, these are the two teams that also extended, if I believe, in the group stage of the male division. It extended to all the way till game number 3, and eventually was Argentina that took the spot, of course, going to WEC this year. And again, you guys can check that all out at isf.gg. Coming in here today, Arashi, anything that you're looking forward to see now that we're it's no longer the men's division, it's actually going to be the women's here. We're going to kickstart it off with, of course, Argentina versus Brazil here with a classic BO3.
As I was saying, I feel like Argentina has this way of playing that's a bit more, I would say, like textbook, right? Systematic. That's the image, at least, I get from this region. Whereas for Brazil, I feel like they have a lot more, I don't know, improvisations. They do things on the fly oftentimes, and it's a very high risk, high reward type of play style. So I feel like it's a bit of a contrast between the two. So in that sense, because there is contrast, it's interesting to actually see from the drafting phase at least what kind of compositions are going to show up and how are both these teams going to try and make it work, right? Because against a team that's kind of unpredictable like Brazil, I feel like you got to be a bit more careful in your own way. But if you're already a team that is playing a lot more textbook, a lot more systematic by default, how much more safe can you get, right? And sometimes teams are kind of prone to just taking it a bit too seriously and kind of getting in their own heads. So I feel like that's going to be the challenge here for Argentina.
Yeah, I mean their male division has already taken up the slot for WEC over at Riyadh this year. So look forward to see that. But for the female division, this is gonna be the first time, actually a debut match for almost all of the teams here because we haven't seen any of them just yet. Maybe you guys have seen them in some of your local tournaments over at your own country, right? And I think for Argentina and Brazil, these countries are pretty strong when it comes to, of course, Mlbb, developing region as well. They've hosted a couple of like MPLs respectively, so I think we could expect to see a lot of like really good things here for the women's division. And I honestly can't wait to see like what these women will bring out. Like I don't know, Arashi, like you sometimes see like the women's division in Indo. Like, what is that like? Is it exactly the same? Like, do they stick with the meta? But before that, let's take a look at the lineup here of Argentina. This is MLBB Women's, by the way, for the Americas Regional Qualifiers. You got Brenda Neosita Carranza, Neolita Catanita Munoz. You got Maria Riza Nunez, Juliana Ms. Godoy, and finally, Hilda Nelina Meira, who's going to be playing here for Argentina.
Right, the full 5 stack right here. And on that question, Kim, about the meta, did they go with the same kind of strats? I think there's going to be a bit of difference. All right, because of course the playstyles, the mindsets behind the whole thing is quite different. And technically, as far as my own region, the coaches are also usually the same coaches, but they have their own way of thinking when it comes to the women's scene. You see coaches from the men's scene kind of go with a different strategy once they are put in the shoes of a coach in the women's scene. So I think there's going to be quite interesting developments, as I was saying. And I do wonder, right? I've been seeing a lot of Thunderbelts in the past week, man. Again and again.
Yeah.
Almost every single role. If the hero can be operated with a Thunderbelt, I've seen a lot of people just go at it, man. Just immediately rush the Thunderbelt, whichever role they're in, even if you're a roamer, right? So I think that's something that is kind of rising in popularity. And I feel like with games potentially dragging out right now, going into the later stages, those kind of items that can give you stacks, that can allow you to kind of scale even better, are quite dangerous here. So I think that's gonna definitely show up in today's matches.
Yeah, I'm actually also curious if the women's division is comfortable with this new meta, because we're talking about a heavy. I would say it's very centered towards the junglers these days. You see heavy priority on assassins like the Ling, Hayabusa. So I think for the previous patch, a lot of people are pretty much comfortable with the Fredrin and the Barretts. So I don't know if this is gonna be the same case here. Like, are there gonna be like assassins versus assassins? Are we gonna see like some heavy sustain here? But yeah, I mean, this is Argentina that you're talking about. We're going to be seeing the lineup of Brazil in just a little bit. If you guys want a few more updates, again, if you just tuned into the live stream, it's iesf.gg for real-time updates. So do you think, Arashi, in the female scene in Indonesia, is it the same case? Like, now we're heading into the assassin meta. Are they also kind of like going that same route, or are the women a bit more comfortable with like the sustain meta?
Well, before we get into that, we got to talk about the roster from Brazil right here, Kim. You want to take a crack at the pronunciations?
Oh, wow. So I actually did the pronunciation right for Argentina. Hopefully I did. But let's take a look at Brazil's lineup here. You got Luciana, Angelis Bulacha, Goncalves. You got Marie Aslan Cutie Mezalira. You got Rebecca Hybridy Chen. You got Lace La La Land. Ooh, that movie? Madureira. And finally, you got Giovanna Caria de Silva. These names are quite familiar to some of you guys who have been following the female MLBB scene. This is, I believe, the roster that they've fielded, especially back in MWI this year. Just actually, I think a few weeks ago. This is the same team that will be playing here for Brazil, so it's no stranger. I think some of these players have already gone up in the world stage, so you guys might have seen them play, and now they are fighting for the spot, obviously, to go to WEC as well.
And okay, that's gonna show that there is gonna be experience behind their gameplay, their playstyle right here. And I feel like connecting that to your question, Kim, about the assassins, I feel like whichever scene you're in, women's or men's, I feel like the assassins definitely have risen in popularity and in effectiveness as well. That's why you're seeing them pop up so often. But I do feel like, in general, a more aggressive approach, the more experienced a team is, I feel like in the women's scene so far, the more aggressive they can get, because now
Oh yeah.
they're starting to see all these loopholes, all of these opportunities that they can kind of try and use to try and get an advantage. And the best way of doing so is having a strong early game lineup that allows you to contest those objectives, that allows you to kind of make those aggressive moves and take advantage of the unpreparedness of your opponents. So I feel like assassins will definitely show up, but if it's not an assassin, I feel like it's gonna be a fighter still. And
Oh yeah.
even though it's gonna be a fighter, it won't be the same kind of sustained meta. I feel like it's gonna be an aggressive fighter that wants to move forward and be aggressive.
Yeah, I think speaking of the fighters, the ones that we've seen, if you guys have been following for the previous days, it has always been about the alpha in the jungle.
Hmm.
If all of the assassins are out, right? Like, but because most of the time you see that up in the palace, you got the Fanny, you got the Hayabusa, almost automatically there. The chip is almost all the time never open for people to take in. So there has to be something else, right? Like, especially once the assassins are all out of the picture, there has to be something that still kind of remains. A lot of people like to argue that, okay, utility is already gone. Yeah, but it's dead. We no longer have utility. We're all about the
Hmm.
assassins right now. It's all about the sky piercers, all about the early game. I don't know, Rashi, do you agree with that? Like, do you feel like, the tank meta is already out of the picture, or do you think it's still pretty much viable now?
So yeah, so I'm thinking it depends on what you're talking about specifically, right? Because I'm hearing tank meta, sustain meta. It depends, right? If you are talking about just fighters in the jungle that have sustain, that have damage, that are tankier, I feel like they are still very much viable, right? We talked about the rise in popularity of the Thunderbelt. Fighters are absolutely loving the potential of having this item that allows them to just be as aggressive as possible, that allows them to just go in aggressively and proc that Thunderbelt again and again. So I feel like it can still very much be viable, but it depends on the execution, right? And if you want to try and go for uh, a tankier type of fighter, that's fine. But if you really want to do so with the jungle being such a priority, then that jungler kind of needs a lot of backup. So that means that whenever they're clearing, you might want to help out and try and help him clear faster. Whenever he has some free time, you want to help out the jungler for the ganks and for the invades, perhaps to the opposing side. So in that sense, even though your jungler isn't really a hard farmer that really needs to get all these items and start to snowball, you can still get him a bit of get the jungler kind of ahead, and that can allow the other lanes to benefit from the situation. And I think that's where you can try and make that fighter meta still work. But of course, with the Sky Piercer being so lethal right now, with the potential to snowball, I feel like depending on how confident you are with your drafting, I feel like the Assassin meta kind of has more potential, higher highs but lower lows at this point in time.
Yeah, I think me and Naisu were talking about this over on the stream the other day, that there's a possibility that you can end the match. That's how fast you can snowball with an assassin. Say you pick up a Hayabusa, you pick up a Ling, you're able to snowball with it, and right after the first floor, you can actually be able to end the game, right? Like, as compared to, like, the previous patches ago with the tank junglers, utility junglers. It's more fleshed out, and it's more about like letting the gold laner shine. But now it's all about the jungler. Would you say that's actually the most important role right now, a role that has like heavy priority? Because that seems to be the case in the drafting phase. You see a lot of these things being prioritized, Hayabusa even, and I think it's no different, no stranger to the drafting that we've seen in the European regional qualifiers. There's also a heavy
Mhm.
center around the Roger here in this particular region as well.
I think that's definitely the case, man. The fact that you kind of set the tempo for your team. If your jungle is clearing everything, then your jungler is going to be in the lanes, impacting everything else as well. And if your jungler is stuck clearing, then you're stuck kind of protecting your jungler and waiting around. So I feel like we talked about how the laners have been so impactful in the EXP lane, in the mid lane, or even the roaming position. It can go all across the map and try and make plays there. But I feel like they're important because they kind of are associated with the jungler. I think that's why it's just so important right now. How fast you clear buffs, how aggressive you can be in the early game, and how fast can you really start to use that aggressive pressure to try and get a lead, and more importantly, try and use that advantage to try and get the neutral objectives. That's what I think a lot of teams are just playing for right now. And in that sense, of course, Assassins has more potential there. But I think that's where the drafts come in handy, right? You want to get an assassin, that's cool. But who are you going to pair up the assassin with? Is it
Oh
going to be
yeah.
a utility roamer? Is it going to be an aggressive roamer that maybe won't help you with let's say an Angela Ling as utility? Maybe it
Yeah.
won't be a utility roamer like an Angela, but if it's something aggressive, as a very quick example, like a Franco, then once you start snowballing, then that Franco can kind of enable you in a different way that the Angela does. So the drafting phase now becomes a lot more interesting because a lot of things are just less default now.
Mhm. I think we see that pairing often, right? Angela Ling, sometimes like a Matilda would pop up even with the assassins, but never an Estes already. I mean, usually that's the case, right? It's gonna be so difficult to chase up against those high utility, high mobility heroes, Ling, Fanny, even. So I think there's also a shift in that it became like more of like CC heavy when it comes to like the roamers. We see a lot of the Minotaur shining, the Tigreal even coming into play here, and I
Mm.
think apart from all of that, like there also has to be like a variety of gold laners that I've seen this patch, Arashi. I mean, we're talking about Ruby Gold, we're talking about the Zas Gold that we've actually seen, and it's not the usual contemporary marksmen that you'd see in the lane, right? Like you were expecting to see, marksman versus marksman matchup pretty much like the last patch, but now we're talking about either mages that go there, you have like fighters that can really sustain the lane well, so it's all about winning the lane here for the gold lane. Oh, yep. Hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, Arashi, lost you a little bit there. We did catch Mirko. You guys can catch him over at the other stream, by the way. Sup, Mirko. He's going to be casting, of course, the male division. That's going to be the final few matches that you're going to be seeing for today's stream. So we're going to be having two streams here today. One over here with me and Arashi over at the women's, and then later on you have Mirko and Naisu over on the other side. We're gonna be waiting for Arashi to come back, but for now it is all about me. The draft is gonna start in just a little bit. I'm personally really excited because I'm one to follow a lot of like female Mlbb. So let's head over into the draft in just a little bit. And there you go. For a while, Mirko actually popped up, and I was like, Mirko as our cosplay as Arashi for a little bit there. So welcome back. We are gonna be starting the drafting phase in just a little bit. So I am actually really excited to see what the priority is, what the playstyle is gonna be. But there you have it. The draft is up here. Argentina gonna be a blue side, Brazil on the red side. Seems like it's a lot of standard bands here. I think the only one that's a bit different is going to be the Yuzong that sometimes is a selected ban or targeted ban here by the teams. You still have a lot of these assassins open. So again, I'm not so sure if these ladies are comfortable using that. But the Ling, the Fanny, Hayabusa, these are all open up for grabs here, and even the Roger. That seems to be a priority pick for a lot of teams.
Now you have to wonder, with leaving up so many assassins available, are they trying to fight fire with fire? Is that the idea, right? To just try and go for a mechanical showdown here in the jungle? Or do these teams have like a hidden solution for the assassin problem? Do they want to go for a crowd
Oh,
control
there you
heavy kind
go.
of roamer? Or do they want to try and make sure that their mid lane is so much more solid? Because for Brazil, they ban with the Zask and the Sushin, and those are two laners right now. It can be very active, very up close and personal too, while still being survivable. So they let go of the Roger, but what do they want to get in exchange, right? Terizla and
Wow.
Minotaur, so they're already just doubling down on the team
Uh-huh.
fight presence on the all-in. But again, when it comes to assassins, both teams can still really bring an assassin in right here without really
Mhm.
messing up the composition too far.
Yeah, actually, it's a flexible pick here for the Roger. That you could definitely have, and every single team really loves to abuse that fact, and they usually pick it up in the first phase. Usually the answer is
Ooh.
you want to pick up the Ruby onto the lane, but this time they are going to be answering out with some setups, and since there's a lot of team fight potential here for Brazil, they pick up the Valentina as well to kind of pick up those additional CCs for the team. Brazil now, they're gonna have to lock in their pick here, maybe go for a mid laner pick here as well, since a lot of them are already out for the count. The Valentina's over on the other side. I'm thinking something along the lines of, mage that can be sustainable in team fights. Lilia. I always put this out because you definitely need that. They're gonna maybe
Ooh.
pick up the mage in the second phase. Instead, go for the carry here. A little bit straightforward though, coming out from Brazil.
Well, technically, with all the protection available, the carry is kind of safe-ish. But with the Valentina available to steal away some of these big teamfight ultimates, and with the Grok here and a Roger, I feel like when it comes to snowballing, Argentina definitely has more ways to do so. They can shift this Roger into the jungle, and if you go with a Roger jungle right here for Argentina, then you have a combo of a very fast clear, aggressive jungle and a roamer that can help with the mid lane clear to allow the Valentina to help the Roger out. And you have a roamer that can kind of be such a nuisance to your opposing team's jungler, can potentially steal away some of the buffs, even using that power of nature. So I think Argentina are definitely the ones with a clearer plan in mind. But that means that Brazil now has a chance to be a bit more adaptive and maybe shift a bit of their focus in the drafting phase to kind of counter the strategy from Argentina, which is a bit more visible from the first three picks.
No, I'm actually surprised that they banned away the Julian here in the second phase as well as the Faramis. I mean, usually if you have the Valentina in your hands, you kind of want to get the Faramis' ultimate as well to have those extended team fights. They take away the Julian, still anticipating the fact that this is going to be a Roger that might be in the gold lane. But recently, in the Americas qualifiers, we've seen a lot of the Roger actually being put into the jungle instead. They take away the Xborg as well for Brazil here to counter out the possibility of having that in the jungle as well. Great CC, great way to engage in team fights, and the true damage, like what we were saying, right? Which leaves the option here for if it's fighter junglers, usually the one that comes top of mind is definitely the alpha. Not sure if Brazil wants to go that route or maybe go for either a classic friendly, but they're kind of setting up for a good front to back here. I mean, if they're gonna go for the mid laner pick here next, maybe if they're gonna go for an assassin, maybe perhaps hide that for the last pick so they can kind of adjust to what Argentina wants.
Well, that's exactly what they do. They go for the Aurora here, so tripling down even on the crowd control. And technically, with all the dive available for Argentina, this is a great pick. Because if they want all the crowd control and burst and utility still, the Lilia can be an option if you still want that survivability. But for the Aurora, you also have a built-in like second chance at life. And technically, you're less vulnerable because you have a Minotaur and Terizla that can kind of sit right on top of it and ensure that you don't get taken out almost immediately. So Brazil still though are still very much immobile, right? So if Argentina comes out with a lot of catch potential, a lot of ways to slow down the members of Brazil maybe and play for a chase, a back and forth style, I feel like it could be quite dangerous
Wow.
here for Brazil.
Okay, the Martis does pop up from time to time. They
Whoa.
go in for more team fight. So this is team fight after team fight. You got a Valentina to pick up the good ultimates here coming out from Brazil. So does this mean for Brazil, they're left with the option to go, either head-to-head with the Martis, somebody that can clear as fast. I'm thinking something along the lines of still an alpha, which is open here if they want to go that route. All of the assassins are still open, and I think so far Argentina are going to be working around that fighter jungler. So for Brazil, is it going to be assassin? But looking at this, I feel like a fighter like an alpha would be really
Oh.
good, but they go for a Nolan instead. Okay, great wave clear, great early game damage as well coming out from their side if they manage to pull this off. But here's the final lineup here for Argentina and Brazil. So far, what's it looking like here, Arashi?
I thought with Brazil and the way they were so beefy to begin with, they're going to go for a straight front to back, but I guess they're a bit concerned about the Lapu Lapu potentially zoning the whole back line. So they go for the Nolan, so it's still a great assassin, And more importantly, it's an assassin that can still kind of combo in with the penalty zone, with the minion fury as well. A big engage into a fracture here can really seal the deal for the side of Brazil as well. And the clear is kind of comparable to the Roger. So I feel like it's a great option, but I feel like when it comes to execution in the early game, when it comes to that pressure, Argentina will have a bit more to play around with, and Brazil, at least for the first couple of levels, will be forced to play a bit more conservatively until they do reach their own power spikes and maybe go for that level 4, right? Level 4 turtle or or skirmish in the jungle with all those big team fight ultimates.
Yeah, with that being said, Arashi said it himself, we're gonna have to find out who gets that power spike first. These are two heroes that can definitely snowball, but we're heading into the land of dawn here, Arashi, for game number 1, a best out of 3 between Argentina and Brazil. And of course, all these teams are really fighting for that one spot to Riyadh once again this year for WEC.
Looking at the mid lane, you're already seeing the contest in the clear. And even with the Grok and the power of nature, you can see that the Minotaur, along with an Aurora, really does give Brazil a lot of wave clear to work around with. But for Argentina, they technically have like 2 strong sides. You can see in the gold lane, Riza is going to go for the early trades, trying to make sure that she has control over the lane. And that is what Argentina could use later on.
Oh wow, okay. Both these gold laners are rocking a Purify. They both do have the dash out, but I would say mobility-wise, if you can kind of bait out that Purify, especially when it comes to the team fight, you can pick off these gold laners, but this is gonna be standard, right? Roger can definitely be a lane bully here up against the carry. You can poke the heck out of this carry, does not have that much damage yet. So I think for Riza of Argentina, she's really doing a great job to pressure out this gold lane, and I believe she's gonna be able to get that Scuttler Crab as well down bot, but here comes Angelus. Dashing in and out again, almost getting Nell and Miz there, but they are able to sustain for a little bit. Level 4 is going to be hit in just a short while as Kata and Miz as well rotating towards the bottom side. A lot of pressure as well over on the gold lane.
For Argentina, sticking together is definitely the last thing they want to try and do right here. If they really get caught in the big combo, you saw that even in the mid lane, even before the big ultimates, there's really a lot of danger available. Both roamers now trying to clear in that mid lane, trying to reach at level 4, left alone to it, but they're not there just yet. And you can see both teams starting to make rotations towards the top side, but it seems like Argentina are going to be showing their hand first, trying to bait in the attention here. So that allows Angelis to be a bit more elusive with her positioning.
Yeah, Hybridi as well, getting in that level 4. Angelis hitting that level 5, a level ahead up against Kata. And now we're going to do that Turtle Tango, half HP, 1/4, but there's a flicker in there by Hybridi, and the penalty zone. Kata will be able to take the turtle though, but for the price of his life, 3 members down as Angelis pops in that fracture in the nick of time to take down 3 members of Argentina. They got the turtle before Brazil. They got way more than that.
That's an insane development there. I just did not expect all that aggression coming through from the side of Argentina. I thought for sure they're going to take it a bit slow earlier on first, and then maybe later on go for these skirmishes, the 2v2s,
yeah, Hybridi,
where Brazil won't have that big of an edge. But
he's
immediately
doing a good
just
job
go
zoning out the members here of Argentina, though.
As we mentioned,
For the side of Brazil, they are just way too good at these team fights, right, Arashi? I mean, you got the penalty zone from Hybridi, you got that level 4 way ahead of the Lapu Lapu here of Neo. That's why they were able to instantly engage in the team fights. 3 minutes in, 3 kills already, 2 of them going to Angelis, and we're talking about the level, the power spike here coming out from the Nolan, and this is it. You can kind of see just one more, he's gonna hit, or she's gonna hit that killing spree. A 10k lead now for Brazil, and now Kata as well. Gonna get invaded here by Keria and the rest of the gang. Level 5 has been reached. Flicker's not yet available though, as they are gonna try to go in for the play. 40 seconds before the next turtle. Up top though, it is a different story. Hybridi gonna be forced to back away, recall back into the base. Actually gets poked a lot here by Neo on the Lapu Lapu. Yeah, I guess, you know, we'll have to wait for Arash to come back because this is way too intense for the first few minutes. 3 kills for Brazil, and I think levels ahead, of course, it's really gonna matter here. Angelis, again, a level ahead here up against Kata, who's doing her very best to actually catch up. A lot of pressure being made here on the gold lane. As you can see, Angelis already putting or finding a good spot here to be able to get that turtle. Again, we might see a sandwich play happening here though. You see Neo as well rotating towards this side of the turtle to make sure that they win that. But overall to the bottom side though, Riza in trouble, forced to use that Purify. Because Angelus was trying to go in for the fracture combination alongside Aslan. But eyes on the prize here for the side of Brazil. They're gonna go for this turtle. Are you gonna get worked on here by Brazil? They got a very good spot here. They can also initiate here for the side of Argentina. And here it comes, the Minoan's Fury. It's still gonna be Kana picking up the turtle. Nell's gonna go down. Guerrilla is the next one on the chopping board as Aslan gonna be able to pick up a double. Able to free hit everybody. Riza, make that a triple. Unable to leave that one. And that is absolutely insane coming out from a carry 5 minutes into the game. The positioning was absolutely insane. That's why they were able to get a triple for Aslan. A turret to take in. Argentina, they've been taking away these turtles. But for the side of Brazil, man, they just know how to win these team fights.
And for Argentina, now they're on a weird spot because they have the more aggressive composition, but now they don't really have the resources to try and take control over the game any longer. They're going to be playing or dancing to Brazil's tune, and the tune is all about those team fights, man. Like you said, Kim, every single time a team fight does break out, Brazil, with more tools around to try and swing the tides in their favor, have always been able to find the upper hand. And now, even with the early game power of Kata, Riza, and Neo to dive in the backline, how can they do that against the carry, right? That runs the Purify, that gets all this protection and backup from the whole roster whenever the fights do break out.
Yeah, it's honestly insane that most of the time you'd expect the Minotaur here of Keria to dive in first, but it's mostly Hybridy on the Terizla that has been setting up the place. He's been setting up the tempo, and right after that, they just go for the follow-up here on Hybridy. So it's a double wombo combo here that Brazil is doing. And honestly, it's hard for Argentina to retaliate. Either the damage dealers are down, they get bursted down by Angelus, or even get taken down here by Aslan's carry. This is really looking scary, right, for the carry as early as the 6-minute mark. This isn't the time that the carry is activated yet, but here it is, picking up a triple kill as early, even before the 10-minute mark here. Turtle's gonna be spawning in about now. That's gonna be the last turtle up here for the side. Angelus gonna go in for Kata. Gonna chase him using the Retribution in 1v1 duel here. 1 HP left as Angelus says, yep, not gonna be gonna go for that right now. A little bit too deep in. She did try though, but instead they go straight for the prize. Turtle already at half HP, and with the way that they zoned out Argentina, they will not have that power position on the turtle.
Look at the aggression, man. La La Land just flickered right there to try and get a catch even. So Brazil, even though they're supposed to be playing it more conservative, with how ahead they are right now, gold-wise, it's not too significant. It's not too crazy, about 4,000 to 5,000 gold difference. But man, they're just making sure that they're using this moment of advantage of Argentina just not really having control over the map. Just keep going for fights and keep going for pickoffs, and that's where Angelus on the Nolan, it kind of really helps them out. Because if they went for a fighter or for a utility jungler here to try and all in on the team fight approach, then Brazil now will be kind of struggling to find advantages, to find ways to kind of surprise Argentina when it comes to that ambush in the jungle. But since they do have an assassin in their hands, now Brazil have options to play around with. They can set up for big team fights, or they can just set up for pickoffs.
Yeah, they're always one step ahead of Miz here and Nell. Both of them have the setups, and as you can see, the Valentine almost all the time picks up the Minoan's Fury here, but they always either get taken down first, like the hesitation coming out from the initiation. Look at that fracture damage onto Riza here. Half HP already, and this is just the 8-minute mark. You don't even have the full items just yet, and this is how much damage that you're doing. I can't imagine what would actually be the damage coming out here from Angelus once it reaches at least like the 10-minute mark, or when she has at least like 4 or 5 items under her belt.
And now if Argentina wants to go for more of a pickoff, Hybridy has a Queen's Wings available. That damage reduction will mean that Argentina won't really have any ways to really punish Angelus, though, making the moves again and again. For Brazil, they can just play around like this. And for Argentina, they just simply don't have enough damage right now to go for a pickoff. either on the back line or the front line. And with Aslan already having the Purify still and just hanging on to it, you saw that earlier, Kata was just running with the Martis straight at the carry, and she wasn't backing away at all. That's how far ahead this carry is right here, soloing the Lord, as everyone just sets up a barrier here, blocking everyone from Argentina from even taking a glimpse at the action.
Team barrier and Aslan just soloing that Lord. She's not even rocking a Brave Smite, right? Like, this is, I know this is the first Lord, but you know, to be able to solo it on the carry, right? She's way ahead in terms of the levels. I would say levels, even the itemization. After picking up that triple down bot, Risa just was not able to clap back just yet. I completely forgot about the Aurora pickup here from La La Land, right? Like, before you could even go for the engage, you either get frozen, you get immobilized for a little bit. That's why Brazil is almost all the time always ahead of these team fights that they're picking up. The Lord is marching up top here, and we talked about this, Arashi, right before the game started. Sometimes the team that just snowballs really heavy, they can actually finish up the game with just one Lord if they do get that wipeout.
That's a big if, but we'll see if Brazil can get it happen with 3 big engage tools, right? With Lalan already demonstrating the willingness to flicker forwards, even though she's on a quote-unquote more vulnerable casting type of mage. This means that Brazil has shown their hand and shows that they can go for big fights when you least expect it. So, back way.
Yeah, there goes the penalty zone all the way into the base here of Argentina. Combined with the Mono's Fury, a beautiful combination. Neo goes in for the bravest fighter, but it's not enough to take them down. 4 members left here for the side of Argentina. They got the minion waves here for the side of Brazil. They're going to try to force it. There's a lot of damage coming out here from Nell as well, so they cannot overextend. Even Riza was not able to do that Lycan Pause, as 4 members. Wind of Nature has been popped here by the carry, by Aslan as well, just to counter out the physical damage also coming through for the side of Argentina. So there is still that respect. Another penalty zone here for Hybridi. Okay, gets stunned, gets frozen here. Angelis trying to try to go in for the fracture, but they unable to find anything. As Brazil, they are able to take down 2 inhibitor turrets. Might go for the 3rd one here down bottom. Might take it even by force here, as Hybridi gonna be forced to tank up the damage. As Neo once again still gonna get caught in between these combos coming out from Brazil. So now the base is wide open here for the side of Argentina.
In Brazil, they have the health dispenser, the Minotaur with the Flask of the Oasis. And on top of that, a lot of their heroes, if you notice, don't really have issues with their mana. So they can just stick around right here in the jungle, and they can just keep staying around. And before you know it, a big fight happens, or Angelis will make her move. This is just a devastating combination of factors here that's allowing Brazil to just brute force their way through, even though Argentina, they're putting up a great fight, getting Brazil low. But unless they go all in and seal the deal with kills, it just won't matter. Brazil can just rinse and repeat this.
Oh man, this is really tough, right? Argentina's only ever picked up 1 kill onto Kervia at that, and now Hybridi gonna be forced to use in that penalty zone. And look at the Minoan's Fury by Nell as well. The stun coming through from the Frigid Red from La La Land. The shutdown comes through here for the side of Argentina, but it's still Aslan that just free hitting everybody. Look at all of that damage. You combine it with the freeze from La La Land. It's only Riza and Neo left to defend this base. Brazil will force to end this one. They got Aslan locking in the tower. Will it be enough? I think it is. They got the minion waves in. Brazil starts it off real strong and kicks off the series with a 1-0.
Brazil, man, that aggression. I thought that Argentina might be the one who put it off with that aggressive composition they had, but Brazil, they were just so in tune with what they were trying to do, with when exactly they want to ramp up the aggression. If they were attempting to brute force that base take a bit too early or a bit too late, the game might have went in a different direction. But they were just so sure of their potential here, they just went straight at it, man. And Argentina, you can see the vision, the idea of what they wanted to do, but Brazil absolutely denied every single thing, man. They won when it comes to the pressure, they won when it comes to the crowd control, and they win when it comes to damage output even. So at this point in time, once the first few fights went to the side of Brazil, I feel like it's almost only a matter of time. Because in theory, Brazil were the ones who were supposed to take it slow, but with that level 4 power spike, with the combos and ultimates, they don't even care about the neutral objective, right? They gave 2 of the turtles to the side of Argentina, but for Argentina, at what cost? They kept losing at least 3 members, or even right here. And against a team that kind of wants to scale like this, that wants to team fight like this, that's a bit too dangerous, man. Especially when the kills fall into the hands of Aslan on that carry that wants to go for that late game style.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not Angelus here, it is Aslan doing the damage. And as you can see, apart from the fact that they have the heal from the Minotaur, the positioning of Aslan, right? Like, it's always almost impeccable. You see her coming in at the right time. Like, when everybody's slow, the speedy light wheel comes through, and it just dishes out way too much damage that you can actually expect coming out from a carry very early on. This was one of the attempts here of Argentina to save the base. But you know what? When you got a carry, you just lock in the base. You also got like beefy heroes to go alongside you. You absolutely have nothing to fear. This game ended in 13 minutes and 22 seconds. I would say in a very dominant fashion here for Brazil. They managed to be able to take some kills here in the game, but most of the time it's always either onto Korea or Hybridi, not the targets that you actually want to be taken down, right? Because that's totally fine. It's just a roamer. The damage dealers are still alive, and Argentina almost all the time does not have the answers to kind of clap back up against the side of Brazil here.
And it's so sad to see that the Kata on the Martis wants to be that aggressive early game jungler, and to her credit, she was able to get a couple of neutral objectives. But if you look at the damage dealt earlier, Keria on the Minotaur did almost the exact same damage numbers as Kata on the Martis. So that is definitely not how the game was planned on going for Argentina, and showing again how many team fights, how many clumped up situations were available for Brazil to take advantage of. And for Argentina, they have to try and adjust right here. If they see the same sort of composition, I feel like they have to try and find a different way. Player of the match, though, is going to be Aslan on the carry. Like we mentioned, supposedly the weak laner up against a Roger, up against all of these dangers in the Land of Dawn, in the team fights, and yet still able to find ways to get the resources to stay alive, and not even just stay alive, even get ahead and get kills in the team fights to eventually just snowball way out of control.
Yeah, way too early actually. Like 3-4 minutes into the game, she's already picked up a triple kill. And with that being said, if you don't shut down that carry, I mean, I can't believe that was even the situation, right? Like, you're going up against a Roger. Riza was able to poke her very well in the early game, but after that triple kill, it was difficult for the side of Argentina to kind of bounce back from that situation. They had to deal with Angelus, they had to deal with Aslan, and not to mention all of the setups here, or the layering of combinations that are just way too good. You got the Minoan's Fury, but most of the time you see it's like Hybridi setting up the plays, and then Korea just jumps in, flickers in for the follow-up Minoan's Fury. It also has the motivational roar that has that additional heal, so it's enough to sustain these team fights that the side of Brazil actually wants. That's just game number 1, by the way, Arashi. It's already Action Jackson here for both of our teams here for the Americas regional qualifiers. But for now, Arashi, we're gonna have to take a quick break for all the players as well to reset before we head on to our match point between Argentina and Brazil. See you guys in a little bit. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Qualifiers. This is Mlbb Women's. For this region, we just witnessed Argentina and Brazil for the very first match, and it was Brazil that took it by storm. 1-0 right now as Brazil will be heading to a match point here in this BO3. Still with me, Burger Kim and Arashi, bringing you guys all of the action. It was let's say a very fast first game that we had, completely snowball for the side of Brazil, and Argentina just did not have the answers to that, right? The wombo combo of the Terizla combined with the Minoa's Fury, and not to mention the scaling there of Angelus and Aslan was just way too much to handle for the side of Argentina.
In some ways, you really wish that Argentina had a different outcome right there. Because technically, if they were able to snowball, Roger, Valentina, they had tools of their own to really take this game by storm. The Mardes even, if they were able to get maybe, let's say, in a different timeline here, that they won at the turtle fight, they were able to get resets onto the Mardes, right, with the Decimate again and again, then they can start just diving turrets down and taking down turrets very, very fast. And even the Nolan, right, with all the elusiveness, the mobility, the damage, if the towers are down, then even no one can really farm as efficiently. There's a chance that Argentina's draft really could have worked even better than what we saw. But unfortunately, I think Brazil just read through it almost immediately. And towards the mid game, they were the ones essentially saying, you know what, Argentina, we know you want to skirmish, but we're gonna push S5 so often every single time that you're gonna be forced to respond to us with 5 members, right? And at that point, once you're not the one in the driver's seat, then you have no idea where to take the game.
Wow, okay, this time it's going to be Brazil on the blue side right now, immediately taking away the Hayabusa. So they have some information here for Argentina, right? Like taking away some of these power picks also that really made them shine in the entire game. Korea on the Minotaur, so now they can go ahead and do this, right? Like take some of these selected target bans as compared to Argentina's over on the red side, right? You kind of have that urgency to ban away all of these like OP heroes, Juicid and Chip. Almost 100% ban rate even in the male division of MLBB in the Americas regional qualifiers. Too expensive to give out to the opponent, especially knowing that Brazil is one of the teams that is just way too good in the team fights, right? So these are the things that they don't want to give out. I'm thinking something along the lines of specific target bans too. Terizla seems to be rising up in the ranks as well when it comes to XP lane. You got that setup, you got that sustainability, so Brazil can go ahead and either cripple a certain team. I don't even know. You did mention that was Mystic Kim, and there you have it. The Terizla that usually gets picked up in the second phase, which leaves the Roger open actually here. Super flexible pick again. Brazil can just flex that. Roger that seems to be always the prio pick. The Zaz also never gets slipped up in the drafting phase. You always put it up in the ban list knowing that it's completely OP right now in the patch. You have continuous damage, you got sustainability. Brazil, Roger, of course. Of course, that is usually the case, right? It's classic Roger. I know you guys might have seen this several times. You might get bored of it, but this is the new Fredrin, the new Ling, if that is not available. It's so flexible. Again, you can work around the draft with this Roger. That's why it's a heavy priority.
You can work around different kinds of drafts. You can play a different kind of styles even. And technically, maybe now with the changes to the items, not really as diverse, but back then, you can go with like 5 different item combinations here for the Roger, depending on what your team needs as well. So, really is one of the most flexible, literally in every single aspect. This Roger, but for Argentina now with the Julian, most likely in the jungle. Very strong, very good at picking off heroes. And we've seen Argentina opt for that aggressive style. And now, with all these team fight heroes like the Minotaur, like the Terizla banned away, this might be their attempt at just capitalizing on the lack of protection that Brazil was able to use to really get ahead in game number 1.
Okay, with the Kufra being the roamer here of Argentina, which means that they already have that CC, something I wouldn't say they lacked CC in game number 1. It was more of, I guess Brazil had more instant setups when it came to the team fight. So Brazil, do they want to go for a mid laner pick a lot of them are already out or maybe instantly pick up their XP lane most of the time these days. Arashi, I was talking to some casters about this. Come on, I've been casting Mlbb the entire day. It's
Hmm.
always, almost all the time, 3 picks in the XP lane. Edith, you got the Terizla, which is already banned away. Speaking of, there's gonna be the Edith coming through, and at times you see like a Lapu Lapu earlier for Neo, but it's all about like these three heroes, right? Instant setups. You got CC for Edith. This is often overlooked, so I'm happy this is actually kind of shining here in the Americas Regional Qualifiers. Even in the male division, you didn't really see it much in the group stage. It only popped up in the playoffs. So I like this coming out from the side of Brazil. Instant way to engage once again. And then you got La La Land on the Aurora, the same pick that she had in game number one. And we've seen in game number one, it really made it difficult for Argentina to kind of dive in because of the slows being frozen in place by the Aurora. So it's a pocket pick that
Hmm.
Brazil has, and they're very much comfortable with it.
Well, there's slows, there's damage, right? AoE as well. And technically, the fact that all the spells kind of take some time to kind of channel and finish, there's also like a bit of a zoning mechanism, right? You put it down, and even if it doesn't land, it kind of makes sure that your opponents can't really walk in that area, in that region. So it's definitely a strong tool that Brazil has been using. So if you talk about the big team fights, though, they have good damage output now. But when it comes to setups, I dare say that Argentina now still has the
Yeah.
better one with the potential for the enhanced chain as well with the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo from the Kufra. But there's also that interaction I believe where the Kufra while dashing can kind of get cancelled by the onward from the Edith. So I'm wondering how that was gonna play out. And if this Edith is gonna be in the EXP, or
Yeah.
could it potentially maybe still be flexed around with Brazil and how they've been drafting here? It's not really quite as obvious, right? As compared to Argentina, who you know where generally most of their picks are where they're gonna go at this point.
I think the Brazil might pick up another hero that can have the setup, right? Earlier they had the Minotaur, they got the Teresa, and now it's already out. They themselves actually banned it away here for this game. Last ban, they banned away the Angel here for the second phase, which kind of makes me wonder. Are they gonna try to go for that composition as well, like Angela in the mid and then Kufra on the roam? We've actually seen that combination happen. It can be really deadly under the right hands with the right combinations as well. So they're actually leaving out that open as well as the Faramis, the kind of like sustain the dives that Argentina will do. They lock in the Novaria here. That is somebody I would say that kind of has fallen out of the meta so far. Like we've seen more
Mhm.
of like mostly like the Vexanas in the mid. Still, you got the Savior and the Zaz that really is king right now when it comes to draft. But the Novaria can definitely poke here. The team fights, the Vision as well. And there you have it. That is actually the CC coming through here for
Right.
Brazil. So somebody to zone away the backlines. They have so much of that. You got the Novaria and the Claw that they need to catch. And the Aurora, I would say it's kind of like short range. Like it's not as big of an AoE as the Novaria. Now, who's going to be their gold lane? Oh, wow. Okay. It finally comes through. We've seen this actually come out. Usually the answer to the Roger. But they go ahead and pick this up. So with the CC here, makes me okay, so this means it's high likely that this is an Edith in the roam position, Roger in the jungle, and then Ruby in the gold lane. That makes more sense, right? Not unless like you want to switch the Roger and the Ruby up. I think in the current patch it makes more sense that the Ruby is in the gold. That will go head to head with the Claude.
I think I agree with that judgment, Kim. I feel like it'll be so weird to see the opposite of that.
Oh yeah.
So now for Brazil though, they have good team fight, but they also kind of have a lot of single target damage to play around with right here. The question is that mid lane with a potentially a Roam Edith and a Aurora, can they match the clear of a
Oh.
Novaria? They can solo clear really really fast, and with the X Borg as well right here, man, the front line for Brazil is going to be having a little bit of trouble. And I think the harassment here coming in from the Astral Meteor, as well as the flames coming in from Argentina, can be a problem. But with Brazil, I feel like they still have ways to really force Argentina into a fight if they kind of play that game for a bit too long. So I do feel it's a bit more balanced. But I think when it comes to damage output, Brazil has a bit more of an advantage. And if you're predicting a clash between both teams, like we saw in game number one, I think the higher damage output can be quite decisive in deciding which team comes out on top.
Okay, so we're talking about single target pickoffs this time for Brazil. I think the only form of CC they would have, not the hero CC, but the CC crowd control, which is in the form of the Ruby, the gold laner here. So we've seen so many good I am offended flicker plays from a lot of Ruby players here in the Americas regional qualifiers, and I think it's starting to show that this meta is all about the flexibility, putting up these heroes that can sustain the lane very well as we head over into the match point here for Brazil and Argentina here for game number 2. This is the first series that we're going to be having here for Mlbb Women's. Let's see if it is going to be Brazil picking up that first sweep of the day, or will Argentina deny them that?
From the looks of things, you do see that for Brazil, they still have great control over the mid lane, but now with the pokes coming in from Nell on that Novaria, I think it'll be a bit more difficult when it comes to moving around and mind games. And look at that. Oof.
A lot of pokes expected coming out from the Novaria here of Nell. That's something that they can abuse here in the early game. As you can see, Korea forced to back away already, chunked down to more than 1/4, and even La La Land too is taking a brunt of the damage coming out from Novaria's skill, and that's what they can do here for Argentina. Continuously pressure out the lanes here onto mid, and not to mention even that XP lane matchup. It's going to be hard to go head-to-head with the export. Down bottom though, Riza hit that level 3 a little bit too deep in. Has already used in the Purify. BMI all the way back, and now Miz gonna try to find in the setup play. Angelus is low, so they're not gonna commit to that. Hybridi as well, forced to use that Vengeance. The Firaga armor has been popped up in the nick of time. No casualties just yet up top, but will Nell actually find it here up against Hybridi? As you see Korea doing her very best as well to make sure that Hybridi is up alive in this lane. But Lucid Dreams though goes in, tries to go for the enhanced stage. Hybridi forced down real low. Is not even able to get in that last XP lane card. So that itself, Argentina has already won the power position, going straight for this turtle. And this is a Julia that you're talking about. It can really chunk down this turtle real fast. 1/4 HP. Angelus is a little bit too far. It's going to be Argentina picking up the first turtle of the game.
Great moves from Argentina to try and get control, and now Miz makes the play.
Okay, Miz gonna go in for the bouncing ball there. He's able to catch two though, but gets caught in between the pokes coming out from Nell. Oh, so the damage is already there, but not enough just yet to take them down. And as you can see, right after the turtle take, level 4 is going to be going to the side of Argentina. The mid laner and roamer here of Brazil hasn't even hit that level 4 just yet. For La La Land, it has hit just now, so you can see the difference as well when it comes to the XP. And for the damage dealt, look at that. Nell on the Novaria. I'm not even surprised if this is a Novaria with an Impure Rage rocking the Assassin emblem to have that additional penetration. Look at the damage coming out. 7,700 already 3 minutes in. That's already too much. I can't even imagine when it reaches the at least like 5-minute mark, when Nell has more items here. It's gonna hurt here for the pokes coming out from this Novaria.
I mean, it already hurts for sure. Argentina, they can just have more damage, but look at this knock-up. The combo coming from Brazil, punishing immediately first blood.
Oh, there's the first blood that they were looking for. It's going to be Brazil drawing that. The last insanity comes through as Korea will be taken down there. Here comes Aslan. Going to try to make in the play here. Angelus. Basic attacks come through CC. Hybridi forced to use the Vengeance as well to counter out the damage. But Nell, man, it is getting really scary here. The pokes from the Novaria, and it seems to be working well, because if you think about it, there's really no there's no heavy front line here for the side of Brazil. Well, you have the Edith, you have the Ruby, but somebody like a Minotaur earlier in game number 1, right? That is somebody that can take the hits. But for this, right, it is mostly like hybrid. So the damage coming out from the Novaria's pokes, it'll really come through here.
I think the poke is really what really matters, right? Because technically Lucid Dreams can also help out with the long distance aggression. And Brazil, if they can get a decisive fight like we saw earlier, without a back and forth, they can really do a lot of damage and be a real threat. But look at Neo, man, punishing Brazil overall.
Hybridi gonna try to make in the plays here. Dives right in with a curtain call. It's gonna be Lucid Dreams taking down Korea with the Lord to take in here as well for the side of Argentina. They are on the lead right now, 12k, And it seems like the scaling will also work towards their favor if you think about it. They got a Claude, they got a Novaria that will also work well in the early game. And right now, Brazil is really struggling when it comes to these team fights, right? Like you got the last insanity here that they have to deal with. Plus, Miz is almost all the time willing to take in these dives, go for the bouncing ball just to ensure that Brazil is put into place.
The only real big difference is later on, Keria will have a lot more damage to swing around being on that Edith. But we'll have to wait and see if that happens. Because if you look at the items here, it's still not going for a bit of an aggressive style. It's just all defensive. And look at this dive.
Wow, the enhanced chains come through. La La Land able to get the 3 members there with the frigid breath. And of course, the instant winter crown. It's just gonna buy her some time, but not enough as Lucid Dreams picks up the kill with the Julian as the enhanced chains come through. And what I like about what Brazil is doing here is they're just going to be exchanging the turrets. They know for a fact that these team fights are going to be won by Argentina, so they're going to take as much neutral objectives as they can. Nell forced to defend that one, half HP already. Conceal has been used to just go away from the team fight. Lucid Dreams flickers out from Korea to be able to get back into safety. A little bit too close for comfort here, but the damage, the CC can be felt. Hybridi deleted in an instant there by the enhanced shades of Lucid Dreams, and this is exactly the reason why the Julian is just shining in this current patch, one of the top junglers that we have so far.
Especially in this particular game with the tankier members instead of Brazil. Even their quote-unquote assassin jungler, Angelus, is on a Roger that's a lot beefier compared to the other more vulnerable, aggressive heroes in the jungle. So when you have the burst potential of the Julian and the Novaria combined, with the true damage as well from the Xborg, that's a lot of damage. Look at that, Korea makes the first move, pops the Primal Wrath.
Yep, they have so much peel here for the side of Argentina. Even Korea is forced to back away. There's the last insanity flicker in from Neo to get the kill on to Korea. Oh. And now we see the Astral Echo from the backside. Hybridi gonna try to go in for Lucid Dreams, but get bursted down there. And the Blazing Duet to take down Angelus to add up to all of the damage. Aslan right now is gonna be able to sustain. Everybody's pretty low here. He gets the shutdown, but Neo still claps back here with the kill. It's a wipeout for Brazil. Argentina showing us that they are not willing to go down without a fight here. 7 minutes in, they are on the lead, and they are going to be able to take this last hurdle of the game as well.
Lucid Dreams even going for the feather here, knowing that the burst damage is great, but later on, the DPS is what needs to be augmented to ensure these tankier members from Brazil kind of get put under control. But look at this outplay though.
Oh, wow. The frigid breath here from La La Land just instantly takes down Riza there, and that's just the beauty of it here coming out from La La Land, right? That she just needs somebody to set things up here. You got the onwards, maybe even the I am offended. You can get a good combination like that. But you know, when it comes to the overall picture here, the Novaria still has a whole lot more range if you think about it. And for Brazil, they're just gonna have to wait for the chance that Argentina will go in for these dives, and they can just go in for the punish right now.
Make them miss and make them pay is a common saying in a different sport. But for Brazil, that's what they have to do right here. They need to make sure that Argentina uses the bulk of their attention and ultimate on something else before they capitalize, especially when they are already behind a very small amount in the grand scheme of things, 2,000 gold. But it's still a very significant factor right here if they're trying to think of how to win out in the fight. And they have to try and find ways to withstand the initial burst damage. Because if you think about it, right? Once the members of Argentina has used most of their ultimates, the enhanced sickle or enhanced chain, or the blazing duet, or the astral sphere, right? There's so many burst damage sources from the side of Argentina, but if they don't land, Brazil has a lot more DPS. They have a lot more consistent damage, and that's the big factor that they have against Argentina right now. If they can initially maybe force Argentina to use a lot of those spells on maybe one person and not on the whole squad, then maybe, even with a man disadvantage, there's a chance it can kind of turn it around and go for a fight. But they need to try and get some control on the lanes first.
Yeah, they have to make the waves move here right before the first Lord comes up. And obviously, Argentina is going to have a much better position there, knowing that the mid tower is already gone here for the side of Brazil. They're going to try to go in and blitz the Lord here. They got the Claude here. They got the Lucid Dreams on the Julian. So it is going to be easy takedown here. Miz, okay, he finds in one. They stun down Lucid Dreams here. He seems to be the target. Blazing Duet there onto Korea in the backside. There comes the Frigid Breath. And finally, Lucid Dreams goes down. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. This time, Brazil claps back. But Riza, though, gets spotted out there by Hybrid. They have to do these isolated takedowns to be able to win in the team fights. Other than that, it is going to be the true damage coming out. There's the last Insanity. Aslan be able to stay for a little bit. Neo does not have the Firaga armor right now. She's going to be able to lifesteal the heck out of it, but Neo is going to keep on doing that, right? Flickers all the way in to get the killing spree here. They still have the Lord to boot as Hybridi. Gonna be forced to use the Vengeance here as well to zone away the backlines. But girl, you are alone as Neo just instantly pops up that Firaga armor, last Insanity once again, as long as it's up, to be able to get the kill and punish Brazil.
A respectable attempt from Aslan though. Moving towards the Wave and the Lord, they have more targets to kind of recover her HP from. Kind of bought some time for both teams to kind of send reinforcements. Unfortunately, Argentina, they're just around the map a bit faster compared to Brazil because they are on the back foot. And with the empowered Waves still making their way around the map, I feel like Argentina can still take a couple more turrets down right here. A quick item check shows that, never mind, Neo gets jumped on.
Yep, he does not. She does not have that immortality. For now, I think all of their resources are focused on trying to take Neo down. The Radiant Armor is here as well. The Enhanced Shades come through here for Lucid, but not enough to take them down. They go all the way in. They get stunned. They get frozen here by the Frigid Breath. Neo finally gets shut down there, but it took 4 members to take her down. And they definitely needed that swing coming out from that shutdown, right? Like, it should go to the side of Brazil here, giving them a little bit more space. As you can see, the lead is going back to, like, at least just 2K right now. Because earlier, Argentina was way ahead. So they get some clapbacks here right before the Lord. Neo is proving to be such a nuisance here with the Export. Her presence can definitely be felt as compared to earlier in game number 1 with the Lapu Lapu, right? Like, she dives in, but there's just way too much CC from the side of Brazil. So she was not able to set things up here for the play. As compared to the X-Board, you kind of keep on wanting to move forward here, knowing that you got the true damage here with the flames coming out from your side. So just abusing that Brave Smite to its fullest potential. 28 seconds in. Let's take a look at the damage dealt here. It is actually surprisingly Neo. That is the one that's dishing out the most damage here. This is not even the gold lane. 40,900, and that's true damage for you.
Exactly, man. It's true damage against a bunch of fighters, right? Because technically the Ruby and the Roger are both fighters too. That's why it's such a difficult time for Brazil to move forward without losing too much HP. But on the grand scheme of things, they sacrifice 1 turret in order to get 2 shutdowns and a turret of their own. Concealed play now.
Yep,
really be paying off.
Okay, just to move towards the side here of this Lord, but the Argentina, I think they have that information. They were able to spot them out here, so they can perhaps make a play here with Miz. But now Neo, again, zoning out the members here of the side of Brazil. She is tanky, so it's not going to be easy to take her down, and Brazil knows that very well. Korea, though, might get caught out here, forced to flicker out and use in the Primal Rat. But with the Blazing Duet, there is no escape from the burst damage. But right now, they can clap back here. Lucid Dreams gets caught in between the Frigid Breath here of La La Land. I'm offended. Onto Riza as well. That's going to be 2 members down. When we thought that Argentina had the power position, Brazil just was able to clap back at that. All care of the setups that they had in La La Land with the beautifully timed Frigid Breath there with the Aurora. They were able to get the crucial kills onto Lucid Dreams and Riza. Now they can go in. Look at that knock-up. Look at that stun. Set up onto 3. They're able to sustain here. Aslan's going to be the one to fall, but look at the damage coming out from Angelus. The basic attacks. She's able to sustain. Goes in and out. Will form out as well, so she's not going to go for more. As Argentina, they are still able to defend this one. 2 members down, though. A hefty price to pay, but for Brazil, they got what they wanted. They got that first enhanced Lord of the game.
Man, so unfortunate for both teams. The fact that Argentina were initially the ones surprising Brazil, and they got the advantage, and then they lost both the Claude and the Novaria. And look at this though.
Yep, there you go. Blazing to it again onto the backside. Hybridy's gonna fall. And now with the post coming out from Nell's Astral Recall, they're gonna be able to melt down that Lord instantly. But for Brazil, they are making their way towards the mid side. Gonna try to go ahead and get this tower. Korea forced to pop in that Primal Rat a little bit too early. Last Insanity there from Neo. He's gonna be able to sustain, but then again, there's so much pokes from the backside. She is still alive and kicking here. And eat it after all. No casualties just yet, but the damage has been done here, Arashi. Brazil has taken at least or equalized the turret takes, something that Argentina has been taking from them for the past few minutes. It's only the inhibitors left for them, but at least after this first enhanced Lord, Brazil is at least able to get some breathing room here.
Well, if you're looking at the items real quick right here, you look at the reduction actually. There's only the Dominance Ice available for the side of Argentina to really curb the regeneration. I mean, there's 3 War Axes in the inventory of Brazil, so they gotta maybe put more emphasis on that for sure. But right here, I feel like it's all about those one single crazy moment here. And it's not about the positioning in the fight, it's about the positioning once before the fight, when it's in the setup. That is where the bulk of the game-changing, momentum-swinging plays have been made. We're looking at the damage dealt though, for Argentina, it's just the X-Borg and the Novaria. And for the side of Brazil, it's definitely La La Land, who's been finding these crazy moments to play the Aurora like an assassin, right? To try and get her hands onto the Claude and the Novaria somehow, some way.
I mean, to think that you only have the flicker out for the mobility, and for the side of Argentina, there's just way too many heroes that she can get caught in between, right? Thus getting sandwiched in between either the Last Insanity, the Enhanced Chains, and even the Tyrant's Revenge here coming out from Miz. So the fact that she is able to pull these nice frigid glacier moves, that really kind of stuns the members here of Argentina. And Brazil can actually use that to counter retaliate here. 5 seconds before the next enhanced Lord of this game comes through, the concealed play comes through. We see Hybridi as well, able to find in Lucid Dreams here right before the Lord, and impeccable timing again as Miz now going to be forced to back away. Nell is also dishing out a lot of the damage here from the Astral Recall. This is the time for Brazil to go for the Lord, but for Argentina, they're not gonna let this up without a fight. They got Neo, they got Miz, they also got the Blazing Duet here of Riza to dish out a whole lot of damage here. And speaking of, it's gonna be the Blazing Duet, the instant Winter Crown here for La La Land, flickers out, but it's gonna be Nell picking up the killing spree here. They've used up all of their resources here right now. They're still in some defense here as Hybridi. What is going on here? Trying to zone away the backlines, but instead gets outplayed, outclassed there by 4 members of Argentina. And to think the concealed play has been made earlier, we thought that Brazil might have had this one once again after that takedown onto Lucid Dreams. But now it is actually going to be Brazil just giving away this Lord to the side of Argentina.
Especially with La La Land, the tip of their spear taken out by Argentina. That is not a fight they want to take. And the big problem there, right before that Lord fight breaks out, is that Argentina found the Holy Crystal in the inventory of Nell, so the power spike was absolutely massive right before the fight even begins. And Neo also picks up Sea Halberd. So if Brazil were getting away with plays due to the regeneration and healing, let's say from the CC, by the Roger, by the Primal Wrath even, there's just so many healing tools that Brazil were trying to abuse, and it was all negated by the Sea Halberd build by Neo. So now they're in a defensive situation, and they don't have a lot of range to play around with. So they gotta get creative right here. Whilst Argentina, they can just do what they do best. What they've been doing is go for the poke, man.
Oh yeah, the pokes, even the Last Insanity is just dealing too much damage. He got the backlines down as well. Neo gets the shutdown, and now the Enhanced Chase come through. The I Am Offended all the way to the base, but it is not gonna be enough. They are still able to sustain here for Argentina. What is going on, Hybrid? Gonna be forced to take the brunt of the damage. It's now only Korea left to defend the base. I don't think it's gonna be an easy task. They're gonna be locking it in as Argentina gonna force out a game number 3 here for the series.
Argentina striking back, showing again the adaptation immediately. You want team fights? Well, we ain't giving you any team fights, not without big moments beforehand. The fact that they have all the poke damage, they have all the information tools, the Astral Echo even, to really just show off, open up the whole map. Brazil was just struggling to find a way in. They had to go and make crazy flanks, crazy unpredictable plays to just get a simple pickoff. Despite the fact that they do have a lot of the same crowd control tools, AoE tools, that they were able to use so effectively in game number one. The fact that Argentina were just being so much more elusive just allows them to pick up fights that they know they can win, unless, of course, they do get caught off guard. Here are some of the highlights from game number two right there. And you can see that both teams had great ideas with the trading, with the priority to the neutral objective and how they want to rotate around the map. It's just a great show from both these teams. But in the end, I feel like the deck is kind of stacked against Brazil because Argentina, they can just play the default game, and if they don't have to do anything too crazy, come out on top. Whereas Brazil, they are almost required to make a play happen before they can even get any kind of success in the Land of Dawn. And that, in the end, becomes the main factor that kind of gets even worse the longer the game goes, right? Because there's more and more fights that Argentina can win basically by default.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it, right? Onto the bottom side, it took so much just to take one member down from the side of Argentina. And the biggest problem here, too, was Neo. Like, most of the time, she's not actually afraid to use in those flickers just to get a kill, making sure that her team actually gets in the upper hand. And what was really hard, too, was the pokes, right? Apart from the true damage that was already being dished out here by Neo. And at times, you see, like, Nell, right? Being the target here for Angelus, but almost all the time, I don't think Nell was able to suffer any casualties here in this entire game. She was never picked off here, and all he needed to do was just alley from the backside, just pop in that astral recall. There were some attempts here from Hybridi though onto Nell, right? Like she was trying to zone them out, but with Nell being covered, it was such a difficult task. The last insanity was also something that they had to consider here. Massive chain CC this time from Argentina. That was a nice tug-in coming out from Aslan from the final game, but with the last insanity, the Firaga armor, it's not going to be easy to take down the front line here of Argentina, and not to mention Nell as well. Even though she's down low, nobody is able to touch her in this entire game. A show of dominance here from Argentina, a couple of clapbacks here from Brazil, but ultimately, it is going to be Argentina finally taking the victory here for game number two. And I would say a matchup that is longer than expected. Like 18 minutes and 43 seconds. You'd usually see the matches end 15 seconds or even less, but this is a little bit longer, but still yielded the results that Argentina wanted.
Look at the damage from Nell and Neo, right? The fact that Neo isn't really a long-range hero, but also creeping up when it comes to the damage numbers. Riza hasn't really even been forced to kind of step up to the plate and do the damage, right? The damage, the poke from the Novaria and Expert were enough that the occasional blazing duet from Riza on the Claude is enough to swing the fight completely in their favor too. And if you look at the side for Brazil, I mean, it's all La La Land and Hybridi trying their best to try and find ways to the backline, but you can only surprise Argentina so many times before they kind of catch on to your patterns. So soon, we're going to take a look at the MVP for this game, and I do wonder who it's going to be.
I feel like it's gonna have to be Nell, right? Like completely untouchable in this entire game. And come on, look at that damage. That is a damage coming out from a gold laner. I think the one that had this most damage was in the men's division for a gold laner. So this is something, we've already seen a couple of the damage output coming out from Nell in the early game, right? Like she was still the one dishing out a lot of these poke damages coming out from the Astral Recall, and eventually, like what I mentioned, when she got in the Divine Glaive, got in that Holy Crystal, it was really so hard, right? Like she doesn't even have the Sky Pierce, so she can take down anybody with the Astral Recall, and not to mention all of the vision that she has provided all throughout the entire game.
I mean, you can't argue with that. Part of the reason why it's just so difficult is the slows, is the vision game coming in from the Novaria. And of course, that allows the Kufra as well to just stay elusive. And you're seeing a lot of combos happen purely because Novaria kind of exposed everyone first. So I think it's a great adjustment. We've seen that Argentina definitely aren't outclassed. It's all about the planning and the adjustment. And there is one more game, Kim. But before that, we have to take a short break right here, a couple of minutes, just to get our thoughts together and for the teams to prepare as well. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, in the Iesf America's qualifier for the women's team.
Welcome back to the Americas Regional Qualifiers. Still with me, Burger Kim and Arashi, bringing you guys the action for MLBB Women's. This is gonna be the first time you guys are gonna be seeing it. You guys got a glimpse of our teams, and it always ends up like this when it is a matchup between Argentina and Brazil, Arashi. I'm not so sure if you've been following the men's division. The first time that the Argentinian team went up against Brazil, it went all the way to 3 games straight, and I'm not surprised that this is the same case here for the women's division. We're gonna go in for a match point here between the two teams. Toss out what happened in game number 1. Toss out what happened in game number 2. Toss it out because we are going to be having a hard reset here for both of the teams, because it is about to go down here for this final matchup, and this is going to decide whether it is going to be Argentina or Brazil that will be moving forward.
I mean, I dare say it's necessary to have a full reset right here because there's just so much character, so much, I don't know, man, personality and how both teams were playing in game number 1 and 2, right? And I think it definitely leaves an impression when you're trying to strategize against it. How are you supposed to forget the team fight nature of Brazil? How are you supposed to forget the control, the positioning of Argentina in game number 2? So technically now for both coaches, if they really want to try and play a mind game, they can go with a completely different strategy and maybe bank on the fact that their opponents have an expectation for them already from the past 2 games, right? If Brazil, for instance, goes for an insane split push strategy, that is just something that's going to catch them completely by surprise, catch Argentina by surprise immediately. So I think it's something that coaches can do, but it is risky, right? It is very high risk, high reward. If it works, wow, genius, mind games. But if it doesn't, sometimes you're better just stick to what you do best, and that's also a very, very valid option.
I was thinking of like the lineups here so far that worked for both sides. It seems like it is all about having back-to-back CCs. So for this particular game, Brazil went for single target or single hero lock type of heroes to go into their composition, eat it with the onwards. You got the CC as well to zone out the backlines. But for the side of Argentina, it was so well-rounded here for this entire game. They got the X-Borg here to have that last insanity. They also got the pokes coming out from Nels Novaria. And to think that a lot of people would argue saying that, Novaria already fell out of the meta for this patch, but going up against this lineup, right? Like what I mentioned, they didn't really have that much of a hard front line for the side of Brazil. That's why taking the shots from the Astral Echo was just way too much. And by the time that the Divine Glaive was purchased there by Nell in game number 2, it just was enough to have that solo kill or that snipe kill coming out from the Astral Recall. So I don't think it is still ban worthy as of this point, right? It really still fits a certain type of composition. But I think for both of these teams, right, it is all about having really just proper setup, because if you think about it, Brazil only had it in the form of Aslan in that game, right, to set up a very good I Am Offended.
Things set up again, and maybe vision tools before the setup even begins, right? I think that's the main issue for Brazil. We saw that when they were able to find a big I'm offended or a big play technically in game number 2, they do have what it takes to really win out, even against the supposed late games composition of Argentina. The problem is they were unable to find many of those moments, right? When they even when they do find success, a lot of times it's not even a proper setup, a proper big play. It's literally the formations crumbling, kind of mixing with each other, and then Argentina kind of losing one man due to a burst play. So if Brazil feels like the way to deal with Argentina isn't to try and match them in the team fighting, it's to catch them off guard like they were doing in technically game number 1 and 2, go for an assassin. Why not, right? We saw how effective it was in game number 1. In game number 2, technically La La Land was an assassin, right? Hiding in the bushes, before you know it, a carry gets deleted. So technically the style that they're using, that they have kind of been forced to use, is a style that works with assassins. So it's with a different kind of burst strategy. So I think Brazil can definitely try and go for that if they feel like that's the way to go. But as what you were saying, Kim, going with a proper front line will also allow them to be a bit more comfortable when they're moving around the map, when they're forced to kind of take a big engage tool. So I think that could be something that they want to maybe acquire a lot earlier on in this drafting phase.
Okay, so Brazil is also taking away, assassin options here, knowing that this was a repeat ban coming out from Brazil. So it means that it is a target ban here towards Lucid Dreams. You've seen her rock the Julian in the second game, and honestly, it's just way too good, right? Especially when it does snowballs like that. You have all of your side lanes as well amped up. The expert was just such a genius pick coming out from the side of Argentina. That's the reason why they were able to get all of these wins in the team fight. So Brazil right now being on the red side, I think it's kind of more standard if they go in for the bans. Now the Zusin, will it be left open here? No, it's not. It's still gonna go to the ban list. So I think the Chip and Jusin almost has 100% ban rate in the Americas regional qualifiers, even for the men's division. So again, I would be surprised if the Roger is here, or maybe you know what, started off with the Julian here this time, right? Like it was always about the Roger on the blue side. Why not just shake things up, like pick up the Julian? It had a high success here under the hands here of Lucid Dreams. Great start, great early game, and great burst. One of the best junglers, I would say, in the current patch. So Argentina can actually start up with that, but that means that Brazil can actually either answer out with a Roger. The Valentina is already out of the picture as well, so they go for an instant engage like the Minotaur. Oh, I was actually thinking of like the Julian. Like it worked really well for them, but they are also thinking of the fact that okay, Brazil can pick up this Minotaur, and one of the best roamers as of the moment, right? That has an instant engage apart from the Arlot, apart from the Terizla, who's already out of the picture, by the way. So Argentina already prioritizing this team fight eccentric composition with the Minotaur, but that means Brazil can have some power picks here. They can go for Julian Roger here, very straightforward draft, or they can either answer out to the Minotaur.
I was about to say, like, the Minotaur is still open, right? We saw it was the Minotaur and the Terizla were both banned away in game number 2. So the fact that it was open, I feel like it was something that Argentina really unwilling to let go. You said it yourself, Kim, having a strong front line, having a front line that has crowd control and healing as well, by the way, is definitely a big value play. But for Brazil, this Low Yi was also open in game number 2, but they went for the Aurora instead, trying to match Argentina when it comes to the team fighting. Now, this is a direct statement from Brazil. We're going to try and be elusive. And when they have an elusive, they've been able to actually win it out. A big counter or a big solution to the Low Yi play is the Novaria. So there's no reason why Argentina can't go for the same pick, use it the same
Yeah.
way, but also
Oh,
allow it to kind
wow.
of scout out. But as you predicted, Kim, Mystic Kim as always, Julian shows up, and the Claude is something that they really like.
So they prioritized the Minotaur over the Julian, knowing that it could have been stolen away there by Brazil. They actually went for something different here, a Loi that gives them a little bit more mobility across the map. So they can have that diversion play going for the ganks here. It seems like Argentina, having this kind of lineup, right? Julian, Minotaur on the roam, you can have very fast rotations, and having the Loi here can really speed up the rotations of your team. So now I think Brazil still needs a front line here. They went for an Edith last time. I would say it's still good for counter setting here. Has enough damage with the Primal Wrath, but without the Terizla in the picture, they still need that front line, and they go for the Barretts. Again, still unclear for me. Usually in this current patch, Arashi, we see the Barretts on the XP. Hardly already on the jungler position, knowing that now you're gonna be going up against Julian. I think it can sustain on the sides, but now they have to take away the heroes that will give them a hard time in the side lanes, and that is one, right? The impact can be felt with the X-Borg here, and if they're gonna be putting this Barretts in the XP lane, you definitely don't want to go head to head with the X-Borg here. But what I'm worried about here for the Barretts though is going to be the burst though, coming from the Julian and even the Claude here, because you're gonna be the frontliner, one of the frontliners rather of Brazil.
Definitely the frontliner, but maybe they're just really confident in this Barat and the ability to just get out with the crowd control immunity that the ultimate, the Daytona's Welcome, kind of allows for you to have. We've seen this being a very common strategy. The fact that you have an immobile Barat with a high mobility playmaking tool like the diversion can work out for sure.
Oh,
It
wow.
definitely strengthens their front to back, but again, these two heroes were really stand out in game number 2.
Yeah.
The X-Bergs, especially in this particular composition, against the Roger and the Barats, the X-Berg is just a great tool against any kind of tankier, more sustainable type of heroes that can kind of build tankiness as well. So taking that away, kind of allows them to kind of match Argentina when it comes to just muscle, when they're just clashing purely on damage output.
Yeah, the Minotaur this time can either get poked by the Loi, and without the export to kind of have that um, initiation to take down the back lines. They already have that one less problem. They no longer have the pokes here of Novaria. So for Brazil, the impact can be felt from these two heroes with how well they've played it or how well they've utilized it in game number 2 to force out this matchup, right? The Tigreal is also taken out here. I'm thinking of what Brazil will go for as the roamer. They definitely need a whole lot more CC. They seem to be a little bit more comfortable playing that. So I'm thinking of roamers that can do that. One of them is a Carmilla that really pops up from time to time in the draft, or possibly will they go for their either their jungler pick? I'm assuming this is a Barrett's XP lane, so somebody that can clear as fast as the Julia, not unless they want to put this Roger in the gold, maybe pick up something different here in the gold lane. A Harriet, sometimes we do see that coming out, or if you want to go something different again, so stay in the lane. Ruby, they go in for the Lolita here to amp up the front line here of Brazil, which is something that they definitely need. They got the projectiles to kind of reflect back the damage coming out from the basic attacks of the Claude, so I do like that they have that setup as well. But in between the Minotaur and Lolita, I would say the Minotaur has a whole lot more instant setups. This is the reason why Argentina actually prioritized this in the draft first. They still do need a mid laner here, something for Nell and something for Neo. These are the two playmakers that made it happen for game number 2. That's the reason why we stretched out all the way to game number 3.
Yeah, but the issue right here is that even if you're a Minotaur, if you're the solo tank, then Brazil can just send out the Barats, and when you're busy with the Barats, that's where the Numenon Blast comes out of nowhere. So Brazil has this big counter type strategy, but Argentina,
Wow.
man, they're bringing out the Angela first of all, and the Hylos. I've seen this hero
Wow.
abused so much in the Indonesian region, man. The Hylos rushing the Thunderbelt, going for all the mana items in the
Yeah.
book, becoming
Clock of
absolutely
Destiny.
tanky. Clock of Destiny, and a lot of different options available, man. This hero is so flexible right now. You just need mana, HP, and a bunch of those Thunderbelt
Yeah.
stacks. So with Brazil going for this type of brawling, scrapping composition, they have to make sure that when they do go for a fight, they make it a quick one, and they don't allow this Hylos to just keep stacking up the Thunderbelt, man, because it can become quite the nuisance later on, the longer the game goes.
Yeah, I think that the Thunderbelt is one of the belts that is to be feared
I've
here.
been waiting for too long.
Oh.
Yeah, they go in for the carry. There's a lot of beefy front line here for Argentina. Definitely not going to be an easy job, though, to go up against the Claude here and with the Angela, too. So this means it's a mid lane Angela that I would say the Loi still has much better clear here. They do have the Minotaur, though, to kind of aid that lacking factor that they have in the mid lane. They have this high loss as well, which is, I would say, a pocket pick here in this region, Arashi. It actually popped up several times for the men's division. United States White Horse has used this high loss even for other countries. That was the case. A pocket pick, I would say some people would say niche pick, but I'd say it really works in this lineup, knowing that for a fact that you land in that glorious pathway, you slow everybody down in your path, and if you don't have any answers to that, it's gonna be really hard to evade that glorious pathway, and not to mention the insane burst that Argentina has as of the moment.
In my opinion, though, the carry kind of counters him. That's the problem here with the
Oh,
Hylas. You kind of want to go for a front to back, and if you're doing front to back against a carry, it's already difficult. And compared to a lot of different other heroes, the carry is right at home. They're just slowing the Hylas down, dashing out of distance, and there's no real way for the Hylas to really surprise and catch this carry later on in the game. Not to mention you're stacking HP. The carry does percentage max HP damage. So I feel like for Brazil, it is quite good enough. The solutions, at least, for the Hylas possibility is already good enough. It's all about how they want to move around and what kind of play will they have. Because you can see Neo going with the Revitalize here, trying to have an extra bit of healing for the team, combo with the Angela. But that means that playmaking-wise, there won't be a lot of options for Argentina to find ways to get to Aslan. And we've seen how that plays out in game number 1.
Okay, so they want to go in double down on the team fights here by adding up the Angela. But like what I mentioned, right, the wave clear is gonna favor the side here of Brazil, which means that they can rotate much more faster onto the side lanes. Not to mention they have a Loyi under their belt too, so it's gonna make it so much more easier for this ganks. They haven't reached that level 4 power spike just yet, but Neo and Hybridi, it's the dinosaur versus the centaur here in the XP lane. But I think what's going to matter here is who's going to get that level 4 first, right? The Glorious Pathway is indeed going to be a powerful tool when it comes to the team fights. And no casualties just yet, but, you know, lane clear. They have to get to that first. And La La Land, right? Like, so much pokes coming out from the Loyi. Rotation dive dispersion combination is enough to kind of let Nell back into the base. 14 seconds before the turtle is up here. I think it's going to be Hybridi that does have the power position here. They might go for a sandwich play down bot though.
Waiting and swinging a trap right in the jungle path. You can see there's a potential for one of the members from Argentina to just walk in there. Look at this though. They're still waiting. Data's welcome already used up though. They were thinking that it was going to pay off really, really well, but now without an ultimate against the Minion and Fury still, Brazil makes the first move onto Neo.
Okay, Neo. Okay, she's gonna get the heart guard here. And the Glorious Pathway onto Angelus. Straight into Angelus and the Enhanced Chains. Catching them off guard. And there goes the Flicker. And the Minoan's Fury. Hybridi is gonna be taking the brunt of the damage. Career from the backside going in for the Numen Blast. Gets in 4 members. But unfortunately, La La Land does not have any more mana there. It would have been a nice setup, but unfortunately it is going to be Brazil, or rather Argentina, winning in that trade and getting in a free turtle here for this game number 3.
I really thought that Brazil were gonna go a bit more aggressive there, knowing that they have a Loyi, they have a Roger, all great picks for a pre-level 4 skirmish, but they just waited for the level 4, and with Argentina having all the tools there, you saw that combo, man. Revitalize, hard guard, Hylos running straight at you, not to mention backed up by an Enhanced Chain and the Minion Fury. Argentina just completely steamrolled Brazil right there, and without enough crowd control, with Keria coming in so late to the party, it's a great Numenon Blast that has potential to be landed multiple times in this game, but it has to be landed earlier in the fight, man. You can't just wait that far out. So I think Brazil needs to kind of plan out these fights a bit better, and considering that they have the diversion, I feel like they should be able to find windows to try and make that happen.
Oh, this is actually interesting build coming out from Angelus, right? Oh, the diversion play though. I think Lucid Dreams, they know that they teleported somewhere else. Miz setting up the place here over on the top side. She still does not have the flicker yet, but the presence of mind here from both these teams, right? That could have been at least a counter engage from the side of Argentina. Going back to the pickup here on the Loyi and even the Sky Piercer for Angelus, right? I think that you started it off with this item. You kind of want to go in for those dives, so this means that they might go in for the full engage here, knowing that the Roger has that. So maybe go spam in those basic attacks and go in for the engage. Now Hybridi gonna go get into Daytona's welcome. Not gonna be able to sustain that though. Neo pops in the Revitalize in the nick of time. That is so unfair, man. Look at the Thunder Belt. It's not a regular belt, everybody. It is a Thunder Belt. That's the first item here of Neo, and definitely one of the best adjustments that were made apart from the Sky Piercer into this current patch, which makes other heroes actually shine, right? They get the Thunder Belt, get in part of a Clock of Destiny. You can just keep on going for these engages, and as you can see, the Heart Guard is most of the time reserved towards Neo here, who's standing at a 102. They're getting zoned away from the turtle. Look at the blazing duet here from Riza. Not enough damage just yet, but it's gonna be enough to take down Angelus. The Numenon Blast again from the backside. It's not gonna be enough. Hybridi forced to flicker out as Korea gonna try to use in the reflection coming out from that side. A double kill picked up by Neo. With the heart guard coming out from Nell as well, they can go all aggressive here on Brazil. 6 kill. Under the board, Lucid Dreams. Okay, they do find a win there with Aslan. I wasn't so sure. I think Aslan was just going to try to clear out the base, but does manage to find out Lucid Dreams. There's a diversion play here onto Nell, though. He's going to get the combination. Flicker out for Nell in the nick of time. Not able to get any, but it is going to be Argentina winning in all of these trades across the boards, but they haven't been able to convert just yet.
They in fact lost the turret on the top side of the map too, so Brazil kind of finding ways to kind of at least stay somewhat equal. But again, when it comes to the positioning, the maneuvers before the fights, Argentina are just doing a lot better right here. And Brazil, they do have less options, less tools to really work with. But if they keep the game stagnant like this and they aren't unable to really capitalize on the diversions, then they're kind of wasting a lot of this early game potential from La La Land. And Argentina, as always, you can see with the advantage in burst damage, with the chance to just go hard guard and cancel out a pickoff, they're a lot more comfortable just walking around solo around the map. Because even Brazil, even if they do find a pickoff, they don't have enough damage to take out the tankier members from the side of Argentina.
Well, they don't have that much items just yet, right? Like if you think about it, Brazil does have the damage. If you think about it, like you got two marksmen, you got La La Land here onto the Loi, but the problem is, how do you peel through the front line here? Look at Neo. He's gonna get ganked here by 4 members. Look at Aslan. Basic attacks here and there. The Windtalker has been picked up. Half HP for Neo and still survives. And not to mention, you still have the hardcore available anytime here to go up against Neo. You got the diversion play here all the way to the turtle. Will this be enough to change the tides, Korea? Not using up the Numenon Blast just yet, but there it goes, the Numenon Blast, and it's gonna be a jealous Brazil picking up the turtle and a kill onto Lucid Dreams. With that, the Tonas welcome. They get a clap back onto the diversion play. They get the turret as well up on the bottom. Riza going in for the Blazing Duet. La La Land does not have the flicker. Uses it actually, but not enough time as Neo again will pick up the kill. How do you penetrate the front lines here as the Hylos just keeps on going? You have the slows here from the Angela. It is not gonna be easy to get out of that. Unfortunately, Angelus is able to use the Lycan Pounce out, and that is honestly what's really making it difficult here for Brazil to go in for the engage. The Hylos, you got the Angela, and you got the Minoan's Fury here to kind of counter-engage up against the members of Argentina.
Well, Brazil at least are making a great job moving around the map, using the diversion there, sending everyone to the top side and diversioning down to the bottom side. I think that was a really good play already. Argentina has to see it coming, man, but they spot out the diversion this time. Misses out of position though.
Yep, there's the glorious pathway to slow everybody down as Neo just continuously intimidates everybody in these team fights. One step ahead of everybody, just blocking in the path of whoever wants to dive in at these moments. And now Neo again gonna go in for Korea here, gets in a nice Numenon Blast, but the hard guard's up with the Revitalize, and they go in for the flicker. Minoan's Fury combination, and to top it all off, you got the Blazing Duet here from Riza, picking up a double without any casualties at all. Brazil started up the team fight, but now they go for the retaliation. Hybridi misses that. The Tonas welcome for a little bit, almost catching Riza off guard there. Of course, use that Purify 302 on this Claude, by the way. 9 kills for the side of Argentina, but what I'm seeing here is that they haven't been able to convert as much, right? Look at the turrets up top here. It's mostly Brazil that has taken it by force.
It's due to the macro pressure that they have. When it comes to fights, Argentina are just getting ahead every single time in these brawls because they have a lot more survivability. I'm hoping to see a lot of regeneration negation items from the side of Brazil because they desperately need it, man. Against the Revitalize, the Hard Guard, and the roar from the Minotaur as well. There's no way you come out on top right here if it's just a pure on slugfest. Brazil have to find ways to isolate Argentina. Maybe use the Numenon Blast as a zoning tool instead of trying to use it as actual just crowd control. Or play the macro game and use that diversion and do it in a more elusive manner, in a more flanking style. I do feel like whenever they take a fight that gets quite messy, I feel like Argentina takes it all the way though, just because all of the heroes kind of work well independently, whereas for Brazil, especially the backline, they're so vulnerable that they require assistance from each other to even survive Neo just barreling down through.
Yeah, it's the same case as the X-Bor. You can see the presence being felt, right? Like Neo is just going all the way up in front of the members here of Brazil just to intimidate them. Does he have the glorious pathway? No, he doesn't. I think the sheer presence here of Neo is just enough to cause the members of Brazil to just back away. And not to mention, right, the hard card is still available, so it's again not that easy to take her down. But I think for Brazil, they're just gonna convert to some neutral objectives here as Angelus gonna be making her way up top. They do have the diversion to go all the way to the Lord. They do have that vision as well because Korea and Hybridi is over there as well, so they might go and try to go in for that concealed play there. Flicker in there by Lalaland. Misses there as Nell as well forced to use the flicker out. There's going to be immense pressure here as the members here of Argentina are going to go in for the Lord. There's the Numen on Blast. Will it be enough time to go in for the Steel Blazing Duet here? Lucid Dream's going to be picking it up for Argentina. Glorious Pathway being laid out. Hybridi going to be taking a brunt of the damage here. But from the backside, Aslan going to be able to free it. Everybody, Angelus going to try to take in the backlines. But Aslan, again, with the impeccable positioning, getting a 3-0-0 onto the carry. They actually managed to take down Neo and Miz in the process, right? These are the things that you need to do, and this is a ticking time bomb composition coming out from Brazil. You got two marksmans. They got the Claude here with Riza, who has scaled up pretty well, but up against two marksmans, the carry that can melt down the tanks, they kind of have to convert here for the side of Argentina. They've been winning all of these team fights, so they kind of have to clap back here at some point.
It's just going to be a bit more difficult for them to try and get anything because they did lose several members, and that's, you know, that fight kind of happened in an ideal condition, ideal situation for Brazil, and still they were unable to really get too much value so far, at least. So now for Argentina, I feel like two flasks of the Oasis is built up for the Minotaur and the Angela. The cooldown for that item is on each individual hero, each individual player, not from like the item itself. So technically, if the extra shielding that you get when you're low already gets popped, you know, the next heal coming in from the Minotaur or the Angela won't really help you out anyways. So that's something that they kind of have to think about for the side of Argentina. For Brazil, again, I think it's about kind of getting into synergy right here, because you see that Aslan desperately wants to dish out some damage, carry the game for her team, but at the same time, with the way Brazil has been playing these fights, they're forced to kind of dive in past all the crowd control to get their hands on Riza or on Lucid Dreams, because they can't deal enough damage to deal with Neo. So they gotta get on the same page, right? They can't leave Aslan in the back and leave everyone diving forward. They have to all be on the same page and how they want to approach these fights.
This is honestly really tough for Brazil. Like, they already have the damage though here from Aslan. As long as they can penetrate through Miz and Neo, they should be okay, right? But the problem is here, Nell has that hard guard, right? To kind of have that additional shield and the slows as well coming out from the love waves. As you can see, Nell not even gonna join the team fights here, just hiding in the bush down bottom, right? Just to make sure that the ultimate is up when they need it. It's gonna be that pressure.
Oh.
The diversion play has been made though. It's gonna be Neo. Okay, it's only gonna be Aslan.
Oh, wow.
Angelus rather sent in through the portal there. I think a little bit of miscommunication towards their side. Fortunately enough, she was pretty fast, able to Lycan pounce out of there, or that would have been at least a pick off there because Neo was just right around the corner.
A dangerous moment right there for Brazil, man. Argentina could have really punished that very decisively. Unfortunately, they were kind of reading into it as well. Like, hang on a minute, if anyone comes through here, there's no way it's only one person, right? But turns out it is. Now for Brazil, they're trying to make the same play. Send the Lo Yi +1 to the bottom side.
Oh no!
Oh, but look at this in the mid lane.
Yep, that is one heck of a pathway there. Highway to heaven or highway to hell there, but that was enough to zone away the members here of Brazil, as Argentina wasting no time here. They got the claw. This is the enhancer that we're talking about. That I think Brazil, they're not gonna let this go without a fight. The damage from Riza is also there, plus the enhanced Lord swings are starting to hurt right now, but it is gonna be all about the zoning here. Neo, the Tonus welcome, and the glorious pathway to combine it up. You got the Minotaur's Fury as Riza goes all the way into the backlines to get in that peel. The Numen Blast is here. Neo, how are you still surviving all of this? Lucid Dreams is down for the count. Brazil gets a massive pick off despite the zoning there. They got the target that they want, and without the retribution holder, they can go for this Lord. But you know what? Neo and Miz says no here. Korea does find Riza here. She's a little bit low. They're going to continue the team fights here as Neo going to force to pop in. The Glorious Pathway. It's going to be Korea soaking up all of the damage here. She goes down. Glorious Pathway from the backside. Miz is going to get taken down there by Aslan. There's the shutdown that comes through here from Riza. Neo still surviving here, but without the Heart Guard, it's going to be a double kill there picked up by Aslan. And now you see the value coming out from the carry here of Aslan that hasn't been taken down, despite the fact that there's so many ways to dive in and take her down. Looking at her items here, it is almost complete for the carry. You got the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, the Corrosion Sight, and of course the Wind of Nature to counter out the Blazing Duet damage coming out from Riza.
Wind of Nature, I think, is the most important one there. Now with the Sea Halberd, though, more max HP damage in the inventory slot for her. Looking at the side of Neo though, it's an Oracle on top of all these tankier items he's building. He's not actually stacking up a lot of HP or mana. I don't believe I saw the Clock of Destiny in the inventory of Neo, so it's not that build that we're looking at. And I think now Brazil kind of caught wind of a potential solution right here. The carry at this point is strong enough to duel anyone, including the Claude. So if they send the carry out as the split push tool and still escort her with La La Land, it's kind of two birds with one stone. They keep the backliners relatively in safety, and technically they can keep winning all these 2v2s or 1v1s. Now they've made their move though, and they might be going straight for the Lord here.
Oh, it's a reset. Okay, reset here. The Tonas welcome. Who do they get? I think they got their Lucid Dreams. And combined with the double blast and the blazing duet onto Riza. They do the cleanup work. A double kill here for Angelus. As Riza gonna do up the work, but look at the guards' full work. It's gonna reflect up the damage. It's not gonna be easy to take down that Lolita. It's gonna be 2 members for the price of 1. Hybrid, the only one to fall, but the price that he was willing to pay to get Brazil ahead. Right now, the question remains, are they going to go for the Storm? Because Argentina, even though they don't have their junglers, even Lucid Dreams is not here, they're going to force out the team fight. There's the Glorious Pathway onto La La Land. He gets the Winter Crown there to buy some time. Riza not going to be able to dish out the damage that he wants up against Aslan. It's way too much, but with Nell there to back her up, they are still able to sustain. But man, this carry, so deadly at this point. Every single member here of Brazil almost getting into the immortality point. 7 minutes into the game. No one is letting up just yet. It is clapbacks after clapbacks here. And this is where it started to show. Brazil already earning that time that their marksmen are going to shine into this game. And Aslan again, time and time again, you are not able to touch her in any of those team fights anymore. It's now the tanks. It's now the front lines of Argentina that is suffering the true damage coming out from the carry. But bottom side though, there's gonna be a diversion play here onto Aslan. Okay, he gets the backup here. Nell gonna be forced to use in that heart guard in the nick of time to escape that. There's the Numenor Blast here onto Lucid Dreams, but they don't get anyone. No follow-up just yet. Lord is already at 1/4 HP, but that's gonna be a duel down bottom side. Aslan, no more immortalities here. They get the shutdown here after a long while, as Mids as well able to clap back up against Angelus. What is going on here for Brazil? They already have the damage, but the way Argentina was able to split up the map, get Aslan down bot, get Angelus also in the Lord pit. What is going on here with Argentina? They got the Lord here as well. Now it's only Korea and La La Land left to defend here. They got Riza here as well. Glorious Pathway being laid all the way into the base here of Brazil. As La La Land will fall, it's now down to Korea. The death timers are real here. They're gonna go for the enhanced chains. It is over. Brazil is gonna fall. Argentina gonna successfully pull off a reverse sweep.
What a play from Argentina. The whole sequence of events dealing with the macro game pressure. It's fortunate that they do have that Angela as a factor as well. We have talked about the dangers of this Hylas, the fact that the carry can be a potential counter. But when the Hylas comes in out of nowhere like that, with the help of the Angela as well, there's just way too much tankiness built in that moment for the 2 main backliners of Brazil to melt down. The concentrated effort of both the Lo Yi and the carry still wasn't enough, man. That high loss is absolutely oppressive, and you're seeing why right here. And with the Revitalize even, man, I can't imagine how much damage she tanked up and how much damage that Brazil was outputting, and was just thinking like, man, why isn't she falling? This is ridiculous.
I know, right? It's absolutely insane to see that despite even the turret damage, there's only once that she got shut down, but this just enabled Argentina really to go in for those dives, especially for Lucid Dreams and Riza. It made it all the more easier for them, right? You lay the Glorious Pathway down, you get that movement speed up for the Claude, and the Blazing Duet just gets all the more deadly here at this point. This is one of the points that you see the Revitalize come up. Angelus gonna try to go in for the front lines, and eventually Riza, again, having a much better position there with the Blazing Duet. There was a lot of team fights here and there in this game, but it was a lot of clapbacks coming out from the side side of Brazil by the time it reached like the 15-minute mark where Aslan got in the items already, so it was starting to hurt. They got a couple of shutdowns as well. That's why they were able to eventually move forward.
You can see that Brazil, I feel like they were just really desperately trying to go for a decisive fight. They even resorted to using Hybrid's Daytona's ultimate in an aggressive fashion. And we're thinking it's going to be a bit of a back and forth. But since they know that they can't match with the sustain and the maneuverability from the hard guard potential from the side of Argentina, they decided at least we're going to get a pick off immediately. But once they did that, unfortunately, you can see that the damage output, the AoE from everyone, was just too much to handle, man. And you can see that because of this, there's so much AoE being thrown around. Aslan is trying her best to try and move forward, try and do some damage, but she's kind of constantly zoned out by the threat of just getting hit by a random, technically stray crowd control tool. And afterwards, after that main play in the bottom lane, man, I feel like that just sealed the deal. They lost 2 in the bottom side of the map. They even lost one other member on the top side near the Lord even. So
Yeah, I wasn't jealous.
Argentina just played it really, really well. They were playing it patient, and they made sure that they knew who has the urgency, who is the one that really needs the fight, and it wasn't them. So they were just content, just sitting around, waiting for Brazil to eventually be forced to make a desperate play. And I gotta say, man, it's just a great show of game understanding and, of course, the discipline in those intense moments in the middle of trying to pull off a reverse sweep.
Look at the damage though of Riza here. 94,000. I think this has to be the most damage that has been dealt by a gold laner. I think the last time we've broadcasted the male division over in the playoffs as well, it was at least like 70k damage. But this has to be the most damage coming out from the Claude, right? And she was enabled so much to go in for these dives, all care of the teammates that she had in the Miz. Neo lay out the glorious pathway for Riza to be able to have a very nice blazing duet to just set things up here. And of course, it is going to be Riza, the MVP for this game. There were a lot of heroes, a lot of players that enabled Riza to reach this far into the matchup. 619 onto the Claude. You still got the Wind of Nature just to respect the opponent as well, knowing that the carry was already dishing out a lot of damage in the late game, plus the Rogers like and pounce. But this has to be the most damage that I've seen, 94,000. Let's see if later on we'll have a whole lot more damage coming out from the gold laners. But overall, the Claude of Riza just had such a good game here. There was so much support from the entire team, which really enabled her to scale that far.
Like we said, it's also still comboable with the hard guard as well. And for the most part, in game number 2, we saw Riza on the same pick. It's just that Brazil weren't able to put up enough of a fight for Riza to kind of show off that late game damage, that shred, that AoE as well. So in this game where the fights becomes that much closer, especially in the late game, you saw, man, that a well-placed, well-timed blazing duet, still keeping in mind the bulwark from the Lolita that can negate the bulk of that damage. She just times it perfectly and just shreds everyone down, showing again that Claude in the late game, the carry is great, but the Claude, in an AoE setting can definitely do a lot of damage still.
Yeah, this is where you see the different combinations that work in the lineup. Glorious Pathway, the hard guard, and the blazing duet just to set things up for Riza. Congratulations to Argentina for pulling off a reverse sweep. This was nothing new. You guys might have seen this in the previous stream of the men's division, wherein they also opened up the Americas B with Argentina actually taking in a reverse sweep up against Brazil. And now it is going to be Argentina actually for the men's division going to WEC to Riyadh this year. So looking forward to that. And for this Argentinian female team, we are looking to see so much more. The understanding, the adaptability that they've made, the changes that they had for the last 2 games just really sealed the deal for them to be able to move forward. But for now, Arashi, we're going to be taking a break before we head over to our next matchup. We just kick-started it off with 3 matches here for the women's division. So see you guys in a little bit. Don't you guys go away. Iesf American Regional Qualifiers. We'll be right back. was quite a short break that we had here for the Americas Regional Qualifier. We're back with more MLBB action for the women's division, and we kickstarted it off with a solid 3 matches for our teams to kickstart it off. It was Argentina versus Brazil. Brazil eventually taking in the reverse sweep. And speaking of, it's Argentina rather. So Argentina, that being said, they are going to be playing here for the next round. They're going to be going up against Chile in, again, another best out of 3. No rest for these girls, just that 5-minute break that we had. But of course, to continue their win streak, this is going to be the matchup that we're going to be having. Argentina fresh off the sweep or reverse sweep that they had up against Brazil. Now they're going to be going up against Chile here for the next round, still in a BO3.
With the matches ending minutes before this upcoming match, I feel like there's going to be some residue, right? Call it fatigue, call it preconceived notions about how to play the game from the first match here that they're going to be carrying over to Chile. So that can be a plus, that can be a negative. They're definitely warmed up, if anything. They've been playing insane games there in match number 1, back and forth again and again. The mechanics are definitely not going to be cold or like not warmed up. So for Chile, that's the question that they have to go right now. Do they want to try and go for the same strategy? Do they want to try and go for just a straightforward pick-off strat or team fight strat? Because against overwhelming odds, Argentina showing to be one of the favorites right here, sometimes a simple approach is best without overcomplicating it. But Argentina, though, take a look at their roster here.
Let's reintroduce them once again, fresh off their win from Brazil. You got Neosita, Catanita, Riza, Miz, and Nelina playing here for Argentina. And looking at what they've pulled off in game number 1, Arashi, that's definitely difficult, right? Like, reverse sweeps are difficult, but not impossible. They were able to do so up against Brazil, getting in the momentum and hoping to carry it to this series. They're just so good. I think the playmakers has to be Neo. And then you got Nell for the team. There's just really a lot of different combos. And I think for Argentina, they work really well with these synergized play from respective heroes. And I think they work so much better with a whole lot more CC in their composition. Because if you recall, in game number 1 for the first series up against Brazil, they didn't really have that much. So they kind of adjusted for their next two rounds and eventually got in the reverse sweep that they wanted.
Well, crowd control is always a great tool to have in handy, right? You can use it for a variety of different reasons. I'm on the personal belief that you can't really have too much crowd control. Crowd control is always going to be good. So I think especially when it's so macro heavy right now, the game, with all the macro potential from like Aloy and Chip we saw earlier, and even the Angela showing up again after being a bit less seen for a while. There's so many ways to punish that, but only when you have the right tools, the right kind of crowd control. So for Chile, the roster for today is going to be Annabelle Erostello, Misla Akaneta or Akaneta Barrera,
Akanita.
Barbara.
Akanita, I think. Another Japanese-inspired IGN, I think.
Is it?
Maybe. A little bit. Maybe. Sounds like it though, but we have to ask. We have to ask her definitely after that. You got, of course, also Venus Girly, Moonshow, and Cherub MB playing here for Chile. Again, we haven't seen these ladies play just yet. You've only seen Argentina, and I think Chile can pick up some notes on what went down in the first series. Right, it extended all the way up until game number 3, and for Argentina, they already got the momentum here. For Chile, they kind of have to either stop that here for the first game if they don't want to get immediately swept here from Argentina's dominant 2 games that they've had up against Brazil for game number or series number 1.
Right. So the question is how they plan on doing so, right? There's only so much you can kind of garner from watching tape, as we call it, or watching replays and seeing previous games. And so for Argentina, I guess denying them crowd control can work, but they also show a great deal of understanding when it comes to rotations, when it comes to when and where they should make plays happen. I mean, Brazil tried to go for a lot of different surprising split pushes. They've tried to use the diversion to try and get objectives around the map. But Argentina, within the span of several minutes, were able to immediately adjust and at least match the splitting that Brazil was doing. So for Chile, I think they have to understand that whatever strategy they have right here, it seems to work. they have to be ready for Argentina to come up with a solution. So while they do have the lead, while they still have Argentina kind of confused, they have to already be starting to prepare like the next play, the next move, right? Stay ahead and don't expect Argentina to just stay baffled for long because they've shown great adaptability here from match number one.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of like different combinations that they could have gone for. Like, I think they did not expect that high loss sideline pick, and it worked really well for them, right? For Neo, I think she was one of the game changers, especially when given the right heroes to enable her to actually make the plays. She was such a nuisance, especially for Brazil in game number 2 and game number 3. So if they give her that kind of hero that can be such a nuisance to the team here of Chile, they can definitely be able to advance, right? From start to finish, Neo was a nuisance with the X-Borg, with the high loss. So I think that is something that Chile has to consider, considering the performance there of Argentina for the first series of today. And now looking into this game, I think it's also going to be vital to see if it's going to be Argentina or is it going to be Chile that is going to be playing on the blue or red side. We've seen a lot of high success, especially if the team is on the blue side, especially over on the men's division. But here in the ladies, we have yet to see that unfold. The draft is going to be ready in just a little bit. And for everybody who just tuned in, if you guys want to get some updates, we also have another stream up. On the other side, it's going to be the finals for the men's division of the Americas Regional Qualifiers. You got Naisu and Mirko there, so don't you guys miss out. Check out the stats, the live stats over at Iesf.gg. But now, Arashi, this is going to be Argentina on the blue side, Chile on the red, and that was really fast bans coming out from Argentina. They can do this, taking out some power picks like the Zas and the Turizla, and the Loi that seems to be such a hard hero to deal with, especially with the gangs. They take away the Roger here as well, something that can't be flexed in this lane, which means that the chip is open here, by the way. And the Zusin.
All right. Well, Argentina, with the more straightforward approach, immediately goes for the Tushin. Able to use it for great wave control, great fighting as well, which just seems to be their style, what they want to do. Now, against that, though, Minotaur already?
Mm-hmm.
Will Chile opt for one of those global plays? Because it's going to be very difficult to try and pull that off when against a region that's kind of a bit more experienced, right?
Wow.
Experience seems to be the one factor that kind of limits the potential of those big macro plays. So for Chile, they go straight for this straightforward approach, right? Win in the lane, get some dominance, and win in those team fights with big crowd control tools as well. And technically, sustain can be a problem for the Tushin because you can, of course, spam out your lantern again, the lantern flare, and do damage. But once your mana is gone, if your opponents aren't dead by then, you have to wait for a while to get your mana back up. So sustain can be a great solution to come up against this new, very strong hero.
Oh, that's a lot of magic damage though. They go ahead and pick up the Harriet here to amp it all up. You got the true damage from the Alpha, of course, to deal with the front line that Chile has picked up. It's actually looking really scary, especially for the Zusin and the Harriet. The Yuzong is just way too good at zoning out the back lines. They got a Minotaur to counter engage as well. For Chile now, will they go for the jungler pick? Because it seems like a lot of these bans are centered towards their jungler. So will they go for a fighter, perhaps an assassin? If you're talking about meta assassins, the Hayabusa is still up, the Fanny even. But wow! I did not... Okay, I was expecting maybe like a savior, a whole lot more range, maybe something like a Vixana, right? Anti-team fights, but wow, okay. A lot of people would argue saying that, okay, the Nana is just good for the ranked games, and it is pretty popular, especially in, you know, the lower ranks from Epic up until I would say Mythic. This is always seen or almost on the ban list. But how is this going to fare up against Argentina? I would say the Zusin has very good AoE. So does the Harriet. But will the Nana be actually enough to take down this first 3 picks of Argentina?
I feel like it depends, right? I feel for Chile, the idea is just, again, more crowd control. And technically, with all these aggressive heroes on the side of Argentina, every single one of these heroes so far, at least, are very close range, or at least mid-range at best. And that applies for the Harriet as well. So if you just put down a Molina, that can transmute you into the doll, right? Kind of guaranteed crowd control placed on the ground, you can kind of effectively deny or zone out a lot of these heroes that kind of want to get up close, that need to get up close and personal. And maybe that's the idea they want to go for, right? Just just use zoning to secure better team fighting. That is an approach we've seen before, but for Argentina here, the fact that they have secured the Harriet and they ban away the two solid gold laners here, Chile is kind of running out of options because they ban away the Roger as well.
Mhm.
So you do wonder what exactly will be coming up here. If it's going to be team fighting that they're looking for, I think they need good. I was,
Mhm.
well, I was going to say good DPS, and Melissa definitely qualifies. And with the Galway, it's a great solution for all these heroes that need to get up close and personal.
The Harriet up against the Melissa. I've seen this pop up in the men's division. Had a good
Mhm.
success rate under the hands of Melon of the United States, and now here against Chile's lineup, they got the setups here with the Yuzong and the Minotaur. They got the of course the burst coming out from the Nana. I'm actually surprised that they also took out the Martis here in the second phase for Chile. Actually, what is the idea behind that? Are they thinking that they might go for an XP lane Martis? Because most of the time it's actually going to be the Alpha on the jungle. They go in for more of the sustain here for Argentina, picking up the Ruby and of course the Grok here to add up to the setup plays that they can have. With this being said, is it
Mm.
the Ruby on the XP or is it the Grok on the XP? But if this is going to be the case, this might just be a Ruby XP. So a little bit of throwback to seasons ago. This is used, but in the current patch, it has been only in the gold, right? So not so sure. They want to have that extra lineup to go for the I'm offended. I
Okay.
was talking about the assassins earlier that were open. One of them was Hayabusa, and they lock it in for their final pick here for Chile. So it's an alpha versus a Hayabusa here. How's that looking so far? It's a fighter versus an assassin here, Arashi.
In general, the fighters always do better against an assassins because you need some more items, and the fighters are usually tanky enough, and they have sustain sometimes. And Alpha definitely brings that to the table. My main concern for the Hayabusa isn't the Alpha though; it's the Grok, right? Having augmenting that wave clear in the mid lane to ensure that he'll be inside your jungle, spotting you, just kind of being overall annoying with the power of nature. Can't be crowd controlled. Extra tanky when he's near walls as well. If you're a Hayabusa, you're already somewhat vulnerable against a Grok. I think you're even more so. So he's gonna be forced to use that retribution a lot more often, a lot more frequently, and that might lead to Argentina just having an inherent advantage before the neutral objective contest even happens. So I think that's like the main challenge here for the side of Chile, protecting that jungle, man. Because if the Hayabusa gets rolling, we've seen how devastating it can be, especially with the new Sky Piercer. It was lethal.
Mm-hmm.
But if they fall behind in the beginning, man, that's gonna be so difficult to kind of recover from.
Yeah, I think that's the risk that they're willing to take with the assassin pick, right? Especially if you get picked off, you don't have the purple in all of these team fights. It's gonna be difficult for the Hayabusa, whereas the Alpha does not really need that purple buff. Say they don't have it, right? The urgency is there more for the Hayabusa. Now we see Nell using that lantern flare to its fullest potential, actually chunking down Venus Girly to half HP already. I think at some point the passive might get proked here for the Nana. Going back into the overall draft here, I would say Argentina has a good amount of like meta picks. Combine it with some of these I would say pocket picks coming out from their side as well. Miz being a nuisance here to their lane, but look at Nell though. Chunking down Venus Girly way too low there, just tugging her, picking her up with the lantern flare, forcing her to back away. So clear advantage, forcing Eros to use the retribution there as well is already a clear win here for the side of Argentina.
I kind of wish that maybe Nell would have rotated immediately to try and help out and make plays with that lane advantage, because that's one of those strong suits of the Chusian. They're going on arrows now though, but Limonchito will be able to try and peel back, but at what cost?
It's gonna be Miz taking a lot of the basic damage. Attacks Venus Girly as well for the backup here. Lemoncito can go in for the dives here. Not enough just yet. They're focusing all their resources onto one person. But now we see
Whoa.
Kata as well with that level 4 going over to the mid lane. Now bottom side's gonna be a bit of a problem though. Riza all alone here as Limoncito and Eros gonna be rotating towards this side as well. Lots of pokes coming out from the Melissa here of Cherub MD. But over on the top side though, the Ruby seems to be doing well up against the Yuzong here of Akane. And here comes the backup coming out from Kata, forcing out the Black Dragon 4 way too early. So that's one utility out of the belt. Eros going in for doing a shadow kill. Riza gonna get outplayed, survives still for a bit, but it's gonna be a clapback as well from Riza. The turret damage is way too much. And now Argentina To go straight for this turtle without any contest at all, as Kata will be able to pick that up. I am offended goes in, and the Spear of Alpha onto 2 members. It's gonna be Akane falling. Limoncito forced to flicker out to safety. Now Argentina deep in the base of Chile as well.
Just immediately pivoting towards the buffs immediately. I think that's a great move. And look at Riza trying to equalize. Cherry BMB might be taken out, but Riza, lacking the damage, finally secures it though. But he's gonna be chased down and still making a play though. Not realizing Limoncito is on the way. This might be a mistake.
No! Okay, still has the shields, but gets bursted down there by Venus Girly. Now we see Miz as well, forced to use the retribution again here for Eros. Lays down the quad shadows here for him to escape. And now we see the lantern flare being used here. And Minoa's Fury Eros flickers out here for Nell. Jerry MB gonna go in. Wild charge out the 3 members, but the damage not there just yet. Forced to use the Yogi Shadow kill here for Eros. Nell, Miz able to escape. That was such a beautiful setup, but unfortunately, Nell, it is more of the utility here for the Jusin. So if you had a burst mage there, that could have been at least like a 3-man wipeout. But look at what Argentina is doing. They're cutting the waves down mid, right? A lot of pressure here being felt. Look at Neo. Being such a nuisance from the series #1 and all the way here. She's actually way too deep in. Gonna try to get in some I am offended here. Still able to sustain. Lemoncito forced to back away into the turrets. Look at the pressure being created here by Argentina. Black Dragon form is here as well from Akane, just to zone everybody out, but the turtle's gonna be up in just a little bit, so they won't go for more here.
In the grand scheme of things, I thought that Argentina would be more aggressive, especially the Alpha. 3 levels ahead already, finding ways to get into the jungle really seems to be prioritized for them, and now they go and do the same thing. Now you're starting to see them really prioritize the opponent's jungle over their own jungle. Because they do have the pressure in all of the lanes, not just in one single lane. In every single lane, that means that Eros needs to adjust and try and find farm gold and EXP somewhere else right here. If they want to go for a dive, they can punish, but I think it's gonna be a bit too costly if they're trading it for everything else.
Okay, there's some minion waves coming in. Eros gonna go in for Riza here, and the go away comes through. 1-for-1 trade-off onto the gold laner, but here it comes, the tug in from the lantern flare. Passive has been broke here by Venus, and there is the clapback. Limoncito as well, taking the damage, gets tugged right in by the lantern flare as well. Skata will pick up the kill. It is Riza for the price of 3 here on the gold lane. A hefty price to pay as Argentina pushes through the mid lane as well as the bottom lane.
It's just so unfortunate for the side of Chile, or maybe it's just very smart from the side of Argentina. The fact that they're gold laner, you see how Argentina's playing. They're just pressuring everywhere, going for neutral objectives, and they're leaving Riza to her own devices. But usually, the gold laner gets dove on because of that. But since this is a tankier type of gold laner with built-in sustain, built-in shielding, you're seeing that Chile is struggling to really punish the overextension as well. And Miz, once again, scouts and gets out. There's just not enough crowd control available for Chile to try and catch her.
Yeah, she just can keep on doing this, right? Like, can be like the combination here of Miz and Nell. It's way too much. Cherry MB gonna be forced to use in the go away, but with Kata's Spear of Alpha, she's gonna be taken down. Limoncita is the next one onto the chopping board. Venus Girly forced to back away, and that all happened under the turret there of Chile. Now we see the Black Dragon form here by Akane. Concealed play has been made here by Miz. Does not have the wild charge just yet. Akane's able to sustain as Eros gonna try to go in for some play here. There's way too much members here of Argentina, and now they go in and create more pressure. 8 kills here for Argentina and a 5k lead 6 minutes into the game.
A 5k lead and a 5 level lead for Kata as well on the Alpha. This is how difficult it is if you're an assassin and you're this far behind. Chile are powerless to try and get something for Eros. She makes a solo play though. 1v1?
Oh, what? Look at the damage coming out from the Cinco Fisher. Dive in and out, pops in the Sabbath Force, and actually outplays! A double kill picked up here by Riza. Now Cherry MB a little bit too late there. Riza taken down real low. Guess it gets the dash out. Still has the Purify, but what was that? Eros trying to go for the gank, and now here comes the cavalry of Argentina. Cherry MB nowhere to go as Riza gonna get the final laugh in that team fight. Imagine going up against two under your own turret, able to outplay Limoncito and Eros at that. Is just way too good, man. 7 minutes, we have our last turtle of the game, but Argentina wasting no time as well, taking in as much neutral objectives as they can.
It's a 7k gold lead for Argentina at this point, and Kata is still just increasing the level gap. Eros got a level, but so did Kata, and at this point, neutral objectives are just not in the picture for Chile, man. They have to just find ways to get something, anything even, because Argentina is slowly but surely cutting off the map systematically. And Riza once again.
Okay, Riza. Eros gonna try to go in for the Yogi Shadow kill. Does not survive! Riza is pretty much unstoppable at this point with the Herret. You dash in and out. You got the items that you need, and plus the Purify. Not gonna be easy to take here down. Now they go straight for the Lord. Look at how fast they're chunking it down. Riza dashing in and out with the Synchro Fisher. Kata will be able to pick it up with the Retribution. Argentina picks up the first Lord of the game.
A ton of true damage as well, man, from the Alpha built in and from the Starlium side that Riza has already built up. Instead, immediately Akane is just forced to just pop the Black Dragon form and get out of there, man. Not risking it at all.
Oh, no.
Charge, though.
Oh man, that was a beautifully laid wild charge there with no one to kind of frontline here for Chile. Right before the Lord taken, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be marching down bot here. Immense pressure being created here by Argentina on all the lanes. This is the beauty of having somebody to front for you for Miz, and at the same time you got in the Lander Fair from Nell. And look at it, the Crimson Beacon takes down Akane, and now the Yogi Shadow kill. Will it be enough? It's gonna be Nell going down. They got in one. A 1-for-1 trade-off, but now Riza as well. A little bit too deep into enemy jumble. Goes in and gets in the Minoan's Fury there from Limoncito. Not enough to take her down. She still survives. The inhibitor down mid is gonna go down. A lot of minion waves crashing in here. Will this be the end for Chile? But Argentina gonna take down the turrets on the side. The Lord is still up, by the way, down bottom. But they've already taken down 2 inhibitors here.
Maybe the Moina Blitz being used up, but look at that damage. Barely enough. And every single player from Argentina can heal it back up. With the Lord coming through right here, this is every single base turret. It could be the game as well, though, if Chile can't find a way to stave off this aggression.
They're going in for the muddles all the way down. Miz again lays in the nice wild charge here. Everybody's locking in the base. It is the Lord still diving in, still alive. Akane gonna be able to stay for a little bit. It's only Venus Girly left. Passive has been broke too, but with only her being blocked by the gorgeous barrier as Argentina closes it off, continuing their streak here onto the series. They get in game number 1.
As predicted, man, if Argentina gets rolling, it's so difficult to stop them. We already said that there's potential for them to snowball out of control, but the way they did it, man, where they went once they got an advantage, I was thinking that maybe in my own urgency, they should have gone there a lot earlier into the jungle of the side of Chile. But the moment that they decided that it's time to go in, they went in, man. Nothing was given at all to the side of Chile. They just kept moving behind enemy lines, and they just kept doing it in a very smart way. It wasn't just a straight walk through. They picked and chose a when and which area of the jungle to go in from. And even though there were quote-unquote trades on the side of Chile, it always came at a cost. Riza always made it very costly for them to try and equalize. And as a result, with Eros trading her life multiple times to try and equalize the objectives, it means that she falls even further behind when it comes to farm, and you can see that really harm her presence in the game. I mean, later on, we might see that one moment where there was a 1v1, and I think Riza didn't even get taken below half HP by the all-in from Eros with the Ogi Shadow kill.
Yep, Limoncito as well. What's really hard there for the Minotaur, you want to be able to go for the instant engage, but how can you, right? Like, you get picked up here by the Lantern Flare, get tugged all the way in, and sometimes Limoncito actually is forced to use this Minoan's Fury defensively, and this was one of the outplays that I've seen. Beautiful outplay there by Riza. Eros didn't expect that that Salmon Force to still be available. Imagine that, double kill being picked up here, and was still able to clap back up against Chile here. A little bit too deep in, but the presence of mind is definitely here.
Man, there's just not enough damage. And look at what single empowered basic attack, 700 damage. immediately from the side of from Rizza there. So the burst damage is the main problem here because you can see that even on a split second, the moment you make a mistake, you just get taken out immediately. And that applies even if you're the Yuzong, even if you're the Minotaur. Only the Nana is actually immune to the immediate pickup due to the passive, but you can't send the Nana to be the main front line. And look at the gold difference at the end of that game, man. It is just absolutely overwhelming.
Yeah, they were able to scale up really fast, and I think the momentum is a huge factor, right? Pulling off a reverse sweep in the first game and then going straight into this matchup with just 5-minute break, they were able to close it off in a 10-minute mark. And what was really the main problem here for, even though there was the Minotaur here for Limoncito to kind of have that instant setup, it was almost all the time denied here by Nell, right? Like picking up the Lantern Flare and making sure that Limoncito is not able to go in for the counter engage. There's instant burst right after that too, so immediately the combination here of Nell and Miz on the Grok here in the mid lane was just way too much to handle. As you can see, Arashi, there's just way too much gold. Even all of the turrets and the neutral objectives all went to the side of Argentina in this game. And to think they closed it out right after the first Lord, and by that time, Riza again with this Harriet was able to close it out with so much gold, and even was the carry of this game with 11 kills in total, despite the fact that she has been ganked several times here.
That's a 10-minute game immediately, and Rizza, of course, is the player of the match. And the damage dealt by her, by the way, it's a lot higher than the Alpha, than the Tushin even. Yeah. Even though there were fights and a lot of skirmishes where the Tushin and the Alpha can do a lot of damage, the fact that the attention of Chile is always on Rizza allows her a lot of these moments to tank up some damage and dish damage out back. So it's not like she was left alone and she was farming and she just snowballed out of control. She was targeted and she found a way to turn it around, of course with the assistance of her team. But I think it's just important to highlight as well how badly Chile were just being like pressured down, because I believe I saw earlier, Eros's XP per minute is lower than Limoncito. So the Hayabusa has lower XP per minute compared to the Minotaur, man. That is what Argentina were able to do with that Grok, with that Alpha. Adjustments from Chile are essential right here if they even want to make it competitive.
Yeah, a back-to-back MVP here for Riza, who's just doing the work here for Argentina, getting in that MVP. And of course, it was not an easy game, suffering at least like 3 casualties from the start, but was able to take it all back for the side of Argentina, eventually winning in this game. We are now into the match point here between Argentina and Chile for the next matchup here, Arashi. But now we're going to go into a short break first before we head over to the match point. So don't you guys go away. This has been America's Regional Qualifiers for the Women's Division. Don't you guys go away. We still have more Mlbb action after this short break. with us once again, Burger Kim and Rashi, still here joining you for the Americas Regional Qualifiers for the Mlbb Women's Division. Now, we're at the match point with Argentina. They've just managed to reverse sweep Brazil in the first game, and now they are 1 point away. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the Americas B for the Women's Division, and they're only going to have one representative here for WEC. And I believe, with what we've witnessed, it might actually just be Argentina. So they're going to be going alongside their male division, going over to Riyadh once again this year. But again, they have to win this series, and I think pretty much solid, right? If you guys want to get updates, of course, you guys can check it out over at iesf.gg for more of the real-time updates. I know Wikipedia does have that update as well, but not as fast as what you get in the ISF official website. But for now, Arashi, we have to talk about this next game. Like, it's already a match point for Argentina. So I think for the side of Chile, they pulled off some of the power picks as well. Minotaur being prioritized. You got some pocket picks here and there. The Nana popping up here didn't really find that much success. So for Chile here, do they go to stick for comforts? I felt like they did that for the first game, but Argentina was just really way too good. And the Hayabusa pick though, also they locked it in for the last phase. Not so sure if they were thinking of that. Okay, the Hayabusa is open. Why not go for it? But let's see. We're going to be heading straight into the draft. Argentina this time over on the red side. Chile going for the blue. And if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be the losing team that has the prio on picking whether you're going to be on the blue or the red side. So Chile actually goes for the blue side this time. Let's see if this will actually be something that will work in their favor. They take away again a lot of the assassins here, jungler options, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a Roger last ban there for Chile in the last game. So they can still flex the Roger here, leave it open, but okay,
Well,
so they're gonna go for the same bans here.
exact same bans for now. I believe for Argentina, though, this Yu song wasn't banned in the previous game. I think Akane was the one fielding it in the Land of Dawn, so already a bit of an adjustment. And you have to wonder, right? With that kind of performance, technically they don't have to actually make adjustments just yet. Mirko always says, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." That's a common saying. And with the Zask as well banned away, they're just trying to
Chip?
take away all of these early strong laners.
Wow.
But they allowed the Terizla in the hands of Chile. And we haven't seen this Terizla prioed as much. Now for Argentina, we have to try and wait and see on what's the vision here. Is it going to be a similar composition, similar idea, but with different heroes? Because that is still very much on the table.
I'm thinking will a Minotaur come through here for Argentina? Oh, wow. Mystic Kim. And they prioritize Riza's hero this time. Oh, wow. Okay, this is looking really deadly for Argentina. I'm kind of seeing shades of what I've seen in the previous match. They've worked with the Hylos and Angela in the mid, and the only difference is they're not going to be getting the Julian. So now Chile gonna be double downing on the setups here. They pick up the Tigreal here as well. I'm thinking if they're gonna go ahead and show their gold laner as early as now, or maybe they can go for some of the jungler picks, right? Since most of the assassins, most of the fighter junglers have already been taken out. So I'm thinking if they will go for that option, maybe steal away the alpha from Kata that he has actually picked up in game number 1, or will he go for something different as well? If they want to go for fighter route, go for the Martis perhaps here, anti-CC. Great early game, but it's up to Chile here on what they will pick up. This was actually banned away. I'm actually starting to see that this is something of a comfort for this region, particularly the Americas region, because this Clint seems to be popping up from the group stage up until the playoffs even of the men's division. So prioritizing it right now, going up against the Claude. I'm not really a huge fan of the Clint though. Great poke, but going up against the Claude, it has way too much more utility than the Clint, who only has the flicker out. They lock in the Benedetta here for Argentina. Still, I would say a flex, XP lane, jungle. Now they're gonna go ahead and take away more mid laners here for Argentina.
And for Chile, I mean, two solid, if you can get the Minotaur, get the Tigreal, combo that with the Terizla, and I'm kind of okay with the Clint. I mean, I'm guessing why he's so popular is the cowboy aesthetic. We are in the Americas after all, so I do feel like the laning phase is a lot better, and in the late game, it does an insane amount of damage. So it still scales really really well. And funny enough, the weak point for the Clint is actually sometime in the mid game, depending on the power spikes of the opponents. So it's not really that bad of a pick in my opinion, but against the Benedetta right
Yeah.
there, that utility, that maneuverability you're talking about, Kim, might just become the deciding factor here. Of course, they can still use some of the tools like the implosion or the penalty zone defensively by all means, but that just opens the door for Argentina to just dive in all in with the Minion Fury, with the Blazing Duet as well. So I think Chile understands that. They're banning away ways for the side of Argentina to get to that back line, banning away the Martyrs that can maybe circumvent all of this crowd control, all of the stunts and knockups to get their hands onto the Clint.
Yeah, it's anti-CC, but oh,
Oh,
there you go. The X-Borg
yikes.
that has, I would say, 100%, almost 100% win rate here in the Americas. If you check in all of the games, twice it was used as a jungler in the men's division over in the playoffs, and now we've seen it used by Neo actually. Again, this does not confirm anything. Could be flexible between the Benedetta and the X-Borg. I think it's gonna be boiling down to the last two picks here of Chile on where they want to put these two heroes. But based on the stats on what we've seen in the previous games, Neo was the only one that held this X-Borg, so it could still be an XP lane and the Benedetta onto the jungler role. They need a mid laner here who can have great wave clear. A lot of the options are already out. They go for the
Oh,
Zerot here for the instant burst and combine it with the setups that they have here. They got the Lily as well to have that good wave clear. So now Argentina immediately picks up the Vexana as well for their side. Not gonna lie though, I like the lineup here of Argentina. They got tools to kind of initially or immediately engage here up against Chile. But Chile themselves, they also got themselves a Terizla and the Tigreal that's actually banned away in game number 1. So hopefully this will be the game changer that they need. They got the Zerot here on the jungle as well. Great wave clear when it comes to the jungle creeps, but head to head with the X-Borg though and the Benedetta, I'm not so sure. And I think this is going to be the final lineup of Argentina. Not so sure if they're going to switch up the heroes because if I'm not mistaken, I saw like Neo on the Claude, so I'm not so sure if that's going to be a switch up of roles in a matchup like this.
I feel like right now, on paper at least, there's more ways for the side of Chile to try and get a decisive fight. They have so much crowd control. They have a lot more DPS technically because Lilia is always good AoE DPS. You know, you can get resets constantly on those glooms if you've stacked up to full stacks. And the Clint can hit everyone at the same time. But the problem is for the side of Argentina, they have the Benedetta, they have the Vexana, and these are all heroes that kind of scale up in value with execution. So I feel like Argentina has more outplay potential. But if both teams are just equal and just going at it, I feel like they should really favor the side of Chile here. But I do believe, especially with this X-Borg pick, Argentina is going to make it so difficult for Chile to even contest vision and ground later on in the neutral objectives. So we just have to wait and see. They even have the sustain advantage too, by the way, for Argentina. That is some extra things that Chile has to keep in mind here.
Okay, so Lucid Dreams now on the Benedetta, so they filled out another laner here. Lucid Dream was also the jungler last time, and now with Kata
Yeah.
in the picture, rocking in the Brave Smite. So you kind of want to go in full engage, especially with the X-Borg, kind of maximizing that emblem to its fullest potential. Lucid Dreams also is something or somebody that you have to watch out for in this entire game. You got the Petrify and the Electro Final Blow that can be really deadly. You see Chile as well putting all of their resources down bot, but Miz is also there as well to kind of aid Neo in the early parts of this game. This is exactly what you can do with the Vexana though. You can poke. There was a bit of a miss out on the waves there because the Lilia Venus Girly actually went all the way down. But Akane forced the flicker out as early as now, so that's one resource away right before the turtle take.
No flicker penalty zone available. A great play by Lucid Dreams to cut the wave right there, right before the big moment, and Eros gets knocked up. But oh man, look at his damage.
Kata is going to be able to sustain, and now Last Insanity has been popped. Here comes the counter engage from Miz. Does not have the Minoan's Fury just yet. Air is going to try to go in for the dives, but it is not going to be enough because there's way too much pokes here, way too much true damage from the side of Argentina. No casualties just yet in the 2-minute mark, but Kata going to go ahead straight for this turtle, and it does not matter. You're just going to keep on regenerating your health, regenerating back your Firaga armor as long as you can keep this up.
Look at where everyone else is positioning, just ready to just punish immediately whoever walks up to try and find information. Turtle will be secured for sure. Look at Argentina immediately finding ways to capitalize, moving into the jungle, but Chile wisely understood that if they made a misstep there, the passive from Nell on the Vexana will just secure everyone, just blow up in everyone's faces. They back away, they secure the purple buff, and now they're preparing a defense for the orange. Eros makes an interesting move right here.
Okay, Minoan's Fury. Eros is able to evade all of that, and now they go for the counter days, placing Duet here onto Neos for the backside, taking down Cherry MB, and that's what you get. When you have the Clint, right? Cherry MB was able to click that flicker out, but up against the Blazing Duet and BMI of Neo, that can just really outmaneuver a Clint. You definitely win the trades there, and now with all the gold plating being taken down there, this should give Neo a start advantage up against the gold laner here of Chile.
Okay, the items, Corrosion Sight ready for Neo, so an extra bit of utility. Akane seems to be going for an ice, a dominance ice first to try and deal with the sustain. That's a great option, but they're gonna need more than that. You can see that the orange buff immediately gets contested. Argentina just takes it away from Chile.
Eros.
So already, even though Eros is going with a stronger early game hero, he is getting punished equally bad. But look at that implosion.
Yeah, Limoncito was not even able to set things up there. Nell forced to pop in the Eternal Guard here as well, but whoa! Lucid Dreams, Venus Girly forced to pop in that the Black Shoes Day. It's not no longer available here as Neo gonna pick up the kill there. Cherub MB also in trouble here. Does not have the flicker in as Lucid Dreams gonna go all the way aggressive there. Does not have the petrify anymore, but it is all for the turrets, all for the pressure that they are creating down bot.
On the top side though, Chile trying to strike back, trying to equalize somewhat. But in the jungle, you can see that Argentina has their priorities in check. They know that they're going to lose a turret right there, but they feel like it's more value to just deny the jungler. The same way they did. Look at Limoncito though.
Limoncito not able to use in that implosion, but instead it's going to be Argentina clapping back here. Everybody chunked down real low. Akane forced to flicker in, try to get the kill there. And now with that being said, Neo going to be able to punish. Lucid Dreams going to go all the way in, a little bit too deep, and the turret still survives as Akane going to take a print of the damage coming out. Look at the dives coming up from Argentina. It's way too clean. They take down Akane with no casualties at all. And it's just the turtle spawning in the left on the second one. There's just so many clashes happening all across the world. I would say this is probably almost a perfect, well, it is a perfect game so far for Argentina. 7 kills and no answers just yet from Chile.
These dives aren't even outplay heavy with a lot of
It's
immunities,
unreal.
with a lot of mobilities. It's just them going in and just out damaging. And the fact that they have Lucid Dreams on the EXP lane with a mobile outplay heavy Benedetta, this makes it so difficult because now Chile are constantly confused on how they want to trade, how they want to punish. Because the Benedetta can clear the lanes or even go for a kill if Chile misstep. Same thing can be said for the top side here. Look at this play by Akane though, trying to equalize.
Yep. Actually, Neo did not pop the Purify there, knowing that Miz has that motivational roar to kind of heal things up right after that. But that was immense pressure under the turret again. They can keep doing these dives as long as the Minotaur is there to set things up. And as you can see, there are attempts here from Limoncito to go in for the implosion, but most of the time it gets cancelled out here by Miz. The stomps coming out from the Minotaur, right? Like even before Limoncito can get set things up here with the implosion, just like that, she gets bursted down here by Neo and Nell. Way too much to take in here for Argentina's Lucid Dreams. It's gonna be a nightmare here for Eros. They just do the cleanup work. Venus Girly does not have the black shoes any longer. 3 members down again. No answers from the side of Chile. Such a dominant game here from Argentina. 10 kills, and look at the lead. 14k for Chile and 21k for Argentina. They managed to take in some turrets here, but they have to do more than that.
7,000 at 6.45 minutes in the game, and
no.
done just yet. Going immediately for the pick of Akane. Flickers out. Limoncito though tries to recover somehow.
No implosion just yet. Miz goes in for the Minoan's Fury here. Eros gonna get tugged in and bursted down there by the Eternal Guard of Nell, and even Limoncito can't do anything about that. And now, even under the turret, there gets the implosion there. Nell's gonna be taking a lot of the damage in, able to flicker, or not, rather dash out to safety. Neo though says not today. We're gonna be taking this turret and we're gonna be taking a kill as well. 7 minutes into the game, the last turtle is up here for the taking. Argentina in the cleanest game that we've seen so far here in the Americas qualifiers. Not unless Akane will be able to get the pick off. Purify out there from Neo. Able to evade the penalty zone. And there was some strike here from Eros.
Easy outplays from Neo, man. And that wasn't a respectable attempt at making an outplay from Limoncito. Unfortunately, they have to be all on the same page, man. You need backup if you want to try and make a play like that. You can see the items for the side of Chile. Only one item generally for each member, which is severely behind the members of the side of Argentina. I believe Neo is close to the 3-item power spike, even so now. And look at how easily they can deal with the pushes on the other side. With Lucid Dreams just clearing it out, and Chile are just powerless. They tried to make a trade play on the far side of the map, and even that was not allowed by Argentina.
Lucid Dreams, man. Nightmare for the side of Chile here. Not even able to convert to the turret. I think that's what they were gunning for at that point, right? Like, get that turret up top, trade it for the Lord. At least they get in some neutral objectives. But no, Lucid Dreams just says, not today. I'm gonna deny all of that. Able to clear out the waves really fast. Now Argentina got in this Lord that should march down mid. They should be able to take in inhibitors or second tier towers. But look at the damage from Neo. Wow, that was 2 bursts. But even the Clint though is starting to hurt here from Cherry MB, forcing Neo all the way back. Lord is going to be marching up top rather, so the tier 2 should go down at this point for the side of Chile. 9 minutes in. Such a dominant fashion. We're waiting for the setup here from Miz. He has a flicker available here. Are they gonna go for it? And there you have it. The initiation and the last insanity. The electro final blow to petrify Venus Girly. Unable to pop in. The black shoes just way too clean here for the side of Argentina as they siege this middle tower though. Eros gonna get tugged in there by the basic attacks. They do get a clap back here onto Lucid Dreams. So everybody's falling down real low with the motivational roar. They are able to sustain 4 members down with just the price of Lucid Dreams getting taken down there.
They're going for the base turret on the top side as well. They might get the mid turret as well. Ooh, look at the damage, man. The burst, but look at the Limoncito!
Wow! The 4-man implosion, 3-man implosion, but the follow-up was just way too late. And now, for the side of Argentina, they are able to sustain. That was such a beautiful implosion onto 3-4 members here of Argentina, but without the follow-up, right? Chile was not able to capitalize on that.
It's so unfortunate, man. I was hyped up. I thought it was time for Chile. And Limoncito is on the hunt, man. She is looking for every single possible opportunity. But she needs to kind of chill out for a bit. If you're looking at the goal difference here,
12K.
12K at this point. So she has to wait, because even if she lands the perfect implosion right there, she has to make sure that everyone on the team will follow up at the right moment and land the damage. Because we talked about the potential for everyone's AoE to kind of work together. If everyone followed up at the exact moment there, it could have been a turning point for Chile. So they have to work on being on the same page first before even thinking about winning these fights. Whereas for Argentina, I feel like that was a very unwise play to just go and brute force the base turrets. But I guess when you're 117, when you're 12K goal ahead, Argentina does whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, with a 12K lead, you're that confident to be able to take in this game, right? Not unless there's a massive implosion. I think that's the only one left to take in here. I think for the side of Argentina, they're gearing up that fact, making sure that all of their lanes are covered here, making sure that Chile can't even reach that Lord pit. And now it's going to be spawning. Just a few seconds, 4 seconds to be exact. They do pop in the light there as they have that information that it's going to be Argentina starting up this Lord. It should be an easy take, and they got a flood here. I don't think there's going to be any attempt though. It's going to be really dangerous too, because if they do try to contest for the Lord here for Chile, and with how ahead Argentina is, it could actually result to a wipeout and Argentina going in for the straight put. And there you go. They've lined up down mid. Spamming in those recall.
Man, Argentina, you gotta feel like it's inevitable at this point. Even if Chile can try and mount something, there's the Purifier in the hands of Neo as well. So even the best of implosions can't seal the deal. But let's wait and see, because Miz is looking for a play for sure.
Yep, flicker in there from Miz. And the Eternal Guard from the backside. Eternal Guard is dishing out so much damage as the last Insanity as well. Gonna be able to clean up the work. Eros, the shutdown onto Neo though by Akane. But will that be enough? Because Trace Turret is gonna be chunked down to half HP. Everybody's now following that reload. The shutdowns are coming through here for Chile. But Argentina says no. We are gonna be closing out this game with a sweep. A 2-0 for the Argentinian team.
A literal brute force attempt, man. There's no other way to put it. They traded lives to try and make sure that the game ends right there, right then. They have no interest in prolonging it any longer. 12k gold lead. I guess it's just no problem. And we already said Miz, you can see it from the way she's moving, man. She got her eyes on the prize immediately. She was just circling around, dashing left and moving left and right. That's just, you know, the aggressive look, you know, when you're trying to intimidate your opponent, just stomping around. It's exactly what that was. I called it out and immediately the play happens, and it was on the right time as well. And it all began from the early game, right? The fact that Chile went for more aggressive laners, right? Aggressive jungler as well to try and maybe get some more control here, to try and get something against Argentina. But in the grand scheme of things, especially in these fights here, you can see that the AoE from Argentina was just used to its full potential. And despite having a Lilia that in paper can output more damage than the Vexana, the amount of utility on top of the damage that Nell was able to bring for the team is part of why Chile is just always on the back foot. You can see that whenever something is thrown in the way of Argentina, Nell will just immediately stop it, and that's where Miz has all the freedom to just go for these aggressive plays, because she is not busy trying to play it defensive. She is aggressive-minded all the way since the beginning.
I think this is why the Minotaur gets prioritized heavily by a lot of the teams here. It's an instant way to engage. It got the heal here, and most of the time you see that, you know, Miz is not even wasting any single moment. As long as the flicker is up, man, she just goes in for the play, and it always almost catches Chile off guard. This was the last or the first takedown there by Chile onto Lucid Dreams. And by the time they got in the second Lord, right, like all they needed to do was siege in the base. The siege potential is huge. They got the Eternal Guard, they got the last Insanity. There were some shutdowns here onto Neo. A double kill picked up by Akane, but it's not gonna matter, right? Like, you only had one member left to defend here, which was the Clint that managed to get that shutdown, but unfortunately, all eyes on the prize. It was the base that was locked in, and Argentina gets in that clean sweep here in this game. 12 minutes and 23. Look at the damage, though. I think at this time it's a bit at par with the Claude and the Vexana. Like you've seen most of the time, they've had such a good game, right? Like Miz was able to set things up for the marksman and the mid laner. If you're actually Lemoncito here, you'd be so upset, right? You've already suffered like 6 deaths. Every time you try to go in for an implosion, you either get poked here by the Vexana or the Claude, and then get the cleanup work from the Xborg or even the Benedetta here. 12 minutes in, and look at how much Argentina has actually taken in. And I think it was a fair balance of like who was making the plays. It was an overall team effort, I would say, from Argentina, and they were able to play it out really well here for this last game.
I think a very telling stat here is the fact that the tank Limoncito did 10,000 damage. Not a lot of damage. It is more than arrows, though. That is how, again, how badly the shutdown was. Taking a look at the MVP, though, gonna be Neo. You know, as you know, I don't know. It's not really a surprise at this point, but man, it's just so dominant, and you just have to appreciate the plays from Neo herself.
Yeah.
But also the synergy from the team, right? It seems like from the beginning there is already a storyline, like a design on how they were supposed to play it out. They traded turrets, by the way, to ensure that Eros did not get to play the game at all. And I have to say, looking at the final result, it paid off, right? You wouldn't think that shutting down the jungler, taking away the buff, would be more important than a turret. But the way with Argentina and how they are perceiving this game, I guess it's just they see the line of Donna differently compared to us. So I gotta say, it's very impressive. And considering the stats from Eros for the past 2 games, I think you can't really deny the efficiency and the effectiveness of that approach, man. Because the roamer doing more damage than the jungler, man.
Yeah.
We were talking about how the jungle is the most important role right now. Not when this happens, you know?
Yeah, I think what really stood out for me too is that if you really remember clearly what happened in the first series between them and Brazil, it was actually Neo on the XP lane. A high loss, even the X board, right? And when
Right.
I saw the switch up here, I was like, okay, Lucid Dreams on the XP, and then Neo again being a threat. And I think her presence was felt, especially in the last two games for the first series, and even here for this sweep up against Chile. Good try though for Chile. They did have that experience this time heading into the qualifiers, but it is going to be Argentina that comes up on top, finishing it up real strong. But for now, Arashi, we are going to be having quite the long break here before we head over to
Oh.
America's A, because that was America's B that just finished, right? So it's more or less going to be Argentina that will secure that spot to WEC. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to a short break, or rather a quite a long break. So grab your refreshments, get in some time to get that breathing room before we head over to America's A. So don't you guys go away. Stay tuned here at the Iesf America's Regional Qualifiers for the women's division. We'll be right back with more MLBB action. We're back here with more of the action of women's MLBB here at the Americas Regional Qualifiers. Still with me, Burger Kim and Arashi. Hope you guys got some good rest over at that 60-minute break, because for the first two matches we had only a 5-minute break. So now we're going to be moving on to the next matchup, which is going to be the Americas A. We just finished off the Americas B bracket, so we have two brackets here for the Americas qualifiers. And looking at this, Arashi, going into this matchup, again, this is going to be their debut match here for this round. We haven't seen any of their matches streamed just yet, but if you guys want to get more information about the standings, on what went down in the previous matches, you guys can check it over at Iesf.gg. We're going to be having Dominican Republic here versus Guatemala in still a best out of 3. We've seen a sweep today. We've also seen a game extending up until game number 3, and based on what I've seen, Arashi, in the men's division for MLBB, I would definitely say Guatemala has a very good understanding of the game. Hopefully this is going to be the same case here for the MLBB team. I think it really mirrors like whatever the male team is fielding out, what kind of play style that they have. It is actually quite similar here in the female division. We've seen a lot of pocket strats, pocket picks, surprising picks coming out from the previous games, a nano pickup. I don't know what else have we yet to see in the female division, or actually, I don't know. What are you looking forward to see? I mean, this is the time to actually expect the unexpected.
Funny enough, I really think like the Hylas would be showing up a lot more. We saw it like a single time, I believe, in match number 1, and it really feels like, in theory, right, how that hero operates, it should be really up and about every single game. But maybe players just know what we don't. But for the Dominican Republic right now, their roster coming into play for them is
Jalen, Jin, Marmol, you got Cornelia Connie Martinez, you got Ana Anita Breton, Orquídea Toxica Nepomuceno. Wow,
Ooh.
very similar last names as we have here in the Philippines.
Wait, hang on a minute.
Why? What's up? What's up?
The last name?
Nepomuceno. Nepomuceno.
No, the last player, I mean.
Oh, the last player. Oh, yeah. I was gonna get to that. Hold on, I was gonna get to that. Okay, it's funny
My
because
bad.
yeah. Okay, it's funny because we had a player in the men's division of this same qualifiers. We got someone called Call Me Daddy. So this time we got someone Call Me Mommy. So we got Paula Cuevas playing that role with that IG, and I'm not so sure if it's going to be another switch up. We do see some substitutes being fielded out here and there. We see some teams like Argentina as well pulling off like a different roster, even switch up of roles in crucial matches. So this is the Dominican Republic for you, a debut match. Again, we do not have that much information just yet. We haven't seen any of their stream matches, but if you guys do have the information over at the live stream, you guys have seen some of their little mini tournaments over at your country, do let us know who you're rooting for in the comment section over at the chat. Dominican Republic, or is it Guatemala? And speaking of, we're gonna have to take a look at the lineup here of Guatemala as well. Mylis Kiki Hernandez, Jennifer Jen Bale, Alondra Ivory Mendoza, Angie excuse me, Raven Lopez, and Heidi Kitty Argueta.
Alright, so I think the names are very artistic for both these teams, I must say. It has a more flair to it, and I think it's great to see the difference between in-game names, aside from, of course, the performance in the Lenodon as well. But if I recall correctly, wasn't there a female player as well in the European region called Call Me Mommy as well?
Yeah, I think it was something similar, something along the lines. I think it was
Something along the line. So
Please.
at a glance, I was like, hang on a second.
Was it like Please I'm Mommy, or was it I'm Mommy, something like that? It definitely has Mommy in the IGN, but yeah,
It's something mommy, yeah.
yeah. Well, you definitely have to give it to these players for being so creative, right? I think even in the males division, we've seen like some similar IGNs here and there, but you have to get to know these players as well when it comes to, of course, the gameplay, which we're gonna find out in just a few. Again, these are all being updated real time over at the iesf.gg website. If you guys want to catch some of the stats that we have there, who's where. We just finished up the Americas B region, so heading over into Americas A. I think this is going to be a little bit more tighter, Arashik, because we're talking about a total of 6 teams, and if you're looking at the overall picture, it seems like Americas A, we have, of course, a very anticipated or a highly favored team, which is the United States, that has also placed fairly well in the recent MWI. So I think a lot of people, a lot of these fans are looking for them as well in the Dive 3. But for now, we're going to be seeing, of course, Dominican Republic and Guatemala first in, again, a BO3.
All right, still BO3, and it's been a long time since the first match of the day and now, right? So technically, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from the previous matches. And I'm wondering again, are we going to see more of that aggressive style, the emphasis on team fighting? Because we've seen some teams attempt to go for that macro strategy, go for the low yi, diversion plays, go for long distance plays, basically. And it really feels like the teams who've been able to get success are the teams that have a very straightforward approach, right? Get strong heroes, win the fights. That's essentially it. And when it comes down to it, I guess when these aren't teams that have been playing against each other very, very often, they have no idea about each other's habits and all that. I guess this becomes a very much more reliable method compared to just in like a league like an MPL, like maybe we've seen in our regions. These are teams that they kind of know, they kind of scrim often with. So I guess it's a whole different approach right here. And I think the straightforward one, at least so far, has been proven to be a lot more effective and efficient. So I feel like that's what we're gonna see. But we're always up for something unexpected.
We're going to be getting into the draft in just a little bit. The game has just started between these two teams. And again, this is going to be their debut match here at Iesf American Regional Qualifiers. We haven't seen any of their games streamed just yet because today we are all about the ladies here. Let's take a look at the Dominican Republic and Guatemala, what the priority will be. I think so far in what we've seen in Brazil, Argentina, even in the previous matches earlier, there was a heavy... I think it's a heavy prio on Minotaurs. I think it's the same meta that we have here in Southeast Asia. Well, for my region, I'm not so sure about Indonesia, but there was a heavy prio, especially on setter tanks. Somebody that can make the plays, and then you combine it with an XP lane and can do exactly the same thing. That was the case there for Argentina and what won them a sweep in the previous series, and even extending it to game number 3, eventually winning the series with a reverse sweep. So now coming into this, Arashi, I think in the female division there's a whole lot more to take in apart from banning out the standard bans. I feel like these have to be considered as well, because it seems like the playstyle here are all about setting up the tempos, setting up the plays with the tanks.
I think fast clear has shown to be very effective as well. So you want to have crowd control, you want to have setters, but you also want to have pressure around the map.
Yep.
And let's see right now for Guatemala at least, the Zask and the Mathilda, we haven't seen a lot. It kind of hints at maybe a playstyle that's a bit more aggressive, that's very pick-off centric, that the Mathilda can kind of ruin technically, considering the way the guiding wind works. For the Dominican Republic though, the Alpha shows up very early, but the Florin is something that we haven't seen so far today.
Okay, so Dominican Republic can keep on doing this. Blue side, they have the prio pick, so I think that they do have some information here that it's going to be mostly the supports that I see banned away. So this is something that I see also a thing in the female division, even here in Southeast Asia, that the roamers tend to go for more of utility, more of the heals, which we see in the case of the likes of Matilda, even the Lolita to a certain point, and the Florian that is just really good when it comes to the team fights. Now they take away the Diggy here for Guatemala. I usually say this is like a foreshadowing of what they want to pick up. Setter tanks, I was talking about this, and what better way to cancel out all the setup plays than to have a Diggy in your lineup. So I think Guatemala is going for that, and with that being out of the picture, they can pretty much pick up the Minotaur or anything else, which is actually leaves me wondering why the Diggy hasn't been picked up here, because we've seen so much chain CCs for the previous matches. This is going to be standard. I'm actually no longer surprised that the Roger is going to be picked up here. Flex for the side of Dominican Republic. Guatemala also goes in for the setups. I think they might even lock in the Minotaur here if they want to go for do you want to double down with this kind of lineup?
We've seen it being very possible, and so far it's always either the roamer EXP or jungle that's kind of prioed. We've seen the goat lane and the mid lane kind of left alone technically, because there's a lot more options right now available, especially that mid lane, right? You're gonna play a burst heavy style, a poke heavy style, or utility, or AoE. I mean, there are all kinds of heroes available, and for the most part, they never really banned out. So if the Minotaur shows up here,
Chivalry is dead.
it makes sense. But the
Wow.
Clint,
Private.
all right, we've said that it's very popular in this region, and right now we're seeing it again.
Mm-hmm.
Solid backline, but we've seen that with the right circumstances, it can get shut down. And if the Dominican Republic feels like they really wanted to have a strong goal and they can match that Clint, they can just
Oh
move
no.
the Roger aside into that lane. But the team fight damage, usually we see that the utility is shown first, the sets are shown on first. But for the Dominican Republic, they're showing the source of damages first. Now we have no idea how they're gonna set up for the plays for this damage tools that they have already.
I think they wanna, stack up as much as they can right now, knowing that they've already exposed their XP lane here. Knowing that the export has found really good success rate here in the Americas regional qualifiers, not only in the women's division, but even in the male division. This has, if I'm not mistaken, 100% win rate on this export. Jungle, XP, super flexible, not to mention the true damage it dishes out as well, kind of like negates all of these team fights. Great way to zone out. So there's just so much utility that the export can give out to a team composition. Guatemala locks in the Vexana here to go head to head with the Lilia. Great way to poke, great way to burst down an opponent, especially the Roger if they want to go in for the like and pounds. Guatemala now gonna take away the roamers. I was talking about the Minotaur that actually can fit their lineup, but they prioed the Clint. Actually, it seems to be a prio for a lot of its team, Arashi, but the Clint, apart from the export that seems to be, popping up here and there, the Clint hasn't found that much good of a win rate here in this American regional qualifiers.
Certainly haven't seen it just yet, and we haven't seen games kind of develop in a situation that's ideal for the Clint either. All these fights have been very messy, very chaotic, and generally, there's always something available to really shut down the Clint. Not for Guatemala though, they ban away the Minotaur, and if they're intending on going for something aggressive, something that a Diggy can kind of ruin, then it makes sense that they will ban the Minotaur as well. The chip though, I feel
Yeah.
like it's a bit of a different idea, different vein. And whereas for the side of the Dominican Republic, they're just going with all the AOE roamers that can maybe stop them and combo them because they want to go for that big massive dive.
Yeah.
So for both teams here, the roamer becomes a big question because they're both equally banning away a
Oh,
bunch of them.
okay. So they pick up the Carmilla here. I would say one of the top roamers that is coming out in this patch. And personally, as much as I love her, this is going to be tough for this lineup. I think that's the next best thing that they have since the Tigreal's already out. They've also banned away the Minotaur. Kind of think like, oh wait, we didn't have a roamer just yet. I mean, the Carmilla, great way for soaking up damage, but if you have true damage like the X-Borg, you got the glooms from the shadow energy here from the Lilia. There's a lot of pokes, and even before you can come down and lay out the Curse of Blood, it's gonna be tough. That I would say it's not that it's impossible, but it's just really tough to go up against the first three picks here of Dominican Republic. And to add it all up, they
Ooh.
beef up their lineup by picking up, oh no, the Fredrin
Wow.
and the Hylos. Okay, so XP lane, Xborg, and then I'm assuming this is definitely a Fredrin jungle. Talk about throwback, but with a little mix of what you have here. Guatemala still needs that jungler. It seems to be a utility here for Dominican Republic. Guatemala, not unless this is a Carmilla jungle. I mean, I'm not surprised with the male division. They pulled this off, something super uncontemporary. So now they still kind of need to beef up their lineup because they only have the Carmilla to front things up. So without the alpha anymore, I think the Martis is still available here. But then again, super tanky lineup here of Dominican Republic. They definitely need that peel. Will they go for utility or the assassins that are still up, by the way?
It has to be utility. If they go for assassins, there's not a lot of targets available at all. What the heck? It's a Balearic.
Wait.
We talk about frontline. Frontline it is for Guatemala, but Balearic out of everything.
Okay. What were you
I'm guessing
expecting in the
Balearic
last pick?
Roam?
Yeah.
I don't know. I figured it's something that has crowd control for sure,
Yeah.
and something that has good sustain. But not Balearic, like this came out of nowhere, man. And I guess there are a lot of ways to proc and to actually be annoying in the middle of a fight. I don't know. This becomes a fight, I think, that relies more on the damage output. But if you're thinking that way, I feel like the Dominican Republic has a lot more to
Yeah.
offer here with the Roger, with the Lilia, the Xborg even, and then Hylas. I'm curious to see what the itemization path is gonna be because if we see an early Thunderbolt and this game gets long,
Oh yeah.
I know there's a lot of damage on the hands of Guatemala, but that Hylas is an absolute menace, man.
I think the layering of combos should also be considered here for Guatemala. They have great ways to engage here. As for Dominican Republic, they have ways to reach the back line. We are going to be heading into the game number 1 here between Dominican Republic and Guatemala. Still a best out of 3. We're going to be kick-starting off the Americas A here for the women's division. And let's see here, Arashi, a lot of uncontemporary picks from Guatemala, but I'm not surprised because this is a team, even in the males division, that has attempted to pull out rabbits from a hat. Okay, so they've tried in different tips and tricks, or rather different tricks here in the Americas regional qualifiers, and it actually worked for the male team of Guatemala. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be the case here as well for their female team. But immediately we're going to be having a technical pause here first. But Arashi, thoughts on the Belleric? We're working with a Carmilla jungle here for the side of Guatemala. Great clear, but again, up against the other side here, you're talking about the Fredrin as well, who is still pretty much relevant in this current patch.
The Belleric I thought was gonna show up in our own region in Indonesia when the meta was all of these really solid long range late game gold laners. Because I feel like with a Moskov, with something that just hits often, you proc the Belleric passive, the extra bits of damage so often, and if you combine that with a Vengeance, you can 1v1 a gold laner. That's how damaging it is to be a Belleric, and you're also very tanky. So I thought that if you're playing purely for a front to back, the Belleric will have a lot more potential. But now if we're seeing that you're up against a Roger in the gold lane, so it's not even the massive amounts of attacks coming in from the side of the Dominican Republic. It's just purely for the crowd control and sustain. So I feel like it works to stop the attacks, to stop the initial rush that we've seen from a lot of these teams in the Americas region. They just like having this huge amount of mobility and just like overwhelm their opponents. The Belleric can stop that, but afterwards, it's still in the hands of the Clint and the Vexana to really output the damage and secure the deal, right? To actually seal the deal and secure those kills. So I feel like they're lacking a bit in that department, especially because on the other side, you're seeing an abundance of damage. Because even the Fredrin, even the frontline BP members like the Xborg, the Fredrin, they can take damage, but they can also do a healthy amount of damage back. So it's a bit of a stark contrast.
Yeah.
And I have to say that based on that, I do feel like the drafts lean more towards the side of the Dominican Republic. But, I think there's a great chance that in a proper right team fight, maybe the Clint will finally have some space to actually output all that damage.
And speaking of, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually we actually have a game pause right now. So we're going to be waiting for the game to be on pause as the ladies need to fix what they need to fix before we head over into this game number 1. But Guatemala, they've been doing this trick even with their males division, pulling a rabbit out of the hat, and it worked wonders for them in different drafts. Definitely kept me and Naisu entertained for the most part in the males division. But coming in here to the female division, like I said, it's not that far apart, right, in terms of the strategy, and not that often do we see a Belleric being pulled up, Carmilla back in the jungle. This is a huge throwback to a patch ago when we were talking about still the utility. And I think for these two teams, it's going to be a battle of that. They have a heavy front line here for the side of Dominican Republic. So I think for Guatemala, again, the timing of the skills, you have to layer it well. You got the Wrath of Dryad from the Belleric and the Curse of Blood here from the Carmilla that can really amp up the damage from the damage dealers from the side of Guatemala. We're going to be having the unpause here right now. 1 minute into the game. A lot of standard things here, but this time it's actually going to be a bit different here, Arashi. It is a roam high loss instead of the XP.
Right, so I was thinking in my own region, and then actually one of my friends really enjoys the Hylas being in the roam, purely because of the fact that once you have the Thunderbolt, you can just go anywhere that there's action and just keep spamming it out. And you're just such an annoying factor in the Land of Dawn because you're just that tanky and you kind of provide slows, provide continuous sources of crowd control and damage. So you become this front line that can't be ignored.
Oh.
But kind of exactly. Whoa.
Okay, executed.
Okay.
By the turret. Okay, I'm actually also really curious about the emblem here of the Carmilla. Focusing mark, okay, to amp up the damage, but that's not something you would usually see in a Carmilla. I mean, I this is my main hero, okay? So I definitely know what I'm talking about. You usually go for a concussive blast, right? To kind of return the damage to the opponent. But I think for Guatemala, they just really want to amp up all of the damage here. Picking up the focusing mark instead of the concussive blast, I think what they want to go for
Wait a minute.
is more of... Okay, so, alright. I'm not so sure what happened there, but either it might be a connection problem, we might see a pause later on. But for now, eyes on the prize here for the side of the Dominican Republic. Connie is also levels ahead of the Carmilla here of Kiki. They've also drawn in the first blood there. We're gonna have to confirm that. 2 minutes in, definitely Dominican Republic has a lead.
Wait a minute. You can see Kiki just still walking in one direction. So this is a very unusual movement patterns coming through. You have to wonder really what is exactly going on right here. But this is gonna be one more kill for the side of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Very peculiar to say the least, but we'll have to see how this plays out, man. As of right now, 2-0, securing quite the gold lead. And due to how things have been playing out for the side of Guatemala, they haven't really been able to set up any rotations either.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with what's happening there with Kiki's Carmilla, we're gonna have to check that, right? So I think she should be back right now, okay? Catwalking all the way to the blue buff. I believe yeah, that was the reason for the pause earlier, but now it's back. But with that being said, a 2K lead for Dominican Republic right after those two pickoffs there up top. And now Kiki just reached that level 3. That's 3 levels ahead for Connie. So there's a lot of catching up to do here for Guatemala.
And there's also the level difference, right? I mean, okay, it's
Yeah, for sure.
already quite difficult enough when you're already behind, but when the jungler is that far behind, it's very different compared to a laner. So, well, we have a pause right now finally, so we have to wait for confirmation on what exactly happened there. If this was supposed to be some kind of new strat or some kind of statement here, some kind of showboating, I'll be very, very impressed. But so far, this is a very peculiar development, not what we were expecting at all.
Yeah, I think it should be, the team, we just got word from the production team that they're going to be checking what just happened there, but the game is going to be paused once again. I had to put up my glasses just to make sure that that was actually happening. So yeah, levels ahead, obviously, for Connie and the rest of the Dominican Republic, right? After those 2 kills, the Carmilla actually went back into the purple buff. So again, we have to check just what went on there, because very peculiar movements like what you said, Arashi. That's not something you would do every day. Either she got disconnected or what. We're gonna have to check that to ensure that fair play is up and implemented here at the American Regional Qualifiers. But for now, if you guys want to get some updates right on the games, we've actually just witnessed 2 matches, Arashi, a back-to-back for Argentina. They've actually won the game 2-1 for the first series and eventually sweeping their opponents for the second game. Everything, you guys can check it out, all of the stats that you need, the players, even the results and standings. You can check it over at iesf.gg. For now, it's a quick tech pause here, Arashi. What can we expect? What can Guatemala do to catch up right now? Because that is 3 levels ahead from the jungle.
They really just need to relinquish the early game, because I don't know what the plan was, but technically with the Carmilla, with the Belleric, they're already a more teamfight heavy team to begin with. So technically it's not too big of a deal, as in they didn't have like an early game strategy, a pre-level 4 strategy that got completely ruined or completely cancelled out by that sequence of events. So they can still play it out, play it safe, and then bank on that late game synergy, the solid front line, the AoE, the Curse of Blood that can be used, really gain an advantage in a full-on team fight, and go from there. By all means, they haven't really lost any real big objectives just yet, so we'll have to see. But for the side of the Dominican Republic, though, I feel like they're already showing their colors here in game number 1. They have a lot of aggression coming through, and they're a bit more calculative, because we've seen that even when there is a lot of movements in one direction, you don't see them immediately jump on it. Even though technically on paper, they are the team that needs to try and find these fights, find these big skirmishes in the early game. They saw that and immediately they were like, hang on a minute, there might be something going on. Let's take a chill pill and just try and get a read on what they're trying to do, how they want to play. and then maybe later on, once we have confirmation on how maybe they want to maneuver around the map, maybe then they're gonna ramp up the aggression. So it's an interesting look to the style of the Dominican Republic.
I think for them to like the overall composition, it just worked so well in the early game. I mean, come on, you're working with an Exborg, you're working with a Fredrin, and even a high loss on the Rome, and not to mention you have such good wave clear with the Lilia. So I think for the side of Dominican Republic is to win out this early game, because if you think about it, the late game, you got the Clint over on that side, the Vexana as well, that really scales up well when the time goes by into the game. So looking into this matchup once again, it's still pause. We're gonna be waiting for that unpause later on. Man, it's been quite a day. This is gonna be our penultimate matchup, by the way. So we have one more match or one more series after this one, Arashi. It is going to be, let me pull that up, Colombia versus United States, and I think this is a highly anticipated matchup that you guys are waiting for over on the stream. So yes, of course, if you guys want to catch that, tune in, of course, all the way up until later here at iesf.gg. But man, Arashi, I am honestly loving this American regional qualifiers, because I am seeing a lot of these strategies that I don't really see that often in Southeast Asia. High loss, XP, Rome, even the export that has found such good success rate.
Exactly. I think just the difference, yeah, the surprising difference between regions, it's always a pleasure to see every single time and to try and figure out what exactly is the idea here, right? Well, how did they come up with this strategy? I mean, was there a reason why the Belleric came to mind when they were trying to think of heroes that can kind of stop like a big charge? And if that's the case in the first place, is that why they banned the Digi? Right? Kind of
Yeah.
get an insight to how they're thinking about this, how they're theory crafting a possible new meta. So I think it's always great to watch. Now we have to just see how it gets implemented, right? The execution is almost as important as the planning of it. So they're already at a bit of a setback at this point. We'll have to just wait around and see how this really plays out.
Mhm.
I do wonder if like they're gonna, let's say this game goes through. I wonder if that's just the style that they're going for, or is it something specifically that they came up with to try and combat maybe the more aggressive style of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, I think we've already seen a glimpse of what they want to put out here in this game. But for now, it is still a pause here being called by Guatemala. Let's give them some time to fix what they need to fix. But for now, Arashi, we're going to be going on to a quick 3-minute break to let the girls figure it out as we head back into the game later on. So don't you guys go away. Iesf, Mlbb, Women's Qualifiers for America's region. We'll be right back. And a quick break, of course, to just fix up the lobby and get our ladies ready for this first matchup. We're still watching the Iesf American Regional Qualifiers for the women's division of Mlbb. Still with me, we're Kim and Arashi. We're going to be unpausing the game in just a little bit. But yeah, looking at this, Arashi, so far with what we've seen, a lead here by the Dominican Republic. Okay, so far, 2K lead for them, care of the takedowns that they've gotten. So let's see how Guatemala will actually bounce back from that situation. It's still very early into the game, right? So you can still pretty much bounce back, get your marksman scaled up. They have a good marksman when it comes to the laning phase. And now, over at the top side though, unpause here for the game. 2 kills for the side of the Dominican Republic, and they've gotten in a lot of pressure here over at the top side, over at the gold lane, and this is where the turtle's gonna be spawning in. Connie gonna be starting that up. Kiki's a little bit too far, but already reached that level 4, so that is good for the Carmilla. Great way to engage, but I think they're just gonna let the turtle slide and instead just get Kiki farmed up here, because as of the moment, right, she is 3 levels behind. It's gonna be Dominican Republic taking in the first turtle of the game.
More important than that as well, the Beleric Cath isn't really level 4 either, and that's a massive, massive detriment to their success. Ivory forced to flicker out of this. The Dominican Republic is rotating around the map, and they have a lot of movement speed to kind of play around with. And they have 2 Purifies, so technically, in the midst of a big clash, there's a chance for the Dominican Republic to try and get an advantage. And already, you're seeing the Thunderbelts for the side of Connie. I believe Anita should be building one as well. And once that is up, you're gonna see just a whole new level of aggression. But actually, I think Anita's going for the Clock of Destiny first, potentially.
Clock of Destiny to get in that mana. Cat as well, forced to pop in the Vengeance once again here. Gets taunted. Anita popping in the Wrath of Dryad, and of course capitalizing with the Vengeance, but with Call Me Mommy. They are going to be getting the kill there. There's 2 Purifies here over the side of Dominican Republic. So the setups here from... I don't think you could purify the Curse of Blood. You can definitely purify the Wrath of Dryad and the Penalty Zone, but the rest you can't, right? So they have to watch out for that. Maybe bait out the skills here from the side of Dominican Republic. They are on the lead right now. 4K for this side. Kiki rotating towards the top side. Cat as well, trying to set things up here, but there's a lot of the glooms being set up into play here. Over on the top side, immense pressure on the Clint, knowing that this is going to be their insurance policy when it comes to the late game.
And there's a bit more difficulty for Guatemala to try and pick and choose the fights that they want, because they have to rely on the penalty zone, and basically only that. They can't really use Cath as an engage tool, because there's not even a flicker available for the rest of the Dryad. And I guess Kiki can kind of serve that purpose, but contrast that to the Dominican Republic with the Hylas and with the Fredrin. It's a whole different scene, but look at that, man. Lilia forced to use the Black Shoe.
Yeah, man, that is just some great zoning from Jin there. Black Shoes has been popped, also care of the pokes from the side of Guatemala. All of the turtles, mind you, sorry, that was like the second turtle, by the way, that Dominican Republic picked up earlier. So now this is going to be the last one. And if Guatemala... they have the tools to engage here. It's already at 1/4 HP, and it's gonna be Call My Mommy. You're gonna be forced, not able to use that Black Shoes, and there's the Curse of Blood. There's the taunts coming out from the Beleric. Connie forced to soak things up here. Anita as well gonna get taunted here by the Beleric of Cat, as Kiki will be able to use in the stun there to its fullest potential. And that is the beauty here of the lineup of Guatemala. You get in 4 members instantly, and right after that, Guatemala is bouncing back from the situation. A flicker out from Jen over at the top side, and Ivory also able to convert here. So Guatemala back on track here in this game.
One fell swoop, 2 turrets, not the neutral objective, but definitely a massive swing in gold. Now Guatemala are the ones holding the advantage, as Jen picks up a Sky Piercer as well. You're seeing the AoE combo being so lethal. Later, once the Clint's in the mix with the Sky Piercer, it's only gonna get even worse. But the real MVP definitely is Ivory there. Getting the pickup initially, setting up with a great penalty zone as well. Now, we have an actual competitive game on our hands, and the Dominican Republic needs to be careful on taking fights, especially when they have their spells down for the count.
Wow, that was the Black Shoes baited out as well. Call My Mommy does not have it. Now Connie forced to soak up the damage here. They can't go for more here. Kiki knows that the Appraiser's Rat is readily available, and now they back away. But that's going to be a whole lot of resources taken out here from their side. Looking at this, it is, of course, this time Guatemala kind of like also closing in the gap here with the gold lead. Toxica, though, also doing a good job poking up against Jen here. But it's not going to be easy to take it down because you see a lot of the focus of Guatemala over here on the top side.
There's a rotation coming in from Guatemala for sure. The Dominican Republic are trying to get some control right here, but after that one sequence of events, they seem a bit more reluctant. We talked about how they seem to be a bit more calculative, and how sometimes in the split-second decisions that kind of slows down your reactions. And look at Call Me Mommy getting jumped on again.
Yep, the Purify is still available here. The taunts and the penalty zone and the Curse of Blood to amp up all the damage. Connie goes down. And the Vengeance Pop just takes down Anita. Now, Call My Money gonna try to get somebody. Big pick up, big W there onto Kiki. As they retaliate, they get terrified here by Evely. But they take what they can get here. So it is going to be a clapback instantly from Guatemala. You see how the layer of skills just work there. You got a penalty zone, you lay down the Curse of Blood, and then you stun them with the Wrath of Dryad. It's not gonna be easy to get out of that situation. Now, Jen also able to convert with the tower here up top, and if I'm not mistaken, that is Guatemala also picking up the turret on the mid side. So huge wins from them all across the map. They've secured in one of the biggest turrets that you need to take down, the mid lane, and this is going to be good for them, especially when they go over to the Lord side or the Lord Tango for this game number 1.
Which is why for the Dominican Republic, they might want to try and find skirmishes when Guatemala aren't grouped up together. The side lane should be where they're trying to put their sights on, and they should be trying to use the jungler, the Fredrin, to try and make the plays happen. Maybe 2v1 or like 2v2 around the map instead of going for like a 3v3 where the combo from Guatemala is working so well right here as the Hylos gets jumped on again.
Okay, they're revitalized and the Curse of Blood just to stun down Anita. The front line is gone. The Glorious Pathway has been laid out, but Call My Mommy, you're going to be able to take down one. Connie falls down as well. Kiki going to be able to survive all of that. Fortunately enough for Dominican Republic though, Jin not gonna be able to survive that as Ivory gonna pick up the kill.
Oh.
Call My Mommy though finds something as well over on the Lord Pit, taking down the jungler here of Guatemala. Clapbacks after clapbacks. And looking at the lead here, it is at par actually, Arashi. There's not much of a difference here between Dominican Republic and Guatemala. But when it comes to the macro play though, I have to give it to Guatemala. They've sieged so much turrets, 3 of them, despite the fact that Dominican Republic has been picking up all of these neutral objectives like the turtles in the early game.
You're doing a great job considering the fact that Call Me Mommy has a lot of wave clear, but
What?
never mind. Terrified out of existence, has the Purify, has the black shoes, but falls anyway. With a man advantage, now Guatemala make their way towards the Lord. They've used 0 ultimates. They have the whole combo still ready and available.
Yep, so much ways to counter engage here for Guatemala. Curse of Blood, penalty zone, and to add it all up, the usual front line here gets bursted down by Evelyn. It's gonna be Guatemala picking up the first Lord of the game, and they didn't even bother waiting in for the Hands Lord, just going straight for that. Maybe take down some second tiers, third tiers here, just to create some more pressure for the Dominican Republic. And looking at this, it's actually surprising to see this amount of damage coming out from an XP lane. 41,000 for the 20? Almost at par with Call My Mommy here. So that itself, for Ivory, right, who has been setting up the plays, also kind of zoning out the backlines here for Dominican Republic. Here comes the Lord Arashi over on the bottom side. 10 kills for the side of Guatemala and 3 turrets, and now they're looking to take more.
Jumping on Cath, but might not be the right idea. With the Lord available, Guatemala can only get even more oppressive, finding more ways to force the Dominican Republic to fight them 5v5, going for a dive potentially in the top side.
Okay, all of the resources being used up. Jin forced to flicker out to safety. Does not have the Firaga armor right now, and Anita forced to use up these resources right before they take down the Lord. So it was just buying them some time. The second tier towers are gone here though. 13 minutes into the game, so much pressure created there by Guatemala. And if you think about it, the side lanes though are having such a good time here despite the rough start that Guatemala had in this game. Ivory and Jen haven't been taken down just yet.
Which is very surprising. And now with that advantage, right, with how they're playing, look at how much Guatemala are grouping, man. even going to the jungle, even midst rotations, they're not willing to allow the Dominican Republic to find a way to catch someone off. And considering that the Hylas is one of their main tools of engagements, it's looking so difficult because now the Hylas just isn't tanky enough. And he is prone to just getting stuck in all the crowd control and getting bursted down because that's how far behind Anita is on the Hylas. And maybe even with the Revitalize, it won't be enough. If you take a
Uh,
look at some of the items as well, you can see the big emphasis in the healing reduction here. Glowing Wands and Dominance
mhm,
Ices built for a lot of the members here, 3 members even for
mhm.
the side of
Yeah.
Guatemala. So they're absolutely taking that into consideration.
Wow. I think at this point, Guatemala doesn't even care if they use the Curse of Blood or even the penalty zone on one member. Like at this point, like even Jin or Anita that they take down, it's fine. They're just baiting out all these skills. Last Insanity has been used here to get out of that. The Thunder Belt comes through here as well from Kike. And look at that. BOD for Jen. Call my mommy. Able to make the lanes move here, but they get spotted out here by Guatemala. 17 seconds before the Lord is up. They're grouping up here right now. And with the numbers advantage that they have, they are doing their very best to clear out the waves. And Guatemala, again, on the lead. 2K for their side as the Lord is up. You can check it out over at the Lord Cam. And of course, with the amount of turrets that Guatemala has taken in, they're going to have the power position when it comes to the Lord take here.
And they have a lot more crowd control available too. I mean, we've seen the plays start off with the penalty zone, but it can very easily start with the Eternal Guard as well. So Guatemala are the ones that are being more confusing here when it comes to the way they approach these fights. The Dominican Republic, we have to wait and see here what exactly are they planning on doing, because we saw that Tommy Mommy can still do a lot of damage and was able to find some kills back, especially when the fights get really, really messy. And especially once the items start coming through for her, Tommy Mommy, I feel like Guatemala will have to be a bit more careful in how they approach these fights too.
Yeah, there's a lot of true damage here for the Dominican Republic, so they can abuse that fact that they have that with the export, right? It's a great way to zone, but at this point, Guatemala is ahead in terms of the gold, right? So you can kind of see that they're doing their very best to poke onto Kiki here, taking a brunt of damage coming out from the export. Gonna get zoned away from the Lord, and this time Dominican Republic has a much better position. They're forcing the members here of Guatemala to actually back away. They know they have the pokes here. But will it be enough? Ivory still hasn't been shut down. Evely as well. Anita going to be able to find her in. But the penalty zone again to retaliate. As well as the Wrath of the Dryad. Kiki goes all the way in for the Curse of Blood. The glorious pathway has been laid out. But the follow-up not there just yet. And it's a disaster here for the side of Guatemala. They've started to engage. And now they got the shutdown on Ivory. The takedown on Kiki. And even Cap. Gone instantly. Right after that, Dominican Republic goes straight for the Lord.
That's the damage coming in from the Lilia. I mean, look at that, 64,000 so far. What's surprising though is the fact that the Roger and the Fredrin are the same damage, and both are below the Hylas. So this is why the Hylas pick is just so annoying. You're not seeing Anita play the Hylas as a carry to try and find damage, but you end up doing a lot of damage overall just because of your kit. And the fact that Guatemala started that fight without everyone being ready,
Yeah.
we saw the ultimates come in one by one, kind of trickling through. And that is not how you want to play it out when you have a great combo. Now they're going to be forced to use a bunch of resources on the Lord. They're going to lose a bunch of turrets. And that lead, that advantage when it comes to vision and structures is what they were able to use to really get so much more better positioning in the fight. So now, Guatemala definitely are on the back foot a bit.
But now Jin has the immortality here. Penalty zone here by Ivory onto the backside. He's going to be able to sustain for a little bit. But in the midst of everybody, you're not going to be able to survive down. Nakoni as well. He's soaking up the damage from the front lines. Now it's going to be a 4v4 situation. They're going to be backing away right now because the super minions are coming in as Guatemala suffers a lot of these second-tier tower takes. And now Dominican Republic will be getting back the gold lead that they lost. A 2k lead, or rather a 1.5k lead for their side.
I do wonder if the Dominican Republic are kind of getting wiser onto that strategy of Guatemala. So they're trying to move a lot more confusingly. You see them move forwards, but also backwards and sideways a lot more. So you're seeing that, especially in the last fight, Guatemala were trying to land that same combo again, but it only landed on like a single person. They were forced to use the same exact play but instead of taking out multiple people, they only took out Connie. So either Guatemala is getting more confused with the movements, or the Dominican Republic is just slowly but surely starting to get more control over the game and just finding ways to avoid this combo from the Guatemalans using pure movement and macro.
And I think they have a very good minion wave control here for Dominican Republic. They're ensuring that at least they get the minion waves moving. They have a great clear with the Lilia and the Roger, so they're ensuring that at least they can have the control over the minion flow, because if it goes way too deep into their base, they kind of have to back away and clear that up. For Guatemala, I think at this point, it has to be a bit more synchronized, right? Like, this is a lineup that is heavily reliant on these ultimates. And if your damage dealers aren't ready to take that or aren't ready to respond to the great setup that you have, they can be punished here.
You're seeing there, Guatemalans had a chance to go for an engage, but now they're looking a lot more hesitant. They know now that if they do make a mistake, if they do fail to layer the skills properly, the Dominican Republic now has enough damage to really turn this around, especially in the hands of that Lilia. I do feel like that's the main threat for the Guatemalans for sure. And now look at this, going for a play. Anita isolated.
Okay, again, getting the burst here from Evely, a little bit too deep in. If the Glorious Pathway is going to be difficult to go in. Kiki as well going in, landing a nice Crystal Blood onto 4, but then the true damage coming in. Here comes the backup from Ivory to counter-retaliate. Jen going to be able to free it, everyone. And there you go, Call My Mommy goes down. Anita as well, Immortality has been popped here. Everybody's low! Look at the damage coming out from the Clint and Evely's. Man, the Eternal Guard and the positioning from Jen was impeccable there. They took down Call My Mommy. And right after that was a domino effect. They don't even need the Lord here. The death timers are real. Guatemala, the rough start that they've had. Now they're going to go for the straight push. And this is what you get when you get a Carmilla in the lineup and get a beautiful setup. You can have a wipeout and just turn the tides of the game, as Guatemala will secure in game number 1.
A great composition, great combo, but I must say, even better execution. You would think that with all the survival tools that the side of the Dominican Republic has, the Firaga armor, the black shoes, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Guatemala to, first of all, get an advantage, and even more than that, find a decisive 5-man wipeout that allows them to end the game just like that. Immediately one straight push. You would think that at least 1 or 2 people would get out of the fight, but they were able to bait in the guys from the Dominican Republic so deep into their own side of the jungle. And when you're in the jungle, you already know it's going to be a cramped up claustrophobic situation where the combo really works best. We saw that whenever the Dominican Republic were fighting in the lanes, that's where they kind of found a bit more control, a bit more safety, a bit more vision. But whenever the fight is just messy in the jungle, you just know that the Guatemalans are waiting for that exact moment to really turn it around and land a unpredictable, immediate play. This is how it started, right?
Yeah.
Initially, Guatemalans were behind, but then afterwards, they found this amazing play, showed off the combo for the first time in this game, and from there, it's just rinse and repeat until the Dominicans found a way around it.
Yeah, it was a lineup again. If your damage dealers are not prepared to take it, it can kind of backfire on you at this point. So there were, I think, the biggest problem here for Guatemala is, of course, setting up the plays. And it's not going to be easy, right? Like with Call My Mommy dropping in the glooms, you can just pretty much kite everyone or kind of like poke the front line here that Guatemala has. Lots of wins all across the map here for Guatemala, despite the rough start that they've had in the start. But, you know, of course, with what Call My Mommy has been doing, right, into the game, she made it really hard for the Carmilla, for the Belleric here of Cat to just set things up. And this was one of the mistakes that actually Guatemala did, right? They were actually on the lead, but their damage dealers were not prepared or not even in position to take that team fight. They got in a wipeout and eventually, you know, they had to deal with the Lords and even the advantage that the side of the Dominican Republic had.
It's just the crowding, the team fighting is a double-edged sword. Because the Guatemalans can use it, but so can Call Me Mommy to try and output the damage. Right here, though, you see that finally there's a bit of synergy going through. It was still kind of stuttered, the usage of the spells, but the difference is that now Jen is just outputting a lot of damage. And on the flip side, for the side of the Dominican Republic, Mlbb got taken out relatively early in that fight. So now the Guatemalans have a solid source of DPS, whereas for the side of the Dominicans, they don't. So eventually, even their tankiest
Yeah.
members will fall, and it's a great call for Guatemala. Initially going for the Lord, but
Yeah.
immediately
They
recognizing
dropped
that,
it.
hey, it's time to just go straight for the end, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point with the Guatemala was like, oh wow, it's a wipeout, and the death timers are there, 30 seconds, 20 minutes into the game, and that is really what you need to be careful of, especially in these Lord fights. That when you have a Carmilla, when you have a Beleric, and even the penalty zone from the Trevisla, it can really change the tempo of the game. And for Guatemala, I really applaud them for this particular game. Despite the rough start that they had, they were able to bounce back, even though despite the fact that Dominican Republic got in 3 of the turtles of the game. It was all about the team fights here, and Guatemala was able to execute with just minimal mistakes.
You're seeing almost 100k damage coming in from Call Me Mommy on the Lilia. So that the gloom damage is definitely legit. And for the Clint on the side of Guatemala, I feel like you also have to recognize that Jen on the Clint kind of caught up to
Yeah.
everyone on damage, and it doesn't look too impressive until you remember that initially you saw that the Clint was kind of struggling, was kind of pressured in those fights. So the fact that they eventually the damage does come through, showing again that in the fights it's not just who you take out, it's who you can kind of enable in your team as well. And in that last fight, it's very, very obvious that once the Clint has free reign, just hit, to just walk forward without any threats, that's where it just gets difficult. Of course, the MVP, the player of the match, it's not the Clint.
It's the
This is
Vexana.
the Vexana,
Yeah.
which made amazing Eternal Guards. I mean, help out with the wave clear as well. We talked, Kim, about the minion wave management, the wave clear for the side of Guatemala. And that is all due in no small part to the Vexana, right? With the passive that allows them to really clear waves so much more efficiently and be around the map to look for those massive combos.
Yeah, I mean, this is a combo that has been championed by content creators of Mlbb, the Carmilla Vexana, and you've seen it, right? The instant takedown, the instant burst when the combo is there. And I think props to Guatemala, right? It's not it's not every day that you see the combination being utilized to its fullest potential. This is probably one of the most satisfying matches I've watched as a Carmilla main, and even at some point, right, like I've also spammed the Beleric, so having like these Wombo combos with their damage dealers was just so beautiful to watch. It's Guatemala that took in game number 1, and honestly, call me a fan of the Guatemalan team, both the male and female, because they really can pull a rabbit out of the hat. Arashi, we're gonna take a quick break first before we head over to our match point here between Guatemala and Dominican Republic. Don't you guys go away. This is the Iesf Women's Qualifiers for Mlbb. Welcome back to the Iesf America's Regional Qualifiers for Women Mlbb. We're back here with the match point between Dominican Republic and Guatemala, with Guatemala already on a match point. And honestly, before before we ended or before we went to a break there, Arashi, in that first game, I was like, I'm a fan of Guatemala, both male and female,
Mm-hmm.
because honestly, they love pulling up these uncontemporary drafts and it works out well for them. Same case for the male division. So I'm like, wow. I mean, they are probably like one of the few teams that I've seen that can really, really make these non-meta heroes work. And honestly, I just love seeing these heroes that either are on the bottom of the list when it comes to the pick rate, but it actually worked out here in professional play, and now they're at the match point.
I mean, it's always fun to see, right? They're just keeping it fresh, not going with the same old, same old. And what's to say that they can't really switch it up and go for like a meta draft, a contemporary draft, as you like to put it, Kim, in the second game, right? We haven't seen too much of Guatemala, and so there's a chance that this is just one of the many faces they have to really show us and the audience back at home about their play style. So they've already shown the creativity, so we've seen the adaptation as well, and I think the communication you can kind of
Oh
praise
yeah.
too, because it's very combo reliant. So even the slightest bit of miscommunication could kind of turn things around for the side of the Dominicans in game number one. But fortunately for Guatemala, they were able to get it done quite decisively even, and that has to be a mental blow to the side of the Dominicans as well, because there were some moments there where it really seemed so possible, so close. Fortunately, in this game, you just never know, right? A single
Yeah.
moment can really just flip everything around.
Mhm. The way that Guatemala drafts is honestly super unpredictable from their main division even all the way here to the female, and honestly I'm a fan. Hopefully we'll see more of that coming through here as we head over into the draft in just a little bit, as we're about to find out who's going to be staying on the blue side. There you have it, Guatemala now picking up the blue side for themselves. Jusin, Matilda bands here coming through. Based on what we've seen in game number one, there was a heavy center on support bans here for actually both sides. If I'm not mistaken, the Florian was also taken out.
Right, the Florian was banned away by the Dominicans, I believe, in game number one. Now they banned the Charisla
Hmm.
first, so they're
Oh
really
yeah.
feeling that. First of all, the penalty zone, but also the damage, man. You have to keep in mind that in the first couple of minutes of that game, the first time we were shown that the damage asset, the person on top was the Terizla. So that Terizla is tanky, sustains, and does a lot of damage. It's kind of a great all-rounder, only lacking in mobility maybe in the grand scheme of things. So for the Dominicans, if they're planning on once again going in for a fight-heavy strategy, then maybe the Terizla is the thing that they want to try and mitigate. They really maybe could counter pick it, pick something that's kind of good in a 1v1, but at that point, you're kind of weighing it out, right? The lane dominance and the teamfight prowess. So I guess they would opt to ban it out first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Terizla. The effects can be felt here. I mean, with the performance of Ivory on that hero, really just paved the way for Guatemala to win out that fight. There you
Mm.
go. The respect to the Carmilla. Finally, yes, I think I really love this patch. You finally see the potential of these wombo combos.
Oh.
But wait, hold on. We haven't seen this, the Zas, and there's another power pick that Dominican Republic can answer out to this. They can go for the Chip Loyi combination, which I know is very popular in the female division, especially here in Southeast Asia, in particular for the Philippines. They love that combination. It's all open here. Lots of potential to set up the ganks for the side lanes. Not unless, they want to go for the Prio on the Roger or maybe perhaps even the Julian, since we might actually see some bans coming through later on for the jungler. And there you go, still comes through in the second phase here. Will they go for the chip for the Dominican Republic, or will they pair another roamer here for the Roger? Okay, so they
Well,
go
turns
ahead,
out.
take away the counter as well with the Ruby. So they've already got a solid setup here with the I am offended. Still does not confirm anything just yet because we've seen a Ruby gold lane.
Right, and we've seen Xas gold lane as well,
Yeah.
so nothing really is confirmed just yet. The Edith can also still be flexed. The Tigreal, I guess, is the only one that's kind of laid in stone. That kind of confirms that the Edith is most likely going to be going to the EXP lane, though. So that's a big piece of information for the Dominicans. They have to try and figure out what they want to put in that EXP lane because the Edith is just such a good all rounder as well.
Yeah.
Kind of serves in the same way like the Herizla, right? You do damage, you have survivability, and you have like crowd control too. So for the Dominicans, they can put the Ruby in the EXP lane, but something tells me that probably isn't it. We've seen the Ruby always go to either the gold lane or I think today mainly the gold lane actually.
Yeah.
So something tells me it might not be an EXP lane Ruby.
Yeah, I think at this point in what we've seen in the American regional qualifiers, it has always, almost all the time, been a Ruby Gold lane to sustain that part of the matchup, right? Especially if you're going up against a marksman in the early game, you can definitely be a lane bully. Now they lock in the Lilia here of Call Me Mommy. For game number 1, it really dished up so much damage up against the front line. I'm actually surprised that Guatemala was able to pull through despite the damage that was coming through from the glooms of the Lilia. Second banning phase here, I think they should start taking away the heroes here of Jen. Spectacular performance on the Clint earlier. The positioning was impeccable despite the fact that we were kind of arguing like, okay, the Clint does not have that mobility, but everybody was just punished, right? And combine it up with all the combos, Dominican Republic, they might go ahead and maybe take away the comforts here.
Hmm. They can go for the comfort bans if they want to, but oh, they're banning away. They banned the Akai,
Yeah,
which we haven't seen in a
utility.
long, long time. So yeah, the utility definitely is something that they're trying to maybe stop. But from the looks of it, with an Edith and Tigreal already, I feel like there's already many ways for them to really just ensure a front to back technically if you add the Zast to the mix. But for Guatemala, they banned the Atlas, which we haven't seen in a long, long
Hmm.
time. I guess because they have banned with the Digi, technically. That is
Hmm.
the counter to an Atlas usually. So they're the ones concerned about being caught in the massive
Yeah.
combo this time. They are the ones who want to try and make the fight somewhat sporadic here. Because as of right now, the Edith and the Zask both kind of work independently. They can work with the team, but independently, with a Domineer's Descent and with the Primal Wrath, they can kind of do whatever and still be relevant. The
Hmm.
same can't be said for the roster for the Dominican.
Yeah, there's a lot of pokes though here from Dominican Republic in the form of the Lilia and the Roger final ban. I wouldn't be surprised if Guatemala takes a whole lot more of these tanks out of the picture since it seems like they don't want to go up against the. I mean, they're the ones who want to pull off the CC combo, but not for their opponents. So I'm actually surprised that the chip slipped all the way through the second phase. Nobody actually picked it up, right? So maybe either not comfortable Guatemala just having all sides covered, making sure that the chip will not also be used up here. And if you think about it, there's a whole lot of combinations that they can do with the chip. Dominican Republic now needs that XP lane. XP lane that can set up the plays. You've seen it with the Turizla. Arlot hasn't been one to find its spot here in the women's division. We've seen a couple of it, not really that much of a high success rate, even in the male division. So they need somebody to do that. And most of the time in the XP lane, Arashi, it is usually the Edith, Turizla, and the Arlot. In some cases, even the Lapu Lapu and the X-Board.
I think the Youth Song is still available
Yeah.
right here. If they really want to have something like that, go for the Alpha first, though. Again, against all these fighters, close range heroes, solid jungler with great clear. If they really want to try and play aggressive here with a Roger, a Lilia, and an Alpha, gonna be a lot of ways for them to really pressure Guatemala and force them to kind of maybe avoid, right? If they want to go for a big team fight, there's a lot of pick-off potential too, just purely from the burst damage available to the side of the Dominicans right now.
I'm thinking like, okay, so this is the lineup of the Dominican Republic with the Ruby. So does with the Alpha being picked up, this means that the Roger gonna go to the gold lane, and then the Ruby roam. I guess they're gonna adjust to what the Guatemala will pick up. They get the exports for themselves. I think this is gonna be the jungler. Something for Jen here, Claude, or something completely different too. They go for the Melissa range. The go away, of course, can deny the dives even here coming out from the Dominican Republic. Great attack speed as well when it comes to the late game. And there's a lot of setups here for Guatemala. Dominican Republic, though, Arashi, what can they cap off? And so all of the tanks are almost out here. Not unless it's a Ruby roam here.
Hmm. I feel like they just need something to just clump up the members of Guatemala here, because otherwise, I feel like the fight is just gonna be everyone's spreading apart, and the Dominicans going like, okay, where, who, where are we focusing on right now? So they need something to really stick everything together. They go for a Lolita here that can kind of counter technically the Edith
Mm-hmm.
primarily, and I guess the Melissa too. But it is so situational right here, and this Lolita is going to serve as one of the main front lines here. In a good team, you generally want two. Usually it's the EXP lane and the roamer. So for the Dominicans, it's just the Ruby and the Lolita.
Yeah.
Both pretty okay, pretty decently tanky, but they're not really that great at like finding for info, escaping from
Mm-hmm.
big ganks. So you have to wonder for their own safety as well here.
There's a lot of shields though, and a lot of protection here for Dominican Republic. I also think that when it comes to the setups, the Tigreal has a little bit more instant kind of setup, right? As compared to the Lolita that has that slight delay when she pops in that Numenon blast. So usually, a lot of these
Mhm.
players from the Americas region would really prefer that instant setup. That's why you see a lot of the Minotaurs. You'll see a lot of these Carmilla that can just toss out the ultimate and pretty much being backed up by the team, you can have the results that you want. But coming into this game, again, a lot of these Swambo combos coming out from Guatemala, and I'm kind of wondering, will that last pick for the side of Dominican Republic be enough to be that factor that meshes everything in? Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go into the match point here right now between Dominican Republic and Guatemala. This is game number 2 as Guatemala looking to take in the series with a sweep. Not unless Dominican Republic will force out a game number 3.
And on your point, Kim, about the Lolita, I feel like this means that the Lolita has to really save the bulwark specifically for a particular moment. I guess in this sense, with how urgently and everything needs to kind of be used up, it does make sense. But for Guatemala, this is a very greedy battle spell selection here. Two Inspires, Hand of Gen and Ivory. Big damage, but against a Lolita, that might come to bite them in the back later on. For the Dominicans, it's a bit more standard, and from the looks of it, they're gonna have with the same kind of idea. Push mid fast, rotate as a trio with the jungler, and with the jungler being an alpha, I feel like the Guatemalans have to respect that quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no, looking at this, right? Like you pointed out the inspire here, which kind of means like the Edith here of Ivory just wants to go all in when it comes to the team fights, and I think the XP lane's gonna get a little bit stale here right now as they're cutting down the waves. They've also switched up their roles here. Actually, Connie going to be the XP laner now, as Jin gonna be taking in that jungler spot. So let's see also if the switch up on roles will be the key that Dominican Republic needs to win in or at least force out the game number 3.
It's a bold move we've seen again and again, but I don't think we've seen it pay off too often, right? The consistency of your team is something that usually takes a long time to build in, so just swapping it out like this is definitely a risky move. Everyone's level 4 right there though, so there's a chance for Guatemala to try and force a fight if they want to.
Okay, there's gonna be Jin!
Oh!
What? Stealing away the turtle from Guatemala despite the Nightmaric spawn and everything else being thrown out, and now they see low HP for all the members. Jin gonna be picking up the first blood here right now. Dominator's Descent has landed here as well, as Ivory with no flicker out gonna get bursted down there by Call Me Mommy, and that's exactly what you were mentioning earlier, Arashi. The Inspire can really bite you back. Not only do you have less mobility, but where can you use it? You got the Lolita kind of deflecting out the damage. You got the Ruby sustaining all of the HP. So where's that going to fit in? I mean, I would rather pick up the Flicker to be able to make the plays here rather than get the Inspire to kind of just, amp up my attack speed.
Initially, yes, with the flicker, Ivory can still make plays too, making the Dominicans have to focus on two threats technically. Like you mentioned, Kim, without a flicker, Ivory is not really a big engage tool. It's kind of
Okay.
visible. Look at Cat though, jumped on.
Okay. He does not have the Flicker, and actually not going to go for the setup here. Going to take a lot of the burst damage, though, coming out from the Dominican Republic. They are now sieging in as much as they can here from the jungle side of Guatemala. They are at the 2K lead, of course, care of the 3 takedowns that they've taken in, plus the first turtle of the game.
A lot of advantages for the Dominicans right here, and they're doing great. But that's because they have to, right? They have a Roger, they have a Lolita, a Lilia as well. So these are strong early game heroes. It makes sense that they should be winning at this point. Now in the mid game, it's on the shoulders of the Roger and the Alpha to really start carrying, try and make plays around the map, and they're struggling from the same issue that the Guatemalans are. They're lacking a source of solid engagement that they can use to try and leverage their advantage into fights.
Mm-hmm. Now, Cat's gonna get spotted out here. The true damage, it's not gonna be easy also for the X-Borg to kind of dive in. There's the Spear of Alpha to kind of penetrate all of the armor that you have. You see the pokes coming through here. They do have the Nightmaric spawn available here just to zone away the members of Dominican Republic. Earlier, they were able to steal out the turtle here. Arashi already at 1/4 HP. Ivory comes in to join the party here as well. Cat looking for the perfect opportunity to set things up. Still hasn't found it yet. Finds one. Gets Jin into the implosion. But now the Numenal Blast from the backside as well. Gonna be able to take down 3 members. Ivory as well forced to pop in the Inspire, but to no avail. All the flickers have been used here for the side of Guatemala. Toxica just going in for the basic attacks. Kiki able to sustain with just 1 HP left and manages to survive. The counter setups here from Dominican Republic are it's just way too good despite the delay of the Numenal Blast. I think what they're doing here is just waiting for Cat to set things up, and once the implosion is gone, Anita just goes in for the Numenal Blast.
And right now, I feel like the Guatemalans are putting a lot of emphasis on just securing the neutral objective. And that's great, but they're doing it at a very steep cost. But look at this. Hiki coming in, trying to burn down the Dominicans. But they'll get out. That's a Ruby with a Thunder Belt, by the way. So we are hyping up this item for good reason. A lot of heroes now can kind of get away with building it, just in adding it to their build paths. And by default, they get a long-lasting improvement to their stats that can reach the late game too. So for the Dominicans, they definitely have their eyes on the late game as well. But again, the approach here for both teams, I feel like needs to be on the team fighting first and then the objectives, because both teams have limited crowd control. So if one team uses the spells on the neutral objective and the other goes in and uses the spells on their opponents, it's kind of obvious who's going to come out on top.
Okay, Connie there, gonna get the onward, gonna be able to sustain for a bit. Don't run Wolf King. I think everyone's waiting to pop in that Inspire. Connie's down real low though, over here at the top side. So that is gonna be something that Guatemala should capitalize on, especially the turtle's gonna be spawning up top, but massive pressure here over down bot. Anita gonna get spotted out here. Kiki, 4 members being sent here. Everything being sent towards this side of the map. They clearly want to win in this gold lane trade up, and they have all their resources to do so. But then again, Anita is here. They got the Firaga armor up. Turtle is up as well. I think they're gonna do some mirror moves, but instead Guatemala isn't able to find anything. It's actually Dominican Republic that's able to get the turret up top.
A great move for Guatemala, getting Prio on the other side so they can swing over and leverage the timing to get the neutral objective. But the Dominicans kind of wise up to it. They back away, they make sure that their bottom lane is safe, and then they just go for the turret trade. It's still a win for them, and they get the turtle even.
Okay, the Numenal Blast on to 3 members here. Now follow-ups just yet. Jin again doing a good job just taking in the turtles here for the side of the Dominican Republic. They're a 4K lead. They got in a turret here, so they are almost really doing so well here in this early game. As for Guatemala though, struggling a little bit of course with the synergy this time when it comes to the skills. Almost all the time it seems like Dominican Republic is always one step ahead of them.
And the Toxica on this Roger built a Thunderbolt as well, seeing the value of that item. But look at Kath making the play, pushing back.
Anita can reflect the damage though, so that's not the target that you want to go for. That's why Captain goes straight for the implosion. But that is a whole lot of resources and people being sent here to the gold lane, which kind of means that, you know, the other lanes can be worked on here by the Dominican Republic. And so far, they're making the minion waves in. They haven't been able to take anything just yet, knowing that Anita is here to help Toxica in the lane. Ivory going to be forced to clear out the mid as well. The First Lord's going to be up in just a little bit. Arashi. And so far, it is going to be Jin that has the advantage here. 2 levels ahead of Kiki.
I feel like, oh wow, finally, there's going to be a counter attack from the Dominicans there, getting Jen down, showing again the value of the Roger. But this is the problem I feel like for Guatemala. Mainly, their rotations are always later than the Dominicans, and that's because they're not winning when it comes to wave clear. The Zask and the Tegriel does not make a good wave clearing combo, but Anita might get taken out here.
Okay, he's gonna pop in the last insanity there. Still survives there for Anita and instead gets outplayed. And that's what you get when you get a Lilia. And honestly, what's making it really hard for the Guatemalans, even in game number 1, the pokes, the clear, not to mention the burst that it has. You can really poke the opponents even under the turrets. And that's actually what makes it really interesting. It can go head to head with the Zaskir of Evely, which we haven't seen pop up just yet. Hasn't suffered any casualties. But when it comes to the macro gameplay, once again, Dominican Republic, they've already taken in turrets up top, down bottom. It makes it so much more easier to take in this first Lord of the game.
Well, there's a 5,000 gold lead right now, and there's 26,000 damage in the hands of Call Me Mommy. So you're seeing the value of that Lilia pick. And on the side of Guatemala, it's the same story like in the previous match, I believe, where the Tigreal is actually the second highest damage. No, not the second highest damage, but he's just doing a lot of damage in the roaming position. But he can't really help himself. There's not a lot of ways for the Tigreal to actually make plays happen right here. Always zone out, always poked backwards
Yeah.
that you were talking about. Look at the items though. 2 Thunderbolt War Axe combos for the Roger and the Ruby. So the Dominicans are trying to find ways to stay relevant to the late game because they have to deal with a Primal Wrath Inspire combo and a Melissa with the Models Inspire combo as well.
Yeah, I think right now for the Guatemalans, they really have to wait for the setup here from Kat. This is a Tigreal. It's different compared to the Belleric, right? Like you can just reflect the damage, but right now they're in such a tight spot. This is dangerous for the side of Guatemala. They got Anita there to set up the place. They got the Nightmaric spawn, and there's the Nomad Blast Flicker combo. Gets in 3. The Spear of Alpha comes through as Kat goes down. Last Insanity is popped here just as a defensive maneuver for Kiki. Everybody's falling down real low. You got Dominators the sent up, but it's not enough to burst them down. And right after that, Dominican Republic goes straight for the Lord.
In the grand scheme of things, only Kath gets taken out, but the Dominicans are definitely showing that they are the ones in control for sure. And look at the rotations. Immediately going straight for the buff, trying to zone out the Guatemalans even more. And then Numenon Blast from Anita, man. The fact that the Dominicans aren't really forced to send anyone to the front to try and bait out the Guatemalans. They're just getting the advantage. They're rotating to the objectives first, and then they're allowing Anita to set up, to just stand there in one of the bushes and potentially wait for the right moment, the sweet spot, to proc that Numenon Blast. So the Guatemalans have to be a bit more active in the movement or in the scouting, because otherwise, they're about to slowly and surely get suffocated out of this game.
Yeah, the damage gets reflected back too, right? With the Guardian's reflection here of Anita. So again, they really have to watch out for that, right? The damage can just be reflected here for the side of Guatemala. Now they're finding an opening here. Turret's gonna be worked on here, half HP. Anita looking for somebody
Ooh.
here. Black Shoes has been popped there by Call My Mommy. Last Insanity though, and the Numenon Blast again from Anita! This time, there's no follow-up just yet. Here comes the Spear of Alpha. Cat misses the implosion on the backside, and now gonna get bursted down. Jin gonna get taken down as well for the price of Cat. They're gonna keep on going here. There's the true damage coming out from Kiki, and the onwards to take down Anita. Connie here as well, forced to flicker out to safety, knowing that her teammates are also real low. But wow, Guatemala just able to kind of clap back in that situation, taking down Jin and Anita in the process.
They immediately try and take the initiative away, but Connie is right there. Too tanky, too sustainable. They won't even attempt to try and get the pick off here. And even look at the top side. The waves aren't really managed well by the Guatemalans. They're just scrambling, try and get some control as much as possible, right? They want to push out these waves in order to actually be in the right place at the right time before the fights even are required. Looking at the damage dealt, only going to get worse the longer the Lilia gets more items. And for the side of Guatemala, I feel like right now, Jen is trying so hard to actually do some damage. Obviously do more than just 12,000, but she's constantly zoned out by all the dangers coming in from the side of the Dominicans. And she's also struggling because there's a lot of ways for the Guatemalans to attack, but there's not a lot of ways for Jen and Ivory to move forward along with something like, let's say, like a Last Insanity or Implosion play. So unlike everyone else that can kind of jump forwards, the Melissa is kind of forced to walk up slowly because you have to save up those skills to try and give yourself an attack speed boost or to try and reposition and get out of danger.
This is the part where the gold deficit can also be felt, right? Like I was looking at the gold here of Kiki. It is almost the same as the gold here of Anita, the roamer of Dominican Republic, which kind of goes to show us how far ahead the Dominican Republic is right now. They're at a 7k lead, maybe balloon up to a little bit more if they do win the team fights here. But now they are sieging the space here over at the Lord Pit, making sure that the members here of Guatemala are not able to position themselves well. They are able to make the minion waves flow really well though here for Dominican Republic, and that's something that they're doing well, which kind of really gets that neutral objective out of the way here for their side. And now we see Tony gonna get tugged in here. Does not have the implosion there! The implosion on the 3 and the last insanity. Will this be it for the side of Guatemala? There's also the new and the last on the backside. Everybody has backed away. Anita gonna try to go in and make some plays. A lot of the damage coming out from the globes. It's just way too much. Ivory goes down. And next one on the chopper run is gonna be Cat. 40,000 damage on the Lilia. Kiki as well will fall down in the hands of Dominican Republic. And just when we thought that was it from Cat, that was such a good implosion play, but the damage just was not there, and that is exactly what you get with the gold lead, right? Dominican Republic was able to clap back with the Numenon Blast. The setups here from the Lilia that just keeps on getting worse. She just picked up the Divine Blade, possibly going in for maybe the Glowing One as her 5th item.
Well, earlier, I think it was such a great moment, and Jen definitely tried to capitalize on that situation. But being a Melissa with only a Corrosion Scythe and a Wind of Nature, not even the Demon Hunter's Sword, the damage was so neglectable by the Dominican Republic that they just shrugged it off and just kept moving forward. The healing alone from the Alpha and the Ruby is enough to just deny all that damage. But look at this, Guatemala stepping out of their base. This is a dangerous move.
Heavily popping in the Nightmaric Spawn. There goes to the Wind Blast. Flicker is not available just yet. It's enough to zone away the members here of Guatemala. And now they're sieging in the turrets. Inhibitors here. Gonna get worked on here by the Lord. Last Insanity gonna be popped here just to clear out the minion waves. They successfully defended this inhibitor. But the top side, it's gonna go down here.
It's almost as if it's better to really relinquish the mid turret and save the top side, because this is a turret, the base turret, on the other side of the map from where the Lord is gonna spawn. So the Dominicans can use this to try and secure the next Lord. And for the Guatemalans, I feel like if they were gonna make a last Hail Mary play, like what Cat was trying to do right there, it was better to try and do so near their base, where at least they can get a bit more safety, where they can get a bit of backup, more damage coming in from the structures as well. Now, the Dominicans are just waiting for the Lord, and the Guatemalans have to try and find a way to defend this. And technically, they have 2 really good sources of DPS. Not really well fed on gold and EXP, but Jen and Ivory can do a lot of damage and shred down this Lord for the next push. But while doing so, they gotta still be worried about the Am of Pendant possibilities, about the Numeron Blast that can come out of nowhere. So I think it's a very tough situation here if you're in the Guatemalan shoes.
Wow, 66,663 on the Lilia. That is way more pokes, half of what Evelyn is actually dishing out here. And to think that you have a Zask here that can really poke up against the enemy lines. Dominican Republic with the lead that they've gotten, it's a 12k lead right now. It's going to be really hard here for Guatemala as well. Their turret up top, the inhibitor's gone, so they can go for possible straight push. And with the minion waves flowing in, it's favoring still the side of the Dominican Republic.
Look at the positioning of Anita as well. Finding crafty ways to find info and perhaps set up for a sideways Numenon Blast. So not being the main frontliner. The fact that they're just so tanky at this point, having so much more sustain, let's say from the Ruby, from the Alpha, you can just stand in the grasses and in the bushes and allow her team to just walk up and bait some of these movements from the side of the Guatemalans. With the Lord already up right here, it's just so difficult because technically the Zask should be a lot bigger of a problem with the Nightmare spawns kind of harassing, but there's just not enough damage available to her right now for Evely. So the damage kind of gets absorbed by the shields from the Lolita.
Yep.
And it also kind of gets healed up if even if Connie or Jin kind of take some damage. So the Zask doesn't really do good poke. And in the middle of a big fight, the Zask survives. But the Zask doesn't really do a lot of damage either. So it's about how fast the damage can come through if you compare the damage of the Lilia to a damage coming in from a Zask.
Yeah. The siege potential also of Lilia is way stronger. She can go for the dives, just click in the black shoes when she needs it. So there's a lot of these dives that Call Me Mommy can do, and this is a point where it's gonna be felt. The struggle of kind of taking down the front line. I mean, it's already beefy enough here for Dominican Republic, and you add it to like what 3 immortalities that have been purchased here, so it's not gonna be easy to take down the front line. They can definitely siege the base here, at least the inhibitor towers. Here comes the enhanced lord for the side of Guatemala. They're gonna have to work up on this one. Connie though, setting up the place here. There's this nightmaric spawn. Half HP already for the Lord. They've already worked down the tower. Around mid, Cat! Again, taken down real low by the Gloops. Lord already at half HP. Will this be enough to force out a game number 3? Call My Mommy still unstoppable at this point. They're doing their very best to defend. There's some minion waves coming through. Black Shoes has been popped here. Guatemala still alive as Toxica goes in for like and pounds, finishes the job, gets a double kill, and now it's only Kiki left to defend. I don't think you can take this one. It is going to be Dominican Republic winning in this game, and we're going to be having a game number 3.
Oh boy, I have a close one right here, but the Dominicans immediately strike back. You can see the immediate adjustments, man. And the Lolita pick, we were doubting it. We said it might be a bit too slow. It might take too long to kind of set up, but in the right hands, I guess it just comes down to execution. And the synergy between every single player on the side of the Dominican Republic is just a sight to behold, man. The timing of the ults, the zoning for the members of the backline of the Guatemalans is just so good as well. Soon we're gonna take a look at the highlights right here to see what happened there, especially in the early game. It really allowed the Dominicans to try and take over. It all starts with the rotation advantage and the damage output. Early on here for the Guatemalans, you kind of know that they have 2 Inspires, they have big AoE, but they have a lot of late game heroes that want to take it easy, kind of farm a bit. The fact that they were fighting a lot of these early mutual objectives here, maybe trying to get secure a retribution with the last insanity. It's a play that works, but at this point it's a bit too costly. Ending up with a 7-1 score against a team that doesn't really fall off too shabbily in the late game either. I feel like it's a bit too dangerous and too risky for the Guatemalans to kind of decide on.
I think this is, I can safely say that Guatemala has been really experimental draft, even to the way that they've been picking up their battle spells here. Sometimes it works, and almost every time whenever Guatemala is up on the live stream, it is always, almost all the time, a game number 3. That was a nice implosion there, being set up there by Kat. But honestly, the clap back here of Dominican Republic was almost immediate. Not to mention the insane amount of burst that was being dished out here by Call My Mommy is just insane. Come on, you are taking down the front line here of Guatemala, an Xborg that has an immortality, Kat that has the defensive items. By the time it reached this point, Arashi, it should be game over. They were able to defend a little bit, but there was so much sustain coming out from the side of Dominican Republic.
And the fact that Ivory was the one that initially jumped forward to try and start things off, because Cat was kind of zoned out, kind of harassed down, forced to go back to the base, and so the Tigreal, that in theory should be the main engager, the one that would enable the rest of the team to kind of follow up on, kind of came in like last.
Yeah.
So even there, I guess there could be improvements when it comes to the team fighting for the Guatemalans, because again, in theory, there's just so many ways that they can win out a 5v5 fight, but when the early game just goes so heavily in favor of the Dominicans, it's just a bit too hard to come back, especially with the way that the Dominicans were playing. They were always playing it slow until it's time to go fast, and out of nowhere, they just explode into action. And the heroes that they picked for this game also kind of allows them to do so. So I think it's already planned out all the way from the drafting phase.
Yeah, honestly, what really made it hard here, apart from Lolita reflecting, Anita reflecting the damage, they've switched up the lineups here, which kind of made it. It's a good dynamic here, and they actually made it work, right? To the fact that Anita can actually play a very good role. You got Jin securing in all of the objectives, but overall, I think what really made it hard for Guatemala, even in game number 1, despite the fact that they lost it, was the Lilia of Call My Mommy that they could not reach. And of course, without a doubt, she is gonna be our MVP of the game, actually at par with Riza's Claude in terms of the damage dealt. That was the highest that we had here for today, and 94,497 on the Claude, and now Call My Mommy is gonna do exactly just that, picking up the Divine Glaive, even the Wishing Lantern here to counter out all of the HP bars that the side of Guatemala had. So overall, for Call My Mommy, she has been such a menace for game number 1 and even up until here in game number 2 where she finally secures the MVP.
And she is absolutely the main damage dealer there, because for the gold lane of the team, it's about playing it safe. The Lilia, though, can just move up aggressively whenever she wants, right, with the black shoes available. So
Right.
it's just a lot easier for her to just step up, do some damage, and she even went with the Wishing Lantern right there. So even the itemization is definitely on point. It's definitely well thought out. So we're down to the final game here. Yep.
Wow, opening and even getting game number 3. We've had a lot of sweeps, of course, in the early stages of this qualifiers, but now over at the women's division, it's a different story. We're going to be having a lot of these PO3s really fleshed out to a game number 3. For now, it is going to be Dominican Republic and Guatemala on a match point for the final game of the day. But for now, Arashi, we're going to take a quick break first, a 5-minute break for everybody to catch their breaths before we head into the final matchup. This is the Iesf America's Regional Qualifiers for female Mlbb. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back. After that short break, you're still watching the Iesf American Regional Qualifiers for Women Mlbb. We've already witnessed game number 1 and number 2, and I think we can't close off the day just yet without a game number 3. Once again, this is Dominican Republic and Guatemala on a match point. It's all about setting up the place. They've also changed their roster, Arashi, for the second game for Dominican Republic, and it seemed to work out well, putting Jin in the jungle, Anita on the roam position instead of the XP, and it actually worked out really well for them.
Is this the ace up their sleeves they've been hiding all this time, even from the casters, even from the viewers back at home? That's the running theory, so we have to see if they can prove it, right? One time, winning one time, it's a fluke. If you can win 2 times against the Guatemalans, then we gotta give it to you. So we're looking forward to this final match, and maybe even there might be even another role swap for the Dominicans, because
Oh,
you never know at this point, right?
yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's not the case though for the side of the Guatemalans. It's still going to be the same. I think their male roster does that though. They switch up roles
Oh,
frequently, which makes it all the more confusing to draft, right? Like you don't know, you can't do these target bans. And I think at this point, right, again, game number 1 is done, game number 2 is done, that's done with. It's all gonna matter, boil down to this last game, and I think all of them have to just bring out their trump card for this last game, and whatever it is, whatever their dark magician is for this game, it is their time to bring it out, because this is it. I mean, honestly, it's gonna be really upsetting too for Guatemala if Dominican Republic does pull off that reverse sweep, and it happened with Argentina, right? So again, the possibilities are endless here, and it's looking to be that case. Now we're down to the last game.
now in this last game, the question is, where is the focus on? Is it on the crowd control like we saw in game number 1-ish? Is it gonna be more on the utility and the source of damage? Because I think in game number 2, the decisive factor isn't exactly the crowd control, right? It's the output of damage. You saw that even with the right setup, with the almost 5-man implosion by Kath, it doesn't matter when the damage isn't available. So now with teams kind of exposing each other's weaknesses like this, both teams have to try and figure out a nice balance here where we can have good early game, good damage for control, and also good setup to ensure that once we do have the damage, we can still win it out later on. And if you want to go for the early game plays, that means you have to make sure that you don't give too many kills and resources to your opponents, and you don't go for a 1-for-1 trades, right? Keep it clean so that you can maintain that advantage and carry it through the mid to late game.
Yeah, I think for Guatemala though, a big problem was Call My Mommy, both games respectively. So I think either they steal away the Lilia, put it on the ban list. Honestly, the pokes were just way too much, right? Like the damage is unreal. Come on, 93,000, almost at par with the gold laner earlier, Riza on the Claude. So that is just absolutely insane. And I personally have played a lot of Lilias myself. Super great way to poke, and not to mention, the beefy front line there of Dominican Republic was not easy to take down. The Lolita, not to mention, right? Like several times we've seen that either reflect the damage or set things up with the Numenon Blast. It was just really way too good. Cat, right, has set up a very good implosion, at least probably 4-man, but that was only once, right? And most of the time you've seen Cat get bursted down. Guatemala finally, there you go, respecting the Lilia, which will force out something else here. Or another thing could be opened up here for Guatemala. The Matilda has always almost been a staple ban. So is the Turizla this time. Effects can still be felt from game number 1.
Is like blood.
Well, as you say it, the Carmilla also gets banned out, so a lot of I for lack of a better term, trauma for both these teams. They still have that memory of the previous games in their minds, still very very fresh. But the Sushin won't be allowed to be allowed by the Guatemalans, so kind of hinting at the fact that they won't first pick it anyways, right? Banning it away. But not for the Dominicans, they're also banning away the Clint, so that's interesting, right? Do they really feel like that's like the go-to, the number
Okay.
one damage output gold laner? Well, for the Guatemalans, they get the Roger, and I think it's all fine and dandy. I don't think they were all quote-unquote Clint reliant at all.
Okay, so I was thinking that the chip was open, but instead they go for the Zask here to kind of like neuter out the damage output and the flexibility here of the Roger. I'm looking at setup plays here with the of course Ivory, right? Like earlier she was given the Edict, but it didn't really find that much success. Not to mention the battle spell choice as well was really kind of a huge question mark for us, right? And the Inspire that comes through. I think Ivory is more of that player when you give her like heroes like perhaps the Terizla can really change the tides of the game. You've seen the Dominican Republic ban out the Carmilla and the Terizla, which is something that really was difficult to deal with in game number one. Will they go for the setups here? They already have the Ruby. Alpha here is gonna get stolen away, which was something that Dominican Republic picked up earlier. Now they amped up the damage here with the Vexana too to kind of like have that range as well.
Right, so for the Dominicans, I feel like a roamer that can help with wave clear will be so important right here. They don't have the Lilia. They're the ones now on the Zask. Earlier we saw a Zask Tigreal just struggle heavily to try and clear out waves. Now against a Vexana, it's going to be even more difficult unless they try and find something to help out the Zask with the wave clearing in order to be at the right place properly. And even when they do that, they still have to try
Oh.
and worry about the alpha damage potential. But now with the chip in the picture though, macro pressure, we haven't seen a lot of games end up being decided by the macro plays. It's all about these big team fights and who comes out on top. So
Mhm.
the Dominicans are definitely coming up with a new approach right here to try and take out the Guatemala.
Wow, I'm thinking this is like so much potential for split push because you got a Zas and the chip, right? You get the Zas through the portal, you can make the wave clear much better. That's something that I've seen in Dominican Republic for the last game. They're just so good with the minion wave. Clear minion wave management all throughout the game. Sometimes they kind of win in that macro game up against Guatemala, all because of the clearing that they've been doing. And now with the chip and the Zas, there's just so much more ways to clear up the lane, to access all different parts of the map. This is a staple ban, actually. Dominican Republic taking away some of the heroes that can be used up to set up, since Guatemala likes to go for that chain combo. The Diggy is also out here, so I'm wondering what's left to take in here for Cat and even Ivory on the XP lane.
It has to be some kind of catch because otherwise the Diggy is just such an expensive band to use right here. And by all means, their composition so far isn't really that combo reliant, right? They have the Spear of Alpha along with the Eternal Guard, but that's about it. Unless they want to add something else here, they can engage, and preferably, I would say for Guatemala, engage from further out away, because it really feels like if they're engaging from right in front of the eyes of the Dominicans, they seem quite prepared. They have to try and find ways to engage from the fog of war when they're not really visible to try and really get the full value of their composition, I feel.
So you got the portal here of the chip. There's the wombo combo that you can see coming up from the Ruby and even the Zask here. So Guatemala still needs the answers to that. Dominican Republic, though, I think they should go for either the jungler right now, since a lot of those options are already out. Still not clear where this Ruby is gonna go, but based on what they've showcased, it was Connie that used it up earlier on the XP lane. Still worked out well for them. They go for the carry here. Okay, preparing for the possible two frontliners here for the side of Guatemala. It's not gonna be easy though when it comes to the laning phase from the start, right? Like this is a Roger on the gold lane that can really be a lane bully up against the carry.
I wonder if the Hylas is going to show up, and if that's
Oh yeah.
what the Dominicans are kind of anticipating. But
Oh,
no, the
they
Lolita
still.
gets taken away, and
Uh-huh.
the attacks from the carry can be bounced off the bulwark all the same for the side of the Guatemalans. If they want to put the Hylas in the EXP lane, that's still a valid
Mhm.
choice as well. But then they're just prone to just running forward, right? We've seen it
Mhm.
work before, just trying to barrel and steam right through your opponents. But the Dominicans have one more pick. They have to try and predict what's it's gonna be.
Yeah, I think Ivory is that type of player
Ooh,
that is very aggressive, and what better way to be aggressive than have the Phobius up? I believe this is gonna be in the new patch, so this is the revamped Phobius with the Infernal
mm-hmm.
Pursuit. There's a lot of dashes here, I would say, with the Ruby, even the Zas to a certain point. So I guess this is the XP lane. Usually the answer to a Phobius is an Esmeralda here when it comes to the lane matchup, because you can really bully the Phobius, take up its shields, right? But I'm not so sure if that's something that Dominican Republic will consider right now, since it seems to be a Ruby Gold lane. They still need a jungler here for their lane, and to beef up the lineup here, the tanky front line that they have, they pick up, of course, a classic Fredrin to add it all up here for Dominican Republic.
Great synergy with the Thunderbelt, good utility, a good sustain as well. So kind of keeping up with the alpha when it comes to the sustainability and damage output. When it comes to clearing though, I feel like the alpha definitely has an edge. So for now, I feel like in the team fight it's kind of equal. It can go either way, but especially with the if you're talking about the early game aggression, I feel like Guatemala has more to say in the early game. The Dominicans have to try and step back and kind of take it easy on this one.
Yeah, I think they do have that understanding that this is going to be all about the team fights, right? They got the chip, and for Guatemala, the answer is the Phovius, and of course, Cat on the Numen and Blast. Again, all the focus is going to be for the players who will set up the plays here for Guatemala, and that's exactly what they did to win in game number 1. We're about to head into the Land of Nod. This is going to be the match point between these two teams. One last game to decide who will move forward here in our tournament. Is it Guatemala? Is it the Dominican Republic? Do let us know in the comment section down below if you guys want to get some real-time updates. Also, this is live via the Iesf.gg website, so you can guys get updates there on the standings and even the current roster that is being fielded out. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn here, Arashi, for the very last time for these two teams.
All right, well, the early game clear, as we mentioned, definitely favors the alpha. Jin though is taking quite a while here to clear it out. Gonna be a quantum charge Fredrin up against a quantum charge alpha, so they both have that movement speed going in their favor. Ivory though on the Phovius. You mentioned, Kim, that Ivory really shines when she can make plays, when she can be mobile and be aggressive. The Phovius definitely gives her that opportunity. But look at that play though, Anita flickering very early on.
Okay, this is exactly what you need to do with the chip. Be very annoying onto the lane, go in and out. You can also kind of bully or kind of stun your opponents on the lane, and that's really the value of having the chip in the lineup. Go through the portal, go into the bottom side, but as of the moment, right, it's the Dominican Republic, Anita, just using this to make sure that Toxica just had a good time on her lane.
Toxica definitely needs a bit more to do in her lane, but look at this, man. The chip aggression might be punished right here.
Anita, though, gonna take in the Spear of Alpha, bursted down there by Evely. And there it is. She was getting really annoying there, though, and now Guatemala answered out to that. Great start for them, and it was actually Kiki. Or no, rather, it was Evely that picked up the kill for their side. This should give them a little bit more space, a little bit more room to position themselves here in the turtle.
It's a great play to really land the Terrify on the Nightmare spawn, knowing that the AoE will actually hit Anita in the back. So great Vexana knowledge right there. Now with the first turtle fight though, I think this is where we're gonna see at least inklings of how good this Phovius can really be. Ivory already rotating with level 4 advantage, but Anita is trying to make a play.
The portal can be used up here, but they're using up so much resources just to take down Anita. Now Connie comes through the portal as Jin gonna be able to secure the first turtle of the game for the side of Dominican Republic. Now it's retaliation after retaliation. Connie's gonna go down here. They're able to sustain Numen and Blast from the backside here. Jin forced to soak up the damage here. Gonna get the onwards here. And the Appraisers are out to take down Kiki. But Evely's gonna pick up a double kill, landing a very beautiful Eternal Guard, just terrifying everybody. Now Evely's at the 301 on this Vexana.
Almost a unofficial wiped out for Guatemala, man. All the AoE, the fighters, the healing, the Alpha and the Phovius were just wreaking havoc back and forth in that fight. They have all the AoE available. They were healing so much that it kind of baited the members of the Dominican Republic to try and commit. And looking at the items, by the way, Jin is rushing a Dreadnought armor. So this is a very defensive-minded Fredrin, respecting the potential for Kiki to just snowball out of control. It's an approach we haven't seen in a long time because it kind of slows down your farming speed too.
Yeah, usually you go for a thunder belt, right? Like, I know that's the word of the day here today. Actually, the thunder belt, that is just really way too good right now. For Jen to be picking up that Dreadnought armor, it's just massive respect here to Jen. And I think in particular Kiki, who has just picked up the Sky Piercer right now to go in for that that instant takedown on the damage, and here comes the portal from Anita.
Ooh.
Gets in the backup. Wow, that's like 5 members all the way up, forcing Jen to back away here right now. Cat forced to respond here as well. Kiki gonna be soaking up the damage. Spear of Alpha all the way out. Dominator's Descent to stun down 2. Kiki gonna be able to sustain as Cat gonna be popping in that gorgeous barrier just to deflect the damage out. Good usage of skills here coming out from the Lolita. And that's looking way too crazy here right now. Whoever can come through the portal. I think Guatemala is prepared this time. Second turtle is up for the taking here. So far, it has been Dominican Republic that has taken in the turtle for this game.
I mean, it's an interesting call to just go into the portal right there. But I guess they're trying to equalize the pressure on the other side so they can return, rotate back to the turtle, and now go for a play. But look at that prediction. Anita gets spotted out.
Yep. Gonna take in a bunch of the damage here. There is the Infernal Pursuit that will be active, right? When Ivory decides to go in. But now Cat taking a lot of the damage also. Connie try to wait in for that proper setup for the I Am Offended. Anita gonna go roll all the way back to the other side. Now Cat still finding the opportunity to go for the Numinum Blast. They have Anita here soaking up the damage. You got Cat as well going in. Look at the Eternal Guard from the backside and the Numinum Blast to stun everybody out. Call My Mommy all the way onto the back. Not able to get anyone. It's going to be Jin still picking up the turtle. What is going on here for Dominican Republic? The Retribution has always been almost on point, but it's going to be the team fight being won here for the side of Guatemala. They are able to punish and punish here with Evelyn's Vexana, not to mention the deflection here coming out from Kat's Lolita here as well. But they have to kind of understand the fact that a big factor that why Dominican Republic is kind of like catching up to them is also because of the turtle takes that Jin has been taken in for the team.
Jin basically stole the turtle 1v5 right there,
Yep.
so that's definitely interesting. But Anita, can she survive?
Anita gonna get poked out
no.
real hard there. Gonna be forced to use the flicker out to safety. 1 HP left. They're not gonna go for more of the commit. Now Toxica though, all alone here. But again, this is Chip that can teleport here. They might do a sandwich play here. Cat gonna spotting out Toxica. Forced to use in the bulwark there. Here comes Call My Mommy. Gonna stun Cat for a little bit, but this is a Lolita that can sustain. All they want is gonna be this tower. They should be able to take it. I need a little bit too late there as Guatemala looking for the trades across the map finally gets in their first turret.
Something you have to kind of keep in mind though is that Path with the Bulwark can't really block the attacks coming from the Nightmare Spawn or the Demonic Descent of the Zask. So it is something that some people don't know. In my own games, I've seen Lolitas trying to block it and get slowed and still take damage. Like, what's going on? That's something that I think the Guatemalans are very careful about. And you're seeing the way Kami Mami is playing the Zask, always using the Dominator's Descent to get in the back. Almost it's a bit of a distraction instead of being like the main damage tool. Whereas for Evely, talking about in game number 1, it's all about actually doing the damage and actually taking matters into her own hands. So I feel like in this game, it's mainly Evely and Ivory that we have to keep our eyes on. The two Ys in the back of their names are going to be the ones that are going to be making the plays happen.
Anita though, gonna be zoning out Jen. Forced to use the Lycan Pounce or Wolf Form to get out of that one. There's immense pressure here onto the Golding. They haven't taken this topside turret. Now, when it comes to the objective takes, though, it's Kiki that has the advantage. She is at level 3, half HP now for the turtle. Jin, is he going to be able to steal? This time it's going to be Kiki that secures it in for Guatemala. There's the Numinum Blast there. Jin going to fall down real low. Here comes the portal for the backup, but they're prepared to take it here for Guatemala. It is absolute domination, absolute obliteration there from the side of Guatemala, prepared to take in that portal. They've wiped out 3 members and are able to take in some of the buffs here as well on the side of the Dominican Republic.
And the damage coming in from Evely is absolutely lethal. Every single time you saw that, even in the backline, Jin was already out of the engagement, trying to find a way to be useful in the fight without really committing. And then the Eternal Guard walks up and smacks her, and now Toxica getting jumped on. 3 members available, but won't go for the dive, still going for the more calculated plays. With a never mind as I say that though, it's a Zask with all the survivability still just immediately deleted.
Yeah, that's the Sky Piercer working for you. for Kiki, I was like, where's that going to be put into play? So they really want that instant burst. especially to take down Call My Mommy, right? Like, she seems to go for these mages that have high sustainability. Earlier, the Lilia with the black shoes. Now, the Dominator's Descent for the Zas, which actually has been dishing out a lot of poke damage, 22k. But overall, it is still the alpha here of Kiki that is dishing the most damage alongside Evely. They've already reached that level 10 and level 12, and with the map control that Guatemala has, they are so far on the lead right now. And not to mention that they've used the strategy that Dominican Republic has used up against them in game number 2, and it's working so well for them. Again, the Zas on the mid lane, Call My Mommy, though, forced to use the Dominator System, flickers out as well. That is way too much to give out just to survive that team fight, and that's where you can see the massive respect as well to the damage coming out from Guatemala.
Damage, man. And even with the Dominator's Descent, you can see Call Me Mommy kind of struggling to stay alive, stay relevant when she's being focused down. That's due to the changes that lowered the max HP of the Dominator's Descent form that the Zas goes into. So now they're stuck in a weird spot where the mid game from Guatemala is just very, very strong. The Phobias, the Vexana, the Rod, if they want to try and contest, they're prone to losing more members and allowing Guatemala to snowball even more. If they go for trades, though, look at this play from Anita trying to find a space.
Okay, she's all alone here. She does have the flicker, already suffered 4 deaths here, Cat, and the rest of the members forced the chase. Flicker out from their side. But for the Dominican Republic, again, they're so good with the minion wave flow. It seems like that's something that they are winning on so far. Despite the fact that Dominican Republic has gotten the Lord down bot, they are able to push at least one turret up top. But now, here comes the question. Lead is towards the side of Guatemala. They have the setup place here. It's going to be down to Connie. Anita even taking a brunt of the damage there as Cat goes all the way in and stuns her. Half HP or 1 HP left here. Forced to back away here right now. Cat also forced to flicker a little bit too deep there, but the Lord's still up though. Down bot.
That'll be an executed 10 and she succeeds.
Oh no!
She's out of position. Countered back. Still survives though. The Lord's still coming in. Guatemala looking for a play.
The Numenor Blast! Cat's gonna fall though. The Dominators to set this up, but there comes Evely. A little bit too late though. Eternal Guard is up. They're able to take down the Lord, and that is pure power coming out from the side of the Zas. You got Connie with the Don't Run Wolfgang, and Call My Mommy just pop in that Dominator's Descent to be able to get those 2 kills on Kiki and Cat, stopping the bleeding for now, but they got in a lot of second-tier towers here for the side of the Dominican Republic.
All the towers down except for the one in the mid row for the Dominicans. There's a measure of safety there. Look at the items though. Blood Wings and Glowing Wand for Evely. Just with 2 items, she's really doing so much damage. But she went with the magic penetration boots. So not cooldown, not mana, it's just full penetration here. And if you look at Ivory, she has the Queen's Wings as mistaken. So in those fights later on, if that passive procs, man, there's so much heat built into the kit of the Phobias right now, it would be tough for even Toxica to try and take him out.
Yeah. Look at the damage, 36,000. The Zax is actually at par here with the damage that's being dealt here by Guatemala, which is actually something that you see in the team fights here, especially even the tankiest members like Cat and Ivory are forced to back away. Like even Jen was forced to use the Flicker and the Lycan Pounce earlier just to evade the burst coming out, the continuous damage coming out from the Zas gear of Call My Mommy, which is somebody that can really stop the siege potential here of Guatemala in these team fights.
Oh, definitely are trying to find more opportunities, get the turrets as well. But the Dominicans are doing a great job just playing it defensively. They know that there is enough wave clear that they can actually stop the turret takes. So they're gonna bank everything on Lord fight. But Guatemala has an opportunity here to try and set up the waves and get it in their favor. Because as of right now, I believe it's still gonna push in favor of the Dominicans. So they gotta try and give up there somehow, and Jen and Toxica both are trying to do so.
Yeah, Toxica as well, usually just clearing out the lanes, make sure that she scales up. She's actually at par here with Jen in terms of the level. The Lord is also up, so I think for Guatemala, they're just anticipating the fact that they can go for this portal play, which Anita has already done. Already giving the vision here that Guatemala starting up this lord. They can get the teleport here, but that's going to be very risky, right? Guatemala knows for a fact that
Oh,
this is available. She gets spotted out there by Evely. Okay, are they going to go for the retaliation? There is the Terrify coming through. Anita a little bit too deep. There's no backup. There's no portal. Anita gonna get a breath of the damage there. Retry has been used here as well by Kiki, just to force out Anita to back away, but that means that's 30 seconds, 28 seconds before that is up. I'm not so sure if there's going to be some contest here because Jin is super far away from the map. And with that being said, I don't think there's going to be any contest at all, not unless there's going to be a portal play, but it's usually Anita all alone there as Guatemala will be able to secure in this Lord.
I wonder what the idea was right there. You go in behind your opponent, you find one of the main carries, Evely, a mage without a purify, and you don't drop the portal. So what exactly was she looking for that would have to her to put down the portal? Is it Kiki? Is it walks in on the alpha? Because I don't think they have to burst down alpha from anyway.
Oh!
On blast though.
Yep, that is stunning 2 members in. Connie gonna be able to retaliate. Don't run Wolf King here. The Nightmare spawns have been used up as well, just to zone away the members here of Guatemala. Lord is still up top though. This is the enhanced Lord that you're talking about for the side of Guatemala. You got the true damage coming out from the alpha as well. And Cap, let's see. They're gonna have to wait on her to set up the Numenon Blast here once again. She's just deflecting the damage here, but they want to get the inhibitors. Down it goes for the top side. So does the mid tower as well. They're doing their very best. Anita again taking a lot of the damage coming through here. There's gonna be the portal coming through. Anita's gonna be first one bursted down here. Connie gonna get taken down there as well. Evely still untouchable at this point. Call My Mommy forced to flicker out to safety. There are super minion waves coming in here. It's down to Toxica. Call My Mommy left to defend the base. Will it be enough? There's the minion base crashing through. They're locking in the base here for Guatemala as they finally deny the reverse sweep from Dominican Republic and take this series 2-1.
It was looking dominant for Guatemala, but the Dominicans made it a hard-earned victory. But in the end, Guatemala comes out on top with a great performance right there. Showing again that when they do less experimental things, they still have very good fundamentals. I mean, look at how they were able to use the Lord right there. Even before the fights were kind of forced on them, they were able to get all 3 base turrets. So even if they weren't able to find more from there, getting all 3 base turrets is already such a great achievement to have. And they were doing all that against a late game, a team with pretty decent late game as well. So I think they were very aware of the circumstances, and I guess they just have to try and rein in that experimental side that maybe arguably kind of cost them in game number 2. We see some highlights here from that final game that's so exciting. I think this is one of the first fights that is very telling on how this game was going to progress, because you can see that for the side of Guatemala, it's all about the fights, it's all about the sustain.
Yeah.
It's so low, and yet they were able to just stand there and continue brawling because their kits allow them to just have an extra layer of healing that the Dominicans don't really enjoy.
I think what was really telling also is that Dominican Republic got a taste of their own medicine with a couple more adjustments coming out here from Guatemala. This is pretty much the lineup that they've had in game number 2, right? And for Dominican Republic, true damage coming out. They got the Zas, they got some power picks here, but ultimately it was all about, again, the setup plays with the Numenon Blast were on point. This time Kat was able to set things up for her team, despite the fact that there's a chip here that can actually add so much value to the team fights. They were so much prepared to take it. It extended a little bit more there. A lot of these portal play coming through, but you know, with the Eternal Guard coming out from everything from the backside, she was pretty much untouchable in this entire game, which made it all the more harder here for Dominican Republic to reach the damage stealers or the damage source in this entire game, and eventually ended it in the 15-minute mark.
I think that passive as well from Evely is just so underrated. In that fight, the fact that like they initiated immediately, went on for the full burst, and then immediately deleted someone, and then the extra layer of explosions from the passive of the Vexana just allow her to do so much more. I mean, we saw that Kiki was the one being super aggressive, but Vexana, in the hands of Emily, was able to just match that And actually, I believe she wasn't taken down a single time either.
Yeah.
So I think the whole coordination from this team is really, really good. And as you can see in game number 1 and 3, they were able to just find moments there that kind of looked kind of bad initially, and then find ways to kind of like land that single skill or a single spell that can kind of turn things around almost immediately.
I think this is what they were gunning for. A playmaker on the XP lane and somebody who can set things up for them to be able to dish out this much of a damage. You got a Vixana, you got the true damage from the Alpha. Evely is just way too comfortable with this Vixana, right? Back-to-back performance on this and 100% win rate under her hands. I believe she is also going to be the player of the match here for this game. It's a back-to-back performance for her. 605 on this Vixana, completely untouchable, going straight for the penetration items and even the blood wings to amp up the magic damage. And as you can see, right, despite the fact that there were ways to reach the backline, she was almost untouchable. The positioning was also way too good here for the mid laner of Guatemala.
And you have to commend the mana management as well. No mana boots, no enchanted talisman, and yet every single time there is a important fight, you see that she always has the mana ready on the go, right? Every single time a fight does break out, we haven't seen a single fight, I believe, in this game where she was just kind of stuck there like, oh, dang, no mana. Like, what do I do? Basic attack. You know, it's always ready for the team. So the foresight and the mana management comes hand in hand for her to just know when to maybe recall, when to kind of take it easy on the mana usage. And I think that's a very important trait for a mid laner. I feel like a lot of teams are definitely taking note of the Guatemalan mid laner here, for sure.
Yeah. Guatemalan team are really pulling rabbits out of the hat here. They're magicians at this point with the way that they work around uncontemporary rafts. They finally made it work here for game number 3. But for now, Arashi, we are going to be taking a short break, a 10-minute break to be exact, before we head on to our final matchup of the day. It is going to be a highly anticipated one, Colombia versus the United States, when we return for the Iesf American Regional Qualifiers for Mlbb Women. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ISF regional qualifiers for the Americas, the ladies scene, by the way. So, we've had three very exciting matches. I feel like the last one was one of the more intense ones. We saw great adaptations from both teams, technically, and we saw different kinds of approaches to different problems. So, finally, we're going to get back to the most awaited, the match that we've highlighted since the beginning of the day, actually, from match number one. We said that the final match of the day is most likely the most anticipated one. I believe USA is in there, but also Colombia. And I think a lot of people are waiting, or were waiting, to actually get their hands on this match, to watch this match. And we're finally here. So soon, I think we're going to confirm if that is the actual match happening. And afterwards, I am very curious to see what Kim thinks about this, right? Because I think she has a bit more to say, most likely. And I feel like overall, she can
Of
weigh in on
course.
this. So,
I heard my name. Here it is. I am back, baby. Colombia versus United States. This is gonna be our last matchup. Honestly, Arashi, I'm kind of getting really emotional because we've been here. Well, I've been here for a good like 4 or 5 days, so just covering the Americas regional qualifiers. And honestly, it's such an honor to be here on this stage once again because last year I also covered this for the Pan Am section. So coming in here this year, there's a whole lot more countries coming in, and it's so nice to see this really good mix-up between Colombia and United States for a final matchup. I believe this is also something that is highly anticipated on the stream, and you guys are going to be seeing them play here once again. We'll get to see the roster in just a little bit on who they're going to be fielding here for Colombia as well as United States.
who do you think is going to have the more entertaining IGNs, Kim? What's your take on
Ooh.
this, man? I feel like the US has always had pretty wacky names, but
Oh, yeah.
you know,
We'll see. We'll see. Let's start up with Colombia. Okay, we got. Oh, so they got Prime Mary God for their male division. And for their female division, they got Kiara Prime Maki God Barcos. You got Jessica Leah Aza, Gabriela Talia Rabayo, Yuri Nakamaru Contreras, and then Valentina Valu Diaz. I'm actually wondering why she just didn't go with the Valentina here, just to confuse us a little bit more with the IGN. But I know what you're looking at here, Arashi. It is the Nakamaru for sure. When it comes to the lineup here, Colombia, I think with this being said, right, Prime Maki God here, we might be taking some notes here from the Colombian team that actually finished pretty well as well in the male division.
I think like the name Prime Maki Gods kind of sticks out a bit more than Yuri Nakamaru, to be honest.
Really? Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, for me too,
But
because that name really stuck with me as well when it came to the male division. They had Primary God. So this time I was like, oh, okay,
hmm,
are they partners, right? Like, but there's Prime Maki God
ooh,
here, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the jungler of Colombia in the male division.
well, by all means, it might not be even a reference. I might be reading too much into it. So, hey, I mean, I think there's a great
Analyzing way too
mix right
much.
here. Exactly. I mean, I think there's a great mix right here from tone wise, right? It sounds kind of Japanese ish, but then there's a good balance of everything else as well. So it's great to have balance, man. Unlike someone called Arashi that's very clearly heading in that direction.
It's very straightforward. United States, I think for a lot of you guys who have been following the female scene, myself as well, that these are some of the players that you might have seen in major tournaments like MWI that has just recently concluded. You got Neka Echikuri, you got Cindy, CXC Panda, you got Ashley here in the roster as well, Mia and YQ that they will be fielding here for the United States.
So is it Ashley or Ashley? Ashley!
It's Ash Slay. Yeah, Slay.
Ashley,
Hey,
dude!
she's had so much VODs and reels up actually over on social media. So
Oh
actually
yeah?
that's
Wow.
yeah. After the major tournament, after MWI, so she was in Riyadh also this year. So I think we can safely say that in terms of the experience, United States pretty much like their male team has a whole lot more experience. There's a huge community there. They have NACT
Mm-hmm.
happening every quarter of each year. So they really have that ton of experience. Tournaments, these are so important for the ecosystem of MLBB. And I think for United States, they're coming here looking to take in that spot once again, to go to Riyadh once again for WEC. But going up against Colombia, I feel like they might just give the United States a run for their money based on the performance actually of Colombia for their male division. So I'm just taking notes from that.
Hmm. I guess depending on, it's great to have like a bit of a reference, of course, at every time, but there's no telling what exactly we're to expect, because at this point it's still a bit kind of mixed with speculation, right? You can try and get some data, get some assumptions, but in the end, there's no real hard evidence to back up that that's how it's gonna play out. So I am for sure interested, and especially with this matchup, I'm wondering if some wacky things are gonna happen, because I remember for the men's scene at least,
Oh, yeah.
there were a lot of crazy developments, man. I was watching and me myself was like, whoa, what is
Whoa.
going on right here?
Like,
And they made it work.
whoa.
You know, that same thing can happen today as well. I'm not saying it will or should, but I'm saying it's always fun when it does.
Yeah, arrivals, all retributions. I mean, these are the things that you would see. Probably players just having some fun over at the Classic Games, but coming in here to IESF, that was just one way to just showcase your dominance for the United States, especially in the male division. You guys can get the updates as well over at iesf.gg if you guys want some real-time updates. But we're down to our last matchup, United States and Colombia once again in an El Clasico best out of three here. Arashi, do you still think it's the United States here? They are the crowd favorites, the fan favorites here as well, and with the experience, I can definitely say they have the upper hand here.
Well, technically, I'm kind of biased because I did spend 2 years in the US after all, right?
Oh,
So, you know, as part of me, it's like, my guys. But I feel like it's anyone's game, right? I'm a big believer in that nothing is really set in stone until it actually is, right? It's never over until it's over. So even though they're the favorites, I feel like there's always a chance. And even if there isn't, it's always fun to assume that there is, right? To try and kind of see the potential right there. Because if it's, come on, if it's already a done deal, if it's set in stone already, why have the match, right? We're here exactly because there's some kind of chance of an interesting development.
I'm actually curious if they're gonna be having a coach here this time for this qualifiers. I'm actually trying to get in some info because last time that they've gone in a major tournament here for the United States, I believe it was midnight. So I don't think this time they will have either a coaching staff or maybe they do have somebody there behind the scenes too helping them out, because last time it was midnight over when they went to MWI in Riyadh. So I'm not sure if it's going to be the same case for here. And as for the side of Colombia, I'm getting some info here that they do have some substitute players, a gold laner, so I'm not so sure if that's something that they can work towards their favor. You've seen the side of Dominican Republic do that. In their game number 2, they kind of rotated their lineup and it actually worked out well for them, but it was still Guatemala that got in the win. United States, I think they're definitely going to bank in with the experience. I believe some of them have also had experience in NACT itself.
Right. I mean, at this point over there in that region, I guess the NACT is the closest thing you have to a proper, like a legitimate league. I mean, it's not at the same level for sure with in development, I guess, compared to like the other MPLs in Southeast Asia. But I've been in contact with like great people like Assassin Dave, for instance, that are trying to try their best to really develop it and make it as run as well as it possibly can. So I think there's definitely great scenes and great experience from these players over there in the American region. So I think we can look forward to something a bit more, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Like something that has matured a bit more compared to the other regions.
Yeah.
I think that's what actually makes the Americas qualifiers that much more interesting, right?
Yeah, they've had a multitude of tournaments here and there, some of these community events, and yeah, I got the privilege to talk to Private Dancer as well. I was asking what the scene was like there, and they said it's all about the community for the United States. When they were building it, they were just a couple of players who were really enthusiastic about the game, but look at how far it has grown, right? This could actually be the same case for Colombia if it reaches that point. Now we're seeing a lot of these standard bans, assassins are going to go out, which kind of means that It seems like these junglers here for both Colombia and the United States are well adapted with this new patch.
They're well adapted, and I guess the rest of the team should be as well. So keep in mind, with a great assassin, the only real way to shut him down is with targeted crowd control, and generally it falls in the hands of the roamer to really shadow, quite literally, the movement of the assassin and maybe protect the backline from him. So I guess it's also a testament to just how good these assassin players are, because they're that confident that they can just pick one of these assassins really, really early on and not really be too concerned about the potential counters that can come up in the drafting phase later on.
Hmm. I think they're just eliminating all of the problems first. Usually, you wouldn't want to, leave out the assassin, especially if the opposing team is just good at using that. Like, it's a very good early game advantage. Me and Naisu and Mirko were talking about it, that it is way too much to give, especially in the early phase. Colombia is actually taking their time to kind of ban out choose their bans. They go for the chip ban here. Jushin is still open, not unless the United States. They're kind of forcing them to ban that away. The Roger has been flexed way too many times, but this leaves the Zushin open for Colombia.
As if they want to pick it up and go for that early game strat, or if they want to try and go for something a bit different. I don't see why you wouldn't go for the Juicin, but I guess depending on the style, right? If you're expecting the US to come in with this aggressive burst heavy strategy, the Sushin does struggle a bit when it comes to matching damage output with how slowly and stably the damage comes out from the Sushin. I feel like that could be a potential reason to not go for it. But that's a very specific scenario, and I don't think
Yeah.
the Colombians would have the kind of information already
Yeah.
calculated so far, so they go for it.
Yeah, it is way too much utility to as a mage, and even when most of the time you see it on the ban list, now it's opened up. Definitely, Colombia will really maximize the potential of the Zusin, especially in this current patch. That can be a lane bully. You've seen how she picks up the lantern flare, right? The second skill of the Zusin to just pick somebody up, kind of disable that person, and I would say it's pretty much similar to the skill 2 of the Fermis, where you kind of tug in. Great way to initiate. USA, are they gonna go for their jungler? Usually the answer would be an XP laner and then maybe a roamer, a Minotaur Terizla if you want to go in for setup plays, or maybe perhaps like a Julian, something like that could come up as well. The Minotaur of course comes through, and the heavy priority on the jungler. This was also the case for the men's division here of the United States. They also usually almost all the time go for the alpha jungle.
We did see the impact of that Alpha Jungle just in the previous match right here, where you can see immediately the difference in speed when it comes to clearing, when it comes to the fighting prowess, and now in combo in tandem with the Minotaur, kind of leads the USA to have such a big advantage when it comes to the neutral objectives. Before that though, this is where the Sushin becomes a bit of a problem, right? Level 1 and level 2, able to spam out those spells constantly without really caring for the mana. Like that's where the USA needs to try and kind of prepare some kind of solution. And I think wave clear is gonna be so prioritized. So the Colombians might go for more aggressive picks just to deter the mid lane of the USA from clearing. So they went for the Martis and the carry. Good balance, but very contrasting here. Early and late game, trying to get some kind of late game assurances if the game does get that long.
Yeah, they also have to penetrate the front lines here of the United States. They already have the Alpha. They got the Minotaur here as well. So having the carry up in the lineup should be able to melt down these tanks, especially once she does get the items. But this leaves out the other options open. Of course, in the laning phase, there's a much better marksmen that can dominate the lane, and with the Moskov here, you can definitely bully the carry when it comes to the early game. Not unless there's going to be proper rotations here coming out from the side of Colombia. We are going to be looking at mid laner bans here for the United States, as well as roamers. So they now do have to set up. Will they take away other starter tanks here? Because that seems to be the name of the game here for almost all of the matches that we have. Team fights after team fights.
Well, for the USA though, with the Moscow, with the Alpha and Minotaur, I feel like their team fighting is good enough. Now that you used to be concerned about
Oh.
the pickoffs, right? Because okay, they're still concerned about the single target crowd control and also of course the curse of blood. They're concerned more about the combo situation, but for Colombia, it really seems like they're trying to go for like a single target approach right here. Like target one person, maybe pull him or her back with the Sushin, and then go for and execute with the Decimate, and then continue, right? just chase again and again to try and secure more kills. But I guess they're just more concerned about the front lines, right? They want to make sure that they have a front line that can kind of match the front line of the Colombians. So if they
Mm-hmm.
kind of ban away some of these tankier frontliners for Colombia, then they can ensure that the Minotaur at least, even if he doesn't really build full tank, can kind of match up in tankiness.
I'm thinking if something
The
along the
hunt
lines of
begins. Your
Tigreal,
team is
that is
ready.
one way to also set things up in the XP lane that really is a priority for some of the teams. The I am offended combination. It's all about, again, the CC here. Here and there when it comes to all of the matches. Final ban here for United States. Will it be a little bit more limit towards the roamer, or is it going to be focused more on the XP lane? The Terizla is still available, by the way, which is always a priority, but this time we haven't seen it just yet. United States taking their time here. If you think about it, Colombia already has the damage. All they need is to have that proper setup. So I think they should start taking those away. Either a roamer or an XP laner here for their
Blast
final
and
ban.
hope are the two
Of course, the
greatest
Angela actually, so
inventions.
they're concerned about the combo, right? Technically, the Angela can kind of hard guard all three heroes that have been selected by Colombia so far. So it's an interesting choice though, because even if Colombia did go with the Angela, that means that they have a very vulnerable front line technically, aside from the hard guard impact. So I feel like the USA could find ways to punish that. But now for Colombia, they've banned away the Ruby. I'm guessing they are trying to negate any kind of hero that can kind of stop the whole in rush. Earlier, we saw the Belric being used for the purpose, but I feel like that's a
Yeah,
very specific
very, very
situation, so I
specific.
don't think Colombia will go for it.
Yeah, I think it's a very
I
niche
am the
pick also
priestess of
coming out. I do see
Primal
some
Light. Is
people
a
using
hunter
it
of
to
all the
counter out
evil
these
gods.
marksmen that really spam out the basic attacks. Moskov is one of them. I'm thinking something along the lines of will they go for the Lolita that has been popping up here and there because to deflect out the damage coming out from USA, so that could be an option here for in terms of the role, or they want to go for more of the support, the utility type of support here. The Florin, the Matilda that has also been appearing in the ban list. United States, they need a mid laner here that can match up with the Zeusin. I would say somebody that has great wave clear. Valentina to pick up some good ultimates that is still pretty much relevant here, but I see that the only ultimate that she can pick up either is the Crimson Beacon or perhaps maybe even the Decimate here of the Martis, but those are not really that impactful as compared to what they have there here in their lineup.
I think the idea isn't to steal some ultimates. I think the idea is more to have spammable spells, good sustain technically built in, and two dashes to really kite back away from something like a Martis or even the Chushin that's kind of like running straight at you and kind of kite back, right? Because I think that's the hidden benefit from playing a Valentina. You can get big ultimates, but you can be aggressive and defensive when depending on the situation. So if you have a team that kind of wants to start off defensive and then transition to being
Bombs
aggressive,
on the
the
way.
Valentina can be an option. Now with
Oh,
the
okay.
Matilda and the Yude Song though, no real hard tank frontliner. They're relying a lot on utility to try and get the best out of Team USA here.
Yeah. I was thinking this might be the option that they're going for, something like a Florian or Matilda to able for them to be able to sustain the team fights, get out of the ones that they don't want to be in, knowing that the Minotaur here would really, really want to set up. But if you have like CC here, it is mostly going to be favoring the side of the United States, obviously because of the fact that they have the Minotaur. They lock in the Terizla here. I was actually talking about this. I'm surprised that Colombia didn't pick it up. I guess they were prioritizing the Yuzong instead to be able to reach the back lines. The Terizla now, you have two ways to set things up here for the United States. The Minoan's Fury, you got the penalty zone, and not to mention the ultimates here that can be stolen away by the Valentina. Good scaling as well for both sides, but it is going to be a battle between the utility and the setups here for United States and Colombia.
Again, when it comes to the push situation, though, Valentina and Minotaur can really keep up, I believe, with the Sushin and Mathilda. Because Mathilda doesn't really clear waves all that well, and the Sushin can do so, but it takes a lot of
Yeah.
time, and almost her whole mana pool. So I feel like the Team USA right here has the better like three-man roaming squad. So the Martis from the side of Colombia is who needs to be a bit more concerned, a bit more aware of the potential of invades coming in from Team USA. Aside from that, I do believe that they're just trying to go as aggressive as possible. And the youth song we've seen find ways to really shut down like a single backline
Yeah.
member from your position. But against a Valentina, I feel like it's going to be a bit more difficult. So I think the Yuzong could only really be used as a Black Dragon form zoning tool.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I don't think the USA needs to be too concerned at all.
Yep, it's gonna be the United States, Colombia. This is gonna be our first match of the day, the last one that we are gonna have, the last series to close out the IESF Americas regional qualifiers for the women's division. It's a battle between the sustainability, the fighter junglers here that we've seen so far all throughout the day. But let's see if the United States will be living up to the expectations, the hype that we've been seeing them have from the very start of the tournament. We see the pokes coming through here from M's Cutie Patupi onto Leah, actually forcing her back out, using the Purify as early as now.
Well, that's a lot of burst damage coming in, especially with that Valentina. That level 2 power spike is quite jarring here, and if you combo it with the Minotaur, it's going to be a bit difficult. And Prime Makigon can find ways to maybe harass and win in the 1v1s, but when it comes to small skirmishes like 2v2s or 3v3s, I feel like Prime Makigon needs to be a bit more careful right here, because that's not where the Mathilda kind of excels, at least for now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Matilda has to be careful, right? Like knowing that this is a Minotaur that you're going up against when it comes to the engage, the CC, United States just has a whole lot more. So I think the idea here for Prime Maki God is to make sure that the damage dealers are up. Yuri, Leah here on the Juicin. But right now, it is going to be a priority here on the XP lane. Cutie already rotating towards that side to get in that level 4 power spike before the turtle is up. And we see the rotations coming through as well from Talia. First turtle is up for the taking. No first bloods as of the moment.
Not just yet. I feel like with the turtle coming up soon, already spawning in fact, I feel like this is where we're going to see the real extent of the aggression. You can see that Team USA immediately moves in aggressively. With the Decimate already stolen with the IMU, there's a chance that the USA are planning on getting a massive snowball right here, right now.
Valu gonna go in for the Black Dragon form. Now goes in for the Petrify. All to Ems, and that's gonna be the first blood drawn in by Colombia. You get tugged in here by the Lantern Flare as well. Not gonna be enough to dish out the damage, but with that being said, Colombia goes straight for the turtle. There might be some contest happening here. Level 5 already be attained here by Chutski. Will the steal go through? It's not. Still gonna go to the side of Talia, but right now, one by one, they are falling down. Chutski goes down. Primary God still able to sustain. Yo, Waiki gonna fall. And that's gonna be the Lantern Beacon used onto Eb's Cutie Patootie. But that's gonna be 2 for the price of 2 here at this very moment.
M's Cutie just comes in there a bit too late. I mean, if that Minion Fury was available earlier on in the fight, it really could have been a great moment for Team USA. At a distance on that Lantern Flare though, M's Cutie barely escaping from that second pickup. But that's the power of the Tsushin, and unfortunately for Team USA, they lost M's Cutie Patootie a bit too early there when she wasn't level 4 just yet. So this is the same kind of threat. So Colombia really seems to have been more prepared in taking that fight. But when it comes down to the tools, the USA still definitely has ways to really come up on top right here. But now they're the ones at a slight gold deficit and a EXP deficit as well, but they're really trying to catch up.
The Flicker is not available here for Ems. We go in for the Spear of Alpha here instead for Chutski. But they're not going to be able to find anyone. They still have the sustain here from Primaki God, which is really making it all the more difficult to go in for the engage. And now we see the Decimate come through here for Cutie. Terrified here. Talia gonna be able to dash all the way in. Right now we see a lot of pressure here onto the Goldane Sandwich play might happen here as M's Cutie Patootie gonna go in for the Minoan's Fury. That's gonna be one member down. Talia gonna get tugged in, taking down M's Cutie Patootie. Here comes the Black Dragon 4 to counter engage. The Petrify comes through as Chutski gonna go down here as well. Cutie has the Decimate, but Leah not gonna go for more. Huge wins here for the side of Colombia, especially right before the turtle take. YQ as well forced to flicker out here to safety. They're not gonna go for more here. The chunk down real low, 8 seconds before the second turtle is up.
USA going aggressively right there, but they're kind of they're trying to go for big tower dives and big burst damage, but they don't really have the right tools for the job. So you see members from Colombia surviving with a stable HP. That's where they can use like the guiding wind to try and get out. And look at M's Cutie Patootie taken out.
Again, getting caught in the lantern flare. Leah gonna get taken, or actually, Leah's gonna take her down. YQ as well. Next one on the chopping board does not have the ultimate. That's Prime Mackie God will find the kill. 7 kills for Colombia, and it seems like all of these team fights that seem to favor the United States, all because of the fact that they got the Minotaur. They got in the setup here as well from YQ's penalty zone, but it seems like Colombia has all the answers to that, right? They make USA go in first, making all these aggressive plays, and they just clap back.
They did a great job just baiting out aggression by using the Tushin as a nuisance tool, right? Just waving the lantern in the faces of the USA again and again. And once they kind of get sick of it, they get sick of the wisp coming in from Prime Mackie God on the Matilda as well. They try and go for a play, and the Black Dragon form comes through to try and follow up, to try and punish afterwards. So Colombia are just really burning out a lot of the spells from the USA and making them use them at the wrong times when they're not really ready or coordinated yet. But look at this, man. The gold lane definitely immediately getting a lot of pressure. That's the way for Colombia to kind of get their carry scaling to the late game kind of safely away from that Moskov. They can potentially go a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot of purifies as well here for Leah and Yuri for Colombia, so that kind of negates all of the penalty zones, perhaps even at a point the Minoan's Fury here for Ems. But now we see the shields coming through here, the Lantern Flare again picking up Edge Shakuri. And this is the reason why, it's so hard to go up against the Zeusin despite the fact that it can't clear the waves that fast. But when it comes to the team fights, right, you get a Lantern Flare onto one member, tug them all the way back in. They're not going to be able to do anything, but there's a little bit of stun when it comes to picking them up. And not to mention, the damage to the utility overall is just really good. This is why I would safely say that the Zushin should never be left open most of the time.
Most of the time it really shouldn't, but sometimes it just makes its way through. Now Estalia goes for the turtle here. YQ tries to make a play, but they gotta go in together, man. If she's alone, she's gonna get punished.
Okay, she's waiting for the proper timing for the penalty zone, but they're a little bit too deep in the jungle, and there it goes. Minoa's Fury as well to top it all up. Talia's gonna be able to secure in the turtle, but the damage is way too much here. Ems forced to flicker out to safety, but with the Lantern Flare there of Leah, she is not gonna be able to survive. United States gonna go in for a trade though down bot, but CXZ gonna be a little too deep there. Is he gonna be able to stay? She's not gonna be able to do so. A 1v1 up against a Yuzhong. It's definitely difficult when you don't have the right items just yet. Now Colombia going all the way, all aggressive to the jungle side here of United States as they struggle to get a whole lot more of these jungle creeps that has been either taken away by Talia or gets either taken down by the other members here of Colombia.
Kind of crazy to see Colombia going up against this composition from USA. And they kind of have ways to kind of get away from the bulk of the crowd control. Technically, with the 2 purifiers in the hands of the Tsushin and the carry, they can kind of just go in and then purify from the penalty zone or the Minion Fury. Whereas with the Black Dragon form, Valu can do the same. And Talia with the Mortal Coil can do the same as well. And if all else fails, Prime Mackie God can come in and save the day anyways. Already with the Flash of the Oasis, this means that for the side of Colombia, they can kind of play as if the USA doesn't really have a lot of these big initiation tools. And if that's how they're doing it, then the Minotaur and the Terizla are just like very bulky, slow-moving healers and minor damage dealers. So that's how they're really getting ahead here in the bulk of these fights. And with the gold advantage surprisingly low for, if you look at the score, there's still a chance for USA to try and come back from this.
Okay, there's the Lantern Flare again, and the circling you out to YQ, forced to flicker out 1 HP as Valu goes in for the Furious Dive to successfully pick up the kill here for Colombia. But there might just be an answer here. Here comes 3 members of the side of the United States. Black Dragon form to zone them away. Ems, does she have the Minoan's Fury? It's not yet available just yet. Leah again doing Leah things, picking up the Minotaur with the Lantern Flare down to her demise. Colombia with 12 kills in. They're not even gonna wait for it anymore. Just going straight for this Lord as Valu gonna be able to zone everybody. Ems, the rest of the team out of that Lord pit. Look at how fast they're chunking it down. This should be a free Lord for the side of the United States, where they do get a trade-off there though with the Moskov equalizing the turret takes right now.
Small victories for the USA getting those turrets. getting a kill there in the grand scheme of things, that's how they were really able to actually maintain the gold difference kind of in an okay spot. It definitely isn't ideal for them to be behind 3,000 gold, but when they're down 10 kills, 3,000 gold doesn't really sound that bad actually. But with the lore taken by Colombia, now they can really use that empowered waves and the lord itself to just equalize in the turrets. And once that happens, I believe the gold swing will really be seen, right? Because the USA is kind of keeping it artificially low technically by just having the structural advantage.
It's hard though, like 5 deaths on Ems. There were several times that she did the setup, but it was really difficult. Again, Leah picking her up with the lantern flare. You get stunned, and then there's the initiation from the side of Colombia right after that. You can get bursted down, and without the setup here, it's pretty much useless on what the United States wants to happen here. There's a lot of shields coming through here as well. Back Dragon form has been used. They're gonna be locking in the tower here, just focusing on that, working on that. You're gonna be able to take it in. Second tiers are all gone here, Arasi, just as it hit the 11-minute mark.
And there's no need for Colombia to try and make any risky plays happen. They can just keep doing what they're doing, try and really extend that gold lead to even higher degrees, and then make a play with the next Lord, right? They went for that Lord. It is only the first Lord after all. Getting all the outer turrets is already a big win for them. For the USA though, it's a whole different story. They are the ones who have to try and rack their brains to try and find a solution that can actually work out well right here. Because they've been just using the Moskov as a split push threat, and the Moskov hasn't even came in to like join the fights at all.
Yeah.
Already at a 3-item power spike, actually having more gold than the carry. But they have to find a situation or enable the Moskov to just find a spot to really dish out that damage and make use of those items. Because against all the early game, the chase coming in from the Moskov, from the Mathilda and the Yuzong, there's no way that the Moskov will be able to just output the damage without really being pushed away.
They're also sending Valu down there, right? Like, so there's that threat of the Yuzong, making sure that that lane does not get further pushed away by CXZ. The Lord is just about to be up, and I think for Colombia, with how far they are here in terms of the gold lead, not that far just yet, but enough to be able to create dominance here, or create that pressure up against the United States. CXZ this time, a little bit more of the sustain here. Earlier, you've seen the 1v1 situation between her and Valu, and it didn't work out well. But now, with the Wind of Nature here, CXZ can just keep on pressuring this bottom lane. Seems like they want to get the second tier tower. Again, she can just land in that Spear of Misery all the way to the Lord Pit and just join in the team fights. Depends on if United States wants to call her in, but right now she's just using this Moskov to be a split push threat and actually forcing Valu to go all the way there. So that's one unit out. There's the Lantern Flare there from Leah. 1/4 HP for the Lord. They got the Decimate here for the side of the United States. Will they go for the engage? Nobody's going for the setup just yet. It's going to be Chutsky. He'll go in for the Spiel for Alpha. And there's YQ with that penalty zone out to 3 members. That's what they were looking for. CXC as well joins in the team fight here. Does she have the Wind of Nature? There's Valu as well, gonna try to go in for the backline. CXC gonna get taken down there. The shutdown on the Primary God comes through. As Valu and the rest of the team, they're not gonna go for more. The damage is coming through here for Yuri. So United States, they back away. It's a gold laner for our roamer. I'd still say a worthy trade here for the side of Colombia.
Definitely. I mean, the gold lane that they were really banking on, the gold lane that they have painstakingly kept at the gold advantage, just got taken out in that fight. And as an exchange, they only got the roamer, right? I think the idea was for the Moscow to come in and set up a pick off onto the Tushin, but we saw Leah, I believe, use the ultimate, kind of shift the angle a bit, and as a result, did not get stunned up on the wall, but right into the knockup from the Minotaur. Unfortunately, though, there's just not enough damage available just yet. So Colombia, in the grand scheme of things, are content to just keep doing this, and Valu is an absolute menace right here, just pulling everyone to try and deal with her. And look at that damage, man. You just cannot ignore it.
Yeah, but fortunately enough for CXZ, she's built up to be the lifesteal Moskov here, popping in the Quantum Charge here as well to be able to sustain. So right now she does have the items, the Wind of Nature, also to counter out the possible Furious Dive here from Valu. They're not going to continue the lore, but instead going to go for the setup here. Spear of Alpha going to be used here on the Chutsky. Circle Eagle not going to be continued here. Probably going to zone out Ems. Lantern Flare just gonna be able to use to be poked here. They got in one member. Look at the damage coming through. Thalia, they're not gonna go for more here. So it's just a tango, not in between the Lord, but even just between these two teams. As CXZ again doing that split push potential. So they're just forcing out one member of Colombia to back away and try to deal with CXZ.
That's a great play for Team USA to go for the Yu Song instead, but the Minotaur might get taken out right here.
Yep, M's cutie patootie. A little bit low there, Leah. Using that lantern to its fullest potential. Thalia as well, looking for the proper opportunity to dive in. Cutie a little bit out of position there. Does not have... They have the sustain. M's again gonna get taken down there by Leah. Popping in the Crimson Beacon. And without that setup from United States, it's gonna be difficult to dive right in here. As look at how Yuri, how fast she's chunking down that Lord. This should be a Lord that will go to the side of Colombia. Taken in by Retribution here by Thalia.
And unfortunately for Team USA, they were just forced to go back slowly but surely. It's not that Colombia is making big plays, big momentum swinging moments to really get the game in their hands. They're just slowly but surely weathering them down with the Lantern Flare again and again, just threatening the potential of an engage to burn out some of these spells. And especially for EMS Cutie Patootie, man, life is just so difficult right now because you are just so immobile. Same thing can be said for YQ, might be taken out of here as well.
Yep, instantly bursted down there by Yuri, and now this is the time to go in for the engage. They don't have the penalty zone value. A little bit too tanky there, able to soak up all of the damage. Shutsuki, not enough damage to take her down as she's able to just get back all the HP she just lost. Again, the tug in. Ems, does she have the Minos Fury? He does find it, but it's going to be the Purify used here by Yuri, and Ems again goes down right before the Lord even comes in. That's two members, the two setters to set up the tempo here for United States. Colombia gonna work in on all of the inhibitors left here onto the base, making sure that it's fully exposed. The mid goes down here as well. Chutski not even gonna make it out there, even with the Spear of Alpha. Backs against the wall here for United States. Arashi, I think this should be it. Look at how they're locking in the tower. They're able to defend a little bit, but with the Lord here, it's over. Colombia will take in game number 1 up against the United States.
Yuri on the caddy, man, keeping her eyes on the prize right there. Goes straight for the base. That was just so unfortunate for Team USA, man. You saw that final moment. That one big play that was attempted by the Minotaur. The Minion's Fury knocks up literally no one. That immunity from the crowd control is what Colombia were using to really deny the Minotaur and the Terizla from having any impact at all. There's no wonder that they went, for the Tsushin, and they had no issue at all leaving out the Terizla, leaving out the Minotaur, because this is what they're planning on doing the whole time. And in the gold lane, I get the idea that you want to use the Moskov as a global presence, as a split push machine, but it just got online a bit too late. And from the early game, I feel like they really needed a better plan on at least how to keep the goal difference and the advantage of the opponents kind of in control, because they lost a couple of fights and they just kept going at it, Whereas they weren't really geared to go for those aggressive plays.
I think what's really interesting here too is how Leah is able to survive all of that. I mean, come on, there's just way too much damage. And at a certain point, right? Like, Leah is also the one fronting for the team, because you need to be at a certain distance to be able to pick someone up, right? Several times she was able to pick up the M's here. That's why she's not able to set any good plays here, even to a certain point. YQ, right? They're just tugging everybody in. They're forced to use these big ultimates to be able to kind of like defensively use it up against Colombia, but without any of the follow-up coming out from the side of the USA, it was difficult to bounce back from that situation. CXZ again forced to be able to split push here to kind of make the waves move, but ultimately, right, the control as well of Colombia on the sides is just way too good. They can punish with Valu's Yuzong here.
And it's not just Valu, it's everyone else as well. You missed out just a little bit, and there are ways for Colombia to get their hands on you. The same thing can't be said for Team USA. They can go for big team fight ultimates, but even to do so, they require some kind of flicker because of the distance management from the side of Colombia. And not to mention, again, with the Purifies, Colombia can just walk up nonchalantly, not fear any real crowd control repercussions, and just move back and forth until they eventually will catch either the Minotaur or the Terizla out of position and force them to use spells. I mean, even Chutski on the Alpha, that should be aggressive, that should be trying to find pickoffs maybe, or burst damage, is forced to use the Spear of Alpha backwards due to that pressure, right? Due to the control that was just constantly exerted by Team Colombia. And if you look at the damage, it does reflect, man. I mean, we talked about how the damage isn't burst heavy. It doesn't really come out really, really fast, but it's continuous. And it is reliable. 85,000 from Leah on the Tsushin. That's definitely a significant amount.
Yeah, I mean, this is a prio, heavy prio most of the time, right? The Zushin, that is almost always a staple ban for all of the teams, and you've seen how it works. The utility of the Zushin is just way too good in this current meta. You get the Lantern Flare up, even the tankiest members here, M's. Most of the time, it's M's or YQ that gets picked up here by the Lantern Flare. And right after that, with the damage coming through with the Martis, the shields coming out from the Matilda, it was not going to be easy, despite the fact that they were kind of able to set things up with a counter Minosphere or maybe even a penalty zone, which was really, really surprising to see this case, right? And to think that there's no hard front line here for the side of Colombia. They were able to make this work, but ultimately, I think the game changer for this matchup was definitely, of course, our MVP for this game. And I think without a doubt, we all know how well she performed in this particular game. I definitely do have to give it to the Zushin here of Leia, that really performed so well, really disabled all of the playmakers here from the side of USA to be able to do anything at all.
I think that's definitely accurate, because the only reason why they were able to do so well is also the fact that that Lantern quite literally lights up the whole jungle anyways as they are moving. So that also allows them to just do what they were doing without really fearing for not having a main front line. So I think adjustments for sure for both teams are available. It's only game one after all in a potential best of 3, which we've seen a lot of in recent times, which is a great sign. But before that, we must take a small little short break. So bear with us, stay tuned in the Iesf America's Regional Qualifier Women's Series.
Welcome back to the American Regional Qualifiers. This is the penultimate match, or not the penultimate match, actually the final match for women's Mlbb. Still here with the United States and of course Colombia that has already secured in game number 1, which means that this is a match point. Still with me, Burger Kim and Arashi, bringing you guys the action here for possibly last game of the day, and not unless we're gonna be having a match number 3.
It depends on if Team USA can recover and find a solution right here, because Colombia just seemed to be, I don't know, they seem to just outsmart the Team USA right there in game number 1 in so many levels. I mean, from the Purifiers and the crowd control immunity tools they secured with the Black Dragon form and the Mortal Coil. Like I said, there was a Minion Fury and not a single person who got hit by it got knocked up. That's pretty tragic to see. And Colombia kind of orchestrated all that. And they also made sure that they also really made sure that they can really push forward because they have the Tsushin as well. So I feel like it's not exactly set in stone since the beginning. It's that the fact that they have the Tsushin and they saw the potential for the Team USA to go for the Minotaur or the Terizla, a very common strategy that we've seen in the matches today and a couple days ago as well. So I feel like they just came up with a solution on the fly, and that's a dangerous thing because now Team USA, if they are building a composition right here, and they've really shown the first 3 picks, they gotta be careful for what kind of potential solutions or what kind of potential approach will Team Colombia kind of craft to try and go up against it.
Actually, I'm really curious also about the synergy of this team. How long have they been playing together, right? I mean, it seems like there's a slight disconnect, I would say, when it comes to the turret dives that they were doing in the early game. That's the reason why they were also punished heavily there by Colombia's counter engage tools for game number 1. So coming into this matchup here, match point for the United States, Colombia. It's gonna boil down if they can actually force out the game number 3 for Colombia. What they did right for that game was just, again, having the power pick of the Zushin. I think this time for the United States, they should not underestimate that, despite the fact that, okay, maybe you say that's all utility does not have that much damage, but you see the way the Lantern Flare was such a game changer, a life changer rather, for that particular game for Colombia.
Especially if you want to go with skirmishing team compositions, right? If you have a teammate composition that wants to just go in, if they want to just go for a big engage, the Sushin just makes everything just that much more difficult. Approaching the opposition is difficult, getting away is difficult, and even positioning properly to try and get the proper setup. We saw that EMS was just thrown all over the place, and she just struggles to even get to the right spot to really land, not even the Minion Fury, just a normal knockup. So I guess, yes, the utility technically can be considered crowd control, and crowd control has shown to be very, very valuable, especially when both teams are just struggling, fighting each other for dominance like we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, we're starting to hear the bands come through here in the United States, despite the fact that they are on the blue side. They are going to be, of course, taking away the Zeus, and the impact was there. Based on what they banned out in game number 1, it was some of the assassins, some of the utility, of course, in the form of the chip. Not so sure if they are one to utilize that, which is still open, by the way. It's a pretty standard bans, not unless they want to go for centered bans here right now. I believe this is United States still going to be fielding the same lineup as what they had in game number 1. So you got CXC on the gold, not unless they're going to do in a little switch up of roles again in a matchup like this, a crucial matchup for Colombia. They are still going to be working with the same lineup here as well. The impact of the Matilda's guiding wind was just way too much to handle. That's why the lineup also of Colombia was so mobile in that game. So it was difficult to catch them as well. So of Colombia was so mobile in that game. So it's difficult to catch them as well with the Minoan's Fury.
Do wonder if the USA are looking too deeply into it. Like, they're banning 2 heroes that were in the previous game. So is the approach to just ban away a bunch of the heroes that were used by Colombia in game 1? Because that doesn't really solve the overlying issue, right? And for Team Colombia, they can very much go for a different strategy altogether. There's no info that at least we have to enunciate that, to kind of hint at the fact that Colombia only play this style. They can still play a variety of different styles for all we know. So for Team USA, I really do hope they don't really just fully tunnel on trying to counter the strategy from last game. They have to try and get their heads into this game.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game, and we're talking about the match point here for Colombia. I guess it's a very reactive ban coming out from their side. Again, I don't blame them. They are on the blue side, so again, they can have the opportunity to take some of these power picks. I'm guessing the chip, if it's gonna be left open here for the United States, if they're gonna continue this reactive ban, like what you mentioned, Colombia can just pick up a different strategy here. I think they should also consider, having a very good matchup when it comes to the laning phase. Earlier, they prioed the Minotaur and
Who
the
said there
Alpha
are no
when
shortcuts
it
in
came
life?
to
I
the,
literally
the
invented
drafting
one.
phase. But now they are gonna take away the chip as well, so that is out of the picture. I'm thinking if they're gonna go for an assassin pickup here, since Hayabusa ban comes through as well as the Zas over on the side of Colombia.
I wonder what is USA's plan for the mid lane because they are first pick right here and they ban away the Sushin. Is what's the problem here? Do they not play the
I feel
Sushin?
like
They don't like playing it, or do they have a different strategy in mind? So a different mid laner, so they'll just
Mhm.
ban away the Sushin, so that they don't have to kind of worry about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's either number one, like based on what I've gathered from professional players. They're like either they're not number one, they're not comfortable using that
Magic
hero.
is
They
my
feel like it
life.
can't
Your
fit their
team is
team
winning.
composition, so that's why they just choose to take it away. Or
I see
either it
lots of
does not number
gray.
two, it does
Your
not fit
team
their
is
team
picking.
composition at all. So United States gonna start it off with something that is not it's no longer a stranger to us, right? The Roger heavy prio on this for a lot of the teams. We know that this is a hard flex coming in from the side of the United States, but for Colombia, will they immediately answer out with the same picks? Oh wow, they get to the Alpha this time. Will they go for the Minotaur as well when it comes to the setup, or the Ruby? That is usually the answer to the Roger.
Can go for both unless they have a different plan for. I think the roamer usually gets shown up this early anyhow, but depends. With the alpha in the
Elimination
picture,
fatigue
wow,
is
okay, never
coming.
mind. I was thinking
Okay.
with the alpha in the picture, they want to find ways to kind of enable the alpha. Again, it usually means crowd control and good wave clear to help the mid lane out. But they immediately go for the carry. So on the side Colombia, what exactly are they predicting that the USA will go for? Because I mean, the carry isn't exactly a counter to the Roger.
Yeah.
There isn't really a need to pick it up this early anyhow. And for
Comfort,
the US,
perhaps. I feel like it's a
maybe.
comfort, right? I mean that should be with considering how the carry performed so well in game number one. So I mean, there's no logical reason to pick it up this early other than it to be a comfort, because usually you'd go for a little bit more towards the CC side, sometimes the Minotaur, Terizla even to win out the lane. But I think they want to let USA define what this Roger is. Still does not get defined here with this pickup. You got the Terizla here being locked in, still the same for YQ, and the Valentina as well. Once again, for the side of the United States, still a very viable option to limit out what Colombia wants to bring out. So this is kind of like, okay, United States, like, Colombia, are you gonna pick up the Minotaur? We got the Valentina here this time, so maybe try to go for a utility like the Matilda earlier. That actually worked well for them in clashes that they don't want to be in.
Utility as in saving tools to save members in distress, that could work out.
Exorcist of the
I feel like
Dragon
for Colombia
Spirit
though,
here.
seeing all this, they still go for the youth song in the end. It's still a great matchup against the Terizla by
Yeah.
all means. But you're saying that for the most part, I don't think Colombia is giving any respect to the US. Like they're picking all these dive heroes with short range that want to fight in clumps against a Terizla, against a Roger and a Valentina. In theory, this shouldn't be what you do against the three aforementioned heroes. But for Colombia, I feel like they're confident enough to try and do so. Or they have a plan here to pick one more hero that can kind of enable the rest to really get that much success. And that just means usually more crowd control. But I don't really have a prediction just yet.
I am the
Yeah,
priestess
Minotaur
of
is
primal
up.
lightning,
The
the
Edith that
hunter of all
also
the evil
resurfaces from
gods.
time to time in the draft, which is really a good way to counter engage when you have all these dive heroes. So Colombia's gonna go ahead and take that out. United States as well, gonna be taking away the Angela, and honestly, it does get really scary if Colombia gets way ahead. You got the hard card to just pretty much save any of the team members here of Colombia that are in a dire situation. Colombia here for the last ban. I think they will most probably center it towards the roamer. Earlier it was Ems that picked up the Minotaur. Not so sure if that is still going to be an option. Without the Zushin, I think they can pull that off. they have to have that front line as well. I mean, so far they only have the Terizla here. To a certain point, they got the Valentina. So I think the Minotaur ban might come through here, or not, unless they want to limit out the jungler options. Because again, flex pick from the United States, the Rogers. So they're gonna take away the
Wow.
Ling for the last ban, kind of gearing up for a fact that United States might pull off something surprising for their last few picks.
Well, if they add a assassin to a Valentina, Terizla, and a Roger, I guess in theory it does work out, but it also leads the USA to really not have a solid source of damage. Because the Roger does damage, but generally best used for chasing and executing. And the Valentina does a lot of burst damage. So unless something they get something else that can really help out with the damage output, an assassin is also gonna find it difficult to,
Oh wow.
especially going up against a Yuzong and an Alpha as well. So I guess for the US, they're predicting that the Faramis is going to be what's going to be used to combo with all these three dive heroes that are independently performing. So I think it's a great read, but I
Mhm.
think
Uh,
Colombia for sure will have more crowd control.
Yeah, I was thinking like they could have left the Faramis open, right? And I mean that's something you would want as a Valentina, extended team fights. But I think they're just kind of like taking away all of these utility. That seems to be something that Colombia really likes. Now I'm thinking of, in terms of utility, you still got the Minotaur here, but there's the Valentina to worry about. There's also the option of Florin if you want to go for a little bit more about the heals. But wow, Sicilian. Great scaling here for Colombia, but what I'm worried about is the mid and gold are going to be scaling heroes. So it's going to be up to Talia to be able to ensure that they carry this all the way up until the late game, because United States, their three picks, these are just early game heroes that can definitely bully the Sicilian and the carry.
With the right roamer, though, the Sicilian has a deceptively good wave clear, and he can participate with a lot of these fights, especially with the Sanguine Claws now coming out a lot faster. The US, though, again, doubling down on this burst style. They're gonna try and just lock on to the first target they see and delete him. And for Colombia, none of these four heroes already shown on the screen right here can withstand the full damage from the US,
Oh,
and they're going with a Lolita as well. So it's a great
okay.
chance to counter the carry, to potentially counter the Sicilian as well, depending on
Yeah,
how the balls kind of fly.
it
Last pick for
can.
Colombia, though, has to be something a bit tanky.
Yeah, you can really deflect the bats fees from the Sicilian, even the basic attacks coming out, the speedy light wheel from the carry. Now I'm thinking like, is Colombia gonna go for that cheesy strat of Sicilian Carmilla? I mean, it's gonna be hard to pull off the Carmilla though. That I can safely say. You got a Valentina on the other side. You got all these heroes that can go in for the counter initiate. But with the Sicilian, you can really go for these dives if that's what you really want, right? Like Colombia already has that potential, or they might want to go for a more traditional tank, something that is a pure tank, like a Tigreal. So I'm not so sure. Again, it's gonna boil down to the comfort. I completely forgot that this was open, which means that with the Yuzong being put into play here, this is going to be a Roam Ruby.
Ruby Rome, I mean, it's still very much legit. Good sustainability, good help with the wave clear as well. Ruby Sicilian up against Lolita Valentina. I feel like Colombia has the push advantage, and they have an alpha. So even though they have quote unquote scaling heroes, there's a chance they can get the ball rolling all the way from the beginning. And if they really need that extra bit of help, they can always bring the fights and the attention all the way to the EXP lane. And we know that Valo is absolutely on the case. In a Yuzong Terizla matchup, I feel like the vast majority of pro players at this point already know how to kind of maneuver around it.
Mhm. These were some of the picks that they've had, the Yuzong in particular, as well as the carry in game number one. Now it's a double scaling lineup for Colombia. Let's see how they will manage to make it through, especially in the early parts of the game. Because honestly, that's sometimes that's my worry, right? Like there's way too much scaling heroes in the mid and the gold that it kind of cripples the rotation that will be coming out from the team. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn. This is the match point between the United States and Colombia, unless United States can force out a game number 3. Land of Dawn here, we're looking at, again, a fighter versus fighter matchup. A lot of scaling heroes here for the side of Colombia. But what are your predictions so far, Arashi here? Will, again, the United States go for a very early start? They have all of the heroes to do so.
I feel like they're more. I think it makes more sense for them to actually take it a bit slower and wait for that level 4 playmaking moment, right? With the penalty zone and what
Mhm.
Value though.
Oh no. Yep, Valu gonna be able to sustain
Oh,
a little bit with the Shy residue coming out from that. That was an almost gank. That would have been United States getting a power position in the turtle. Now over on the bottom side though, we see Primaki God as well as Yuri. Just making sure that they win the lane, knowing that it's gonna be a Roger that they're going up against. Can bully the carry in the lane, but we can see that for the side of United States, they're already working their way towards the top side with the or rather, the United States working their way towards the top sky. Chutski just hit that level 4, so they can possibly get a gank here onto Valu. That's still on a level 2.
Leah just trying to clear the wave as much as possible. But the fact that they sent Prime Makiga to kind of assist in the gold lane initially, it seems interesting. I feel like maybe the first two levels would be too brutal for Yuri on the carry to kind of sustain through alone. But I feel like it doesn't get any better anyways. So now with all the attention being on the turtle, can they try and find something and potentially use the Black Dragon form to try and make a play happen?
The turtle pit is gonna get a bit congested there. You see 3 members of Colombia already rotating towards that side. Leah as well looking to stack up with the Bat's impact here. Hoping to reach that level 4. Thalia already reached it right now. Chutski as well all alone here. Pops in the enhanced shades and it's gonna be forcing the Spear of Alpha there from Thalia. Look at that burst coming out from the Julian. But right now, we're gonna put our eyes here on the Lord, or rather the Turtle Pit here, as Chutski gonna be able to get in a bit of damage there. MSQ penalty zone there onto the backside. Leah forced to use in that Bat's impact, but it is going to be the United States picking up the first turtle of the game.
I thought that's a pretty okay call. Abandon turtle. Make sure that you don't fall too far behind. As you mentioned, Kim, it is 2 scaling heroes. Despite the fact that there is synergy available for Colombia to take advantage of, it's a great start for Team USA to use the level 4 power spike. And now, with the push advantage, they're trying to make sure that they push that advantage into the jungle as well. But Talia will still be able to get her buffs. Being the main damage dealer in this early game stage, you can bet that she's feeling a lot of pressure, and the US are keeping tabs on her every single time, sending EMS to just shadow her movements around the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, Primaki God is actually forced to stay on this gold lane, right? Like you've seen CXZ, just the basic attacks coming through, right? Like we're picking up the Windtalker here. It's not going to be easy for Yuri to position herself, knowing that she only has the Purify here at this point. A lot of presence has been shown here by the United States as well over on this bottom side to make sure that Yuri does not scale up well, and making sure that CXZ just has a better laning phase. Let's look at the damage dealt so far. It is actually going to be the Roger here of CXZ that is the one dishing the most damage, all next to the Trevisla though, 5,000, as compared to the carry who still needs more time. That is half of what the carry is actually dishing out right now.
I really hope that Colombia has a plan though, because if they just keep playing like this, once the US reaches a 1 or 2 item power spike, they're gonna immediately start making plays with like 1 or 2 members. A Lolita stun into an enhanced scythe from Chutski on the Julian will be enough to take out the vast majority of the heroes on the side of Colombia, especially if they do fall even further behind in gold. So I feel like they need a plan on how to get through the mid game, because that's where I think Team USA is the most dangerous right here. With the Julian, with the Roger,
Yeah.
there's so much potential for them to just start getting the ball rolling and snowball.
Yeah, they know for a fact that Colombia is going to struggle on this early game. Primaki God misses the I am offended. Almost got tugged there, but nothing was taken in there for Colombia. They're just gonna have to respect the fact that the United States is gonna dominate in this early game. So I guess the best that they can do is actually make sure that their gold laner will be able to win the trades. There's the gank onto CXZ, gonna be able to sustain for a little bit. MSQ here as well to deflect up the damage, and the Lumina Blast flicker in, gets in 3 members. CXZ gonna get in the tip of the Bat's impact, but here comes Talia as well for the backup. Spear of Alpha gonna be there, respecting the damage output as well. CXZ gonna be forced to back away for now.
Wow, all that effort, and no one really falls from the side of both teams, but Colombia
Yeah.
definitely got really, really low, and the US are gonna use their leverage even more, but they do get a turret on the top side. So how the turntables for Valo right here, playing it defensive due to all the ganks coming in from the rest of the team of USA.
Yeah, there's no first blood just yet, but it might just be up top here. They even stole away the purple buff here from the side of Colombia. Balu right now really struggling over on that lane, even the bottom side. And this is something that you can expect to see, especially when I did mention that the both lanes, mid and the gold, are going to be scaling, and not to mention that the United States is also winning over onto their top side. And that's probably the reason why that they've been visiting this XP lane several times, to make sure that YQ has that advantage, and at the same time knowing that the mid and the gold are scaling heroes. They're just gonna they just know that for sure that they're gonna win in those lanes. And now Yuri as well in trouble here on the bottom side. Numinal Blast is available, stuns in 3 members, but the follow-up is not there just yet. They just wanted the tower, and now the United States has picked up 2, whereas Colombia has not gotten anything just yet. No casualties already, Arashi. 6 minutes into the game, it's all about the neutral objectives. The I am offended almost got tugged there, but nothing was taken in there for Colombia. They're just gonna have to respect the fact that the United States is gonna dominate in this early game. So I guess the best that they can do is actually make sure that they're
Guard dogs looking for intruders.
no one's intruding them just yet. For Colombia, they know their power spike is gonna be onto the late game. So now United States is doing the best that they can. All the turtles went towards their side. No contest at all from the side of Colombia. Still respecting that early game. Balu all alone here up top. So I think for Colombia, they're going to do some trades, mirror that move over down bottom side as M's Cutie and the rest of the gang, they're going to try to go in. This might just be the first blood, but their Black Dragon form is available. Look at how fast EXD is getting in the towers. Bottom side as well. They're not going to push any further here, Thalia. Spear of Alpha out 7 minutes into the game. And Arashi, I am just amazed right now that how these two teams are just playing in it so clean. They're not even, you know, forcing out any of these team fights, not even overextending. No first blood has been shed just yet. It's all about the objectives, and honestly, that is really what you need to win the game.
I feel like Colombia are letting go of a bit too many objectives though. I get they're trying to avoid engagements and avoid fights, but that turret right there I think could have really been protected a bit better. It's gonna drop for free right here. Now, even before the Lord has even spawned, at 8 minutes, the US are close to just taking away all the base turrets. I mean, all the turrets outside of the base turrets. But they have to be a bit careful right here. If they kind of fall into a false sense of security and not respect the fact that Colombia are only, what, like 4,000 gold behind? That really isn't that much if you consider the difference in the mid-game power spike. So the US are winning and they have control, but they are the ones working against the clock. They want to end this game before the Sicilian gets online, before the carry is able to just melt down the Terizla and the rest of the front lines from the side of USA.
Yeah, most of the time it's the Numinal Blast being showcased here, or rather being popped here by Ems. That's why it's really difficult for Colombia to do all these dives that they have. So far, the damage output is going to be towards the side here of USA. I'm offended here by Primaki God. Thalia as well chunked down to half HP, and here comes Balu for the backup. Black Dragon for to intimidate everybody else. Again, no casualties. 9 minutes into the game. I'm not so sure if we're going to be having this scenario as well when it reaches at least the 10-minute mark. So everybody's just going to go for the objectives here. Colombia giving way too much space here, way too much room for the side of USA to be able to scale up. But I think for them, it's fine as long as they can keep this up. But right now, Maki God gonna be able to find one. YQ in trouble here. He gets the penalty zone up, and the Numinal Blast still able to sustain. YQ gets taken down, but here comes the retaliation from the side of USA. Primaki God gonna be able to fall as they take in the first Lord of the game.
Getting the role for the EXP, losing the Lord, but they kept their main damage dealers kind of out of the grave. First blood was taken by Colombia, ironically, but at a 6k gold lead, it is quite significant. I don't know if it's significant enough for the US to be able to just brute force their entry into the base of Colombia, but if they want to do so, they gotta be careful. We've seen their members grazed, just caught randomly by the Sanguine Claws. One of these days, those Sanguine Claws are gonna be followed up, and the US are gonna lose several members.
Yeah, I think they're just taking their sweet time here for Colombia, right? Like get the Cecilia and Leah stacked up here. But I think you're right. They're just giving way too much. Like a lot of these free turrets, a lot of these objectives just being given to USA just like that. So I think they're being way too careful here, way too passive. They're just gonna wait for that power spike. Lord is already at half HP, knocking in the door here of Colombia. And there's a penalty zone from YQ and the Luminous Blast. Primary God as well go in for the I Am Offended. Everybody's still able to stay in Talia. The only one left to get taken down there. CXC going to be able to take down the tower as well. That's going to be an inhibitor out. Conceal being popped here as well by Primaki God, but the United States again gonna be able to take that turret up top. Look at the kill score here, Arashi. It is a very low kill score, but this is gonna be the turnaround. It is all about the objectives here for the United States, and I think that's such a hefty price to pay here for Colombia's scaling lineup.
Well, they're still trying to clear the waves, and they can do so. It is only the first Lord after all, but look at that though. CXZ, you can see that she is restless, anxious to try and make something happen. But Colombia are displaying insane patience right here. I mean, even we think that it's a bit too much, but they surely have a plan because they are maybe about to lose a mid turret as well. They're able to clear just in time, but it is a lot to sacrifice to prolong the game even longer. On the bright side though, it is still a 7k gold lead, so slowly but surely you're seeing this gold lead extend by a margin of about 1,000, and generally 8k is the, I think it's 8 to 9k is the threshold where you can actually brute force your way in. But with the Julian close to the Holy Crystal Power Spike and the Starlium, by the way, a lot of true damage, and this makes Chutsky perform like an assassin. If he can get to the backline, onto the Sicilian, onto the carry, they can immediately get nuked out of the line of dawn. That will be the end of it.
Yeah, CXZ though is also the gold difference is just huge for the Roger. It's all care of the turrets that she has been pushing, right? And that was something that Colombia was willing to give to the United States here at this point, just to ensure that they're safe and sound for their early game, not getting picked off too much. But again, a very hefty price to pay here for the United States. They got in the overall control over the map, a lot of these neutral objectives and turrets, and even all of the lords. Colombia can't even contest here. They aren't willing to take the risk, and the United States again will be picking up this first enhanced lord for free.
I think it's wild that Colombia didn't even go for the push on the opposite side of the map. Because logically speaking, Team USA are gonna be on the Lord anyhow. Even if they do run into one or two people on the bottom side of the map, chances are they can kind of get out. Now they can allow the USA to just group up these waves and let it crash at the same time. That's like the most efficient way to take out all the base turrets. But now with at least with the lightning truncheon power spike on the Sicilian, maybe there'll be enough wave clear. I feel like they're gonna lose maybe all the base turrets though, so it all comes down to that.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to siege this base though. You got a Sicilian with immense amount of wave clear plus the pokes right before you come in. Lord's gonna be marching up top. Inhibitor down mid is gonna go down as well. Primaki God gonna be able to go in for the engage. Flickers out actually. Did get a nice tug onto two, but now all the ultimates are gonna be invested here as the United States gonna be able to take down all of the inhibitors left. Base wide open here for Colombia, and with the super minions coming in, they might just push for it. Then the Winter Blast as well goes in onto the backside. A lot of Purifies being used in. There is the I'm Offended here, but it's gonna go to the side of the USA. They're locking in the base here. A double kill picked up by CXZ. They're doing their very best to defend here for Colombia, but it's game over. They are not gonna extend the game. We are going to game number 3 once again, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be finally the final match point for United States and Colombia.
All that waiting and all that patience, when it comes down to it, when you're that far behind in gold, it is just so difficult. You saw that even if they do have the gold, it's just so difficult for them to stop the whole dive in from the roster of Team USA. So it was just so difficult. You even saw the Yutong being used in defensive fashion. She did like a preemptive furious dive to try and stop the dive in, and it worked until it didn't, right? They got knocked up and they kept moving forward anyways. The goal difference at that point was just a bit too much, man. If Colombia wants to try and play that long game, I feel like they still need to have a good balance and at least have some sort of control, have some kind of trade-offs in the early game instead of just really literally letting go of all the objectives. And I think they secured like one turret. We're gonna see a bit more after this, but man, that was a slow burn yet disciplined performance from the side of the USA.
I would say way too disciplined from the side of Colombia. They really just gave too much to the United States. Turrets, objectives, and I think, apart from the fact that they wanted their lineup to scale, having the map control is also an important thing. They didn't even bother to go in for at least any of these engages that the United States were going for, just for them to be safe. They weren't able to want to give them so much more kills. And for the United States, CXC, by the time that she has reached that power spike with the Roger in the end of the game, all she needed to do was to clear up work. So it was so hard. I would say a very hefty price for the side of Colombia to give to the United States by playing I would say so passively in this game number 2.
So passively, and I guess they just weren't. They were a bit too concerned about the all-in engages, because there were times again where a Sanguine Claw does land, and you do see a chance that, oh, it's on the gold laner or it's on the mid laner, someone they can kind of maybe punish, but they didn't go for it. And this was one of the only moments where you saw some kind of resistance. And to credit to Colombia, they did get the first blood, but afterwards, not much later, right? And they just kept waiting for the Lord to be used, and I think it's just a bit too difficult when you don't have anything to really work with, right? The Lord is designed specifically to crack open the base. So even with the Sicilian somewhat scaling, only reaching the Lightning Truncheon, especially with the Lord and Tau, they're just ways for Team USA to just go straight to the crystal and just end the game right there.
Yeah, it was difficult. I think for Colombia, they gave so much room, despite the fact that they wanted to extend this game or extend this matchup actually a little bit longer for Leah, for Yuri to be able to scale up. The Cecilia was already dealing like 33k damage, right? That was almost at par with the Roger and the Terizla. But the problem was, right, the space again that was given to the United States. They can really siege the base hard, even though despite the fact that they have the Sicilian, there was only one way to engage here for the side of Colombia, which was the Ruby here of Prime Maki Gotch, which we've seen that the United States also takes in with the ultimate of the Valentina. So you got the I'm offended, you got the penalty zone this time for YQ that worked so well. Not to mention that she also won his lane, and Ems, all she needed to do was just counter setup as well with the Nuunan Blast. After the Purifies were used up in the penalty zone, they can go for the retaliation here for the side of the United States. 14 minutes in, I believe 9 minutes into the game, we haven't seen any of the first blood. And I think without a doubt, we can safely say that there's only one person that stood out doing all the work all across the map. It is CXZ. Mind you, she has been pushing the turrets up top, pushing the turrets down below. That's why the United States got so much space all across the map. And not to mention that she is the gold laner that was able to rack up the most kills in this low count game that we have for game number 2.
You do wonder what the idea is for Colombia, like if there is an actual ideal circumstance for it all to work out. Because even in the early game, we were talking about, in the mid lane, there's a chance that the Sicilian and Ruby can kind of outpush. There's a chance that the Yutsong can kind of do something. And I think it highlights a big factor right here. Because for Colombia, they were sending their resources to try and to try and help out, technically, a losing lane, the carry, against the Roger. Whereas for Team USA, they sent all their resources to try and make sure that a lane that's somewhat even, the Terizla and the Yutsong, kind of swung in their balance. And it starts from there, right? You kind of give the guy a bit of a boost, give your player a bit of a boost, and then that lead allows that player to just gain lane dominance, and then you can leave it alone. I feel like that's something that can be done by Team Colombia in game 2, because they do have a Yutsong. But of course, they need time to try and process that. So, I guess we'll be right back after a short break right here.
Yeah, 5 minutes break, guys. We're gonna be going to game number 3 after that. Don't you guys go away. This has been the Iesf America's Regional Qualifiers. We have one more matchup for the women's division, and this will be the deciding match between the United States and Colombia. See you guys after this break. back after that short break with more MLBB action here for the final matchup that we're going to be having here for the women's division of the IESF American Regional Qualifiers for MLBB. Still with me, Burger Kim and Arashi, bringing you guys the action for the one last time here at the qualifiers. And all I can say, Arashi, is that ever since you came in, it seems to get a little bit more exciting here for the teams because we're having a whole lot of game number threes here for today, which is something that I didn't really expect coming into the women's division, right? Like there's so many different strategies that they've put out, and even shaking up the lineup that really kind of changed the tides here for the matchup. But going into this matchup between the United States and Colombia, you've seen drafts that work out well for them, and it's all about having two players that can set up pretty much like the storyline of the other team. So I don't know, Arashi, what are the adjustments that needs to be done here? Or is it going to be a huge factor as well? Who's going to play on the blue side? Who's going to play on the red side?
I feel like, first of all, what can I say except you're welcome? But after that, I do feel like from the drafting phase, I mean, we were talking about this a bit during the break, but they first picked the alpha, and yet the alpha, I guess they wanted to balance it out, right? Two scaly heroes, two aggressive heroes, the Yuzong and the alpha. But then they didn't really do much to really help out the alpha and the Yuzong.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, hey, here, take this great hero, right? And just win. And it's like, how? How exactly is the alpha supposed to really get those pickups to win the retribution battles, even though he's winning in the clear speed? How is the Yuzong supposed to win the 1v1 when ganks happen all the time from that mid lane? So I feel like if they really want to play with scaling heroes, it's great. But how to get to that late game spot, it feels like for Colombia, has to be reconsidered, man. Now in the final game, saying the same pick order though, USA first. And they still bannered Tsushin almost immediately. So I think for the US, they can still go for the same kind of approach, right? Technically, it's synergical, having great setup as well. For Colombia, we've seen two very different play styles. So I do wonder what is the playstyle that they're most confident with, that they want to bring out for the final game right here to really decide if they win or not against the USA.
I think I'm looking at making sure that for both of the teams, they have good ways or good tools to engage in the team fights. I mean, you've seen it in the United States, right? They just totally won that draft from the early game. They were able to dominate. Julian was one of them. They were able to rotate fast, counter engage with the penalty zone and the Numenor Blast, making it hard for the scaling lineup of Colombia actually in that game. And for me, Colombia just gave way too much. Like really, the turrets, the objectives, it was way too easy for United States to take down. I mean, if they wanted to extend it to the game, at least make it a little bit harder, right, to siege in those turrets. But they just kind of just gave it away for game number 2.
And they were playing their style where they don't really rely on their own engages. They just kind of put themselves in a vulnerable spot and then counter engage with the Ruby, with the Sanguine Claws. So they really could have at least challenged a bit more, went for a bit more poke. But I guess that's just how well the US were just cutting them off from their safe zones again and again. Because remember, those turrets didn't fall altogether. It was a slow, draining process. And you have to give credit to the USA for playing it that disciplined style. Now for Colombia, though, they banned away that Roger. I believe was quite a difference. So for the US, what's it gonna be, man? Is it still gonna be at this point? Is it gonna be a roamer first? Is it gonna be an EXP lane first? There's so many ways to go about this.
Right? The Terizla has a high success
Alpha?
here for steal away the alpha. I would say very risky for the first pick. There are other, I would say, better options. I think they're looking for I would say somebody who can have like very good very good flex. The Rogers are already out of the picture, so is the Julian. So will the United States started off with something completely different this time? I think Minotaur, Terizla. I was actually thinking of this earlier because YQ just had a good time on the lane. The penalty zones were just really difficult for Colombia to deal with. They had the Purifies, but then with the counter engage from the Lolita, it was just chain crowd control after crowd control for the United States in game number 1, and it was really difficult to bounce back from that situation. Colombia this time picks up the Valentina for themselves, okay, and maybe perhaps go for either their jungler here or maybe like an XP laner to go head to head already with the Terizla.
Well, if they want to go for the Yutong again, it's still possible, right? And in theory, that is what they were really kind of relying on to really get that same kind of pressure, like we saw from Valo in game number one. So it could be the Yutong, could be the Alpha still, or it's gonna be the Export. It's a great matchup against the Terizla, against tanky heroes, beefy heroes. The true damage will be coming in very handy in shredding that HP bar. And technically, they're also setting up for a very flexible composition, Colombia. They can go for a full in dive because the Valentina is also very mobile, and they can go for a more slow heavy kiting approach as well. Balls will work equally well against the Terizla, but now for the US, they're gonna show some of their cards here.
And this is for the Valentina. I think the reason why this is almost all the time always contested. It's like putting a blockade, a barricade over whatever United States wants to put out, right? Knowing that the Valentina is here, you cannot give it a whole lot more good ultimates to pick up. They lock in the Harriet here for the late game scaling, and maybe perhaps go ahead and pick up their jungler for now. Instead, they go for the
Ooh.
Angela here, which has been actually banned away in previous games, as a little bit more mobility as well for the Harriet, and even the sustainability as well when the Trizla goes in for these dives with the penalty zone.
Well, we see that the US really likes that quote unquote split push style. Doesn't always have to be a full on split push composition, but they do like sending one person to be responsible for the turret demolition job. So now with the Angela, they have a chance to try and do that. They have a chance to play macro even better as well. For Colombia, they went straight with the Lolita right here
Mm-hmm. I
to
think they're
care
anticipating.
to yeah, to counter, is it to just counter the Harriet damage potentially? Or are they anticipating something else potentially from the mid lane? I feel like it's a bit early, and it might really just be to just have that extra Numinant Blast wide AoE setup tool.
Yeah, I think they're also denying the fact that the possibility of United States that could also pick this up. Again, we do not know if this is going to be an Angela that will be in the mid lane, considering how United States has flexed so many good choices for their previous games. They flex the Rogers, sometimes even flexing the Julian there. Again, the flexibility is something that you can work around with, especially when it comes to the drafting phase, just playing mind games with the opponent. So, this being said, the jungler options are going to further get limited out here by Colombia, taking away the alpha as well. So, does this signify that the United States are going to go for maybe utility once again here? They do have the Angela. They can also actually also pair it up with the assassins here if Chusky is that type of player that can also rock in the assassins.
The Assassins can work, but against a Valentina, Lolita, and Exborg, so far, there isn't really a lot of value being shown for picking an assassin. And instead, I feel like a fighter that can just go aggressive and just chase in the back line, make use of that movement speed boost, the sustainability, the extra crowd control from the entanglement from the Angela. I feel like some kind of aggressive fighter can really work well here, but that also plays into the Exburg too still. So the US are kind of stuck within a rock and a hard place. And I guess they can wait and really wait for the final pick from Colombia
Yeah.
to really try and predict what it's going to be before they really show and make a full on decision on what they want to use in the jungle position.
You mentioned the split push potential of the United States is something that they've been doing since game number one. And now with their
Mhm.
bans being put into play, they also take away heroes that have the possibility of doing exactly just that. Moskov, the Ling is also out. Now Colombia gonna go ahead and take away the Edith here as well. So they're anticipating this is actually really going to be a mid lane Angela with taking away the Edith, right? It only makes sense because the Edith is gonna be put in on the roam because the Terizla already put in on the XP lane. USA for the last ban, are they gonna go in to make sure that the Harriet wins the lane matchup here? Because looking at this, you still have when it comes to the gold lane matchup, you got the Claude. Sometimes a Melissa would pop up here and there, but Mystic Kim comes through here again. The Claude is just way too good. Even in the current meta, I would say it's safely like a Valentina. Really never goes out of style when it comes to the drafting phase. It has so many ways to engage and disengage from the clash. And for the United States, they want to win in that lane, knowing that they're going to put up the Harriet on the gold right now.
All right, so what do they want to pitch against the Harith, or what do they want to really use potentially in the jungle? I think the Exborg most likely will go to the EXP lane. For the US, I guess they can really still flex the Terizla if they really want to. If they really want to throw a curveball that hard, as long as they do get someone with physical damage, either in the jungle or EXP, I think their composition still works well. And for Colombia, picking up this Martis might be good for them, but I feel like it's also a bit of a denial pick because Martis
Yeah.
Angela is still a pretty legitimate combo.
Mm-hmm. So this means that with the Angela being put into play, they want to get a little bit more mobility to the entire team, the shields that are being provided by the Angela, and of course, an instant way to kind of do all of these dives that they have and make sure that the Harriet will be able to scale up. Having the Martis here for the side of Colombia already signifies what role these heroes are going to go to. So it's an Xborg. I was actually anticipating might be an Xborg jungle, but this time Talia says, okay, let's go for the anti-CC instead, going for the Martis jungle. They lock in the Ruby here for United States. Still need somebody in the mid lane or possibly even... Oh, the jungle! Oh, so they were
All
going
right.
for an assassin all throughout. So yeah, on the top of my head, I was thinking the Hayabusa is open, the Fanny is open, but for United States, the Nolan is still pretty much relevant in this current patch. And with the Angela, the Ruby, the setups here, double setups once again for the United States. In
Brody?
Colombia, I think this time Colombia has I would say a much better chance because earlier it was only like there was no real hard tank frontlining. So this time they have a whole lot more setups, ways to counter engage up against the United States. They still need a gold laner here though to go up against CXZ. A lot of them are already out. So I'm thinking if is Colombia gonna go for maybe like something along the lines of I don't know, like will it be
Could be a Clint
Beatrix?
or a
Something?
Brody, I feel like.
Yeah. Clint, Beatrix, Brody. I think these are some of the marksmen that would resurface in terms of the draft. And yep, this is a region that loves that Clint, right? Because of the range, the damage as well that comes through when it comes to the late game, plus the benefit that the Clint has from the newer items like the Malefic Gun that really amps up its damage and range.
All right, well, it's also a very dangerous situation to pick a Clint into, though. Of course, the second skill can kind of stop the Nolan in his tracks. No longer immune to crowd control any longer. But from the looks of things, he's going to be fending for himself quite alone. Once the hard guard Nolan combo starts running through towards the gold laner, there's not a lot of waits for Colombia to save their gold lane there. Unless they want to use like a Lance Insanity, a penalty zone to really stop the Nolan. But even then, with all the mobility given with the combo, from the Nolan itself, with the dashes and the Angela, I feel like it's inevitable for the Clint to really get taken out a lot of times in this game. So I feel like the gold lane is a bit of the sacrificial lamb at this point. Or maybe they're gonna really rely on the Martis to be able to snowball and take away all the attention from that Clint. So a lot of what ifs in the drafting phase.
This is going to be the final matchup here, Arashi. Whatever happened in game number one, it stays in game number one. Whatever happened in game number two is going to stay there because we are going to be having this one last matchup between Colombia and United States to decide who will be moving forward here in this matchup. Jetski, Talia, you're working with the fighter jungler here for the side of Colombia, and then you got a Nolan here. When it comes to, of course, Snowball, both of these junglers have that potential. Looking at the emblems that we have here, is there anything out of the ordinary here, Arashi?
Well, like in general, everything is pretty normal. I mean, I guess. Nah, I think for in general, it's just pretty standard. But now look at the quantum charge on the Martis, allowing Talia to just keep chasing, forcing the flicker so early on right here. That's great, but it's also means that Talia has spent some time just going for the chase, going for the kills. So I feel like for Colombia, if they want to do so, they gotta ration out the time a bit better. Just because they are up against another jungler that can also farm really, really fast. So Talia needs to make sure that time spent not farming is spent well with great rewards for sure.
Yeah, this time it's a little bit more even out when it comes to the laning phase. Like you got an equal amount of sustain, clear as well from the mid lane, and now it's not like two lanes are crippled, right? Not two lanes are scaling. So this time it's a little bit better breathing room for the side of Colombia. You see the attempts as well on trying to barricade this lane over on the top side, whereas the level 4 power spike is going to be important here for the side of Colombia when it comes to the objective takes, these massive ultimates that can really zone away the members of the United States. Here comes the first turtle of the game. Level 4 has been attained already by both of our junglers, but we see a lot of these pokes coming out from the XP.
All right, level 4 for the Xborg and the Teruzla. at least on face value, the Teresa will have a lot more impact. But look at one Prime Makigon already trying to set up for at least a big chase. Both teams though have to be careful because whoever makes the first move needs to make sure it's a decisive one because both teams have a decent amount of counter engage themselves.
Yep, the turn's gonna be reset once again. No one's willing to go in for the overcommit now that Leah already has that I am offended here as well. Another way to engage here in this team fight. It's looking really scary with all of the ultimates, big ultimates that can be tossed here from the side of Colombia. Talia are gonna be starting it up right
Oh.
now. Primary God, looking for the target here. Ems as well, gonna be able to sustain half HP already for the turtle. Talia, let's see if there's gonna be a steal. The penalty zone is available. Value here as well to join the party. The turtle gets reset once again, but the last insanity already committed here onto Execute. Not enough damage just yet, but Primaki got from the backside. The penalty zone as well from YQ. Talia gonna be able to pick up the decimate, but with the hard guard here, Chutsky is gonna be able to sustain. Primary God gonna get caught in between the love waves. Gets stunned there by YQ. And man, they keep on going. Yuri as well gonna get solo killed up top. But now for the side of Colombia, they're gonna back away right after that hard guard as YQ and Echikuri again gonna be starting up this turtle once again.
Colombia, they just lack damage, man. And when it comes to burst damage, I feel like that Nolan really outperformed everyone when it comes to the massive amounts of burst out of nowhere. Colombia just lost out on members, and when they try to strike back, the hard guard is just too much of a nuisance to really try and get anything. And to make things worse, they even lost their gold leader up there in a solo kill, a solo play by CXZ. The US already immediately taking full momentum in this game, and considering the composition from Colombia, they're going to be forced on the back foot yet again, and they don't really have a lot of ways to kind of equalize, kind of go for pickoffs and trades that can kind of get them back in the game.
Yeah, they don't really have that much post if you think about it from both sides. It's all about the engage here. And now Talia as well going to be able to get Gaim offended. Gets burst down here by Chikuri. The Nolan. CXC going to get in. The hard guard. Primaki God going to be able to sustain a little bit. Goes in for the I am offended play there from Leah. Stolen ultimate coming out from her side. As the hard guard is still available, CXC going to be able to sustain, and the United States again creating massive pressure, especially in the gold lane. But it's a good thing though that Colombia, Valu is able to find up, clear out the minion waves. But again, it's not going to be enough just yet. United States are on the lead, at least a 2K up against Colombia.
Now it's quite a terrifying situation here because both Talia and Chutsky want to be aggressive, but now that Chutsky has the upper hand, it's going to be a bit difficult because Nolan is one of those heroes that can just nuke down even a fighter, even a tank if he does really get ahead in the game. Already with the Blade of Heptoses, that's already great amounts of damage, and with the Flask of the Oasis completed for the Angela, for Echikuri, it's going to make it even more difficult for Colombia to try and get any kind of trade back. And you're seeing that the Martis and the Exborg both immediately go straight for the Dreadnought armor. They're already relinquishing the early game, dominance assertion, just going straight into a defensive posture.
Yeah, Yuri is also unable to advance here, right? Like almost all of the time, the lanes are always cleared in favor of the side of the United States. And speaking of that, they're gonna go straight for the second turtle of the game. Already at half HP, Ems gonna be able to zone away the members here from the United States. It's actually gonna be Talia stealing away that second turtle, and now here comes the retaliation. Last insanity being popped. Talia gonna get caught in between the damage. Valu. Primaki got as well a double kill, a clap back here. Primaki got out running for his life, but not going to be able to survive the onslaught of the United States. 2 for the price of 3, way too hefty. And it seems like the United States, they are very much prepared to take in anything that Colombia is throwing out right now. Numenon Blast, maybe even the stolen I am offended. Let's take a look at the damage dealt here. And looking at this, it is actually going to be the Harriet here of CXC that is actually dominating in terms of the damage department.
For Colombia, they should try and look for something with a bit more purpose because they landed a massive Numenon Blast on multiple members, but did they even land it on the right members, right? At this point, they have to try and find ways to control Chutsky. As long as Chutsky stays alive, even if they do trade one person, even if Colombia does get a single kill or even 2 kills, the fact that Chutsky will be around for the cleanup duty is a threat in itself. So they have to find ways to try and stop Chutsky first, and then consider the rest of the team. Either Chutsky or CXZ needs to be taken out or at least needs to be the receiving end of the full combo for Colombia. Because earlier it was Executi and EMS. Not exactly the right target.
Yeah, and now even Valor is forced to use that that the last insanity defensively. There goes the hard card again onto YQ. Again, that is a signal also for the side of United States to go in for the penalty zone, which most of the time we see the hard card we use onto CXC, or most of the time it's YQ, so they can go for the dives. Valor now, Immortality has been popped. Talia here to back up for the damage. They're both really low. But with the hard card, YQ is able to sustain massive siege potential here for the United States when it comes to the turret takedowns. Here comes the last, or the second, yeah, the last hurdle of the game. And now we see a lot of the pressure being made again onto the sides here by the United States. I don't think they're going to go for the turtle. It's going to be Lord spawning into the Land of Dawn 8 minutes into the game. And with the amount of gold that United States got in, 3k, they want to create more pressure here. And with the mid lane tower, they should be able to get a prime spot here at the Lord.
Even Prime Makigod is finding it difficult to kind of deflect the bulk of the big attacks, and he moves on to CX7, but look at that.
MSQT again. Gonna go in for the I'm Offended, and now with the double kill being picked up here by CXC. 2 members down, while Chutsky is just there chilling, taking the Lord on the backside. Value as well forced to flicker out to safety. Again, resources being burned time and time again by the United States with all of these dives that they are doing. Now the Lord is marching down mid. 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Seems like the potential for having this reverse sweep for the United States looking really real right now. But for the side of Colombia, the mid tower's already gone. They should at least get the tier 3 here for the United States.
They can get even more than that, and look at what's going on. There's a trap being sprung right there as Chutsky steals the purple buff away. Never a dull moment, man, for Team USA. Kinda seems so different from game number 1. Just never really seemed to be idling at all, making a play now onto Valu.
Yeah, Valu is able to sustain though. He has the last insanity still available. Not for long. Okay, YQ is going to be able to take that down. Queen Swings come through here as well. 303 on the Terizla. There was a heavy prio on this as well, knowing for a fact that this can have a chain CC combination with MSQT's Ruby. And I think that's really the main factor why the Numenon Blast hasn't been seen for a while here. Either Ems usually starts up the team fight with the I'm Offended onto Prime Makigod, Thalia, and most of the time, you can't set things up like that if you are the one getting cornered here by the Ruby.
The spammable crowd control doesn't have to last long to be a nuisance. If it cancels the channel of the Numenon Blast, it's good enough. And for now, you gotta keep your eyes glued onto CXZ, because with the Holy Crystal already completed, a single empowered basic attack I think will chunk down Yuri and or Leah down to half HP. As we take a look at here, Feather of Heaven, Starlium Sight, and Holy Crystal already. So this Herald is snowballing out of control. And on the flip side, you can see that the power spikes for Colombia are all delayed due to the defensive items they've kind of opted to try and build. Even the Mardis went straight for the Anticuirass, so it's never meant to be a carry Mardis in the first place.
Yeah, I think the expiry time is there too, right? Like for the Mardis when it comes to like early game potential. We did mention a lot about the jungler matchup here, where both does have the potential to snowball. But once somebody gets the lead here, which is the United States, careful of the turtles and objectives that they've taken in, it has been such a difficult time here for Colombia to be able to find in any openings at all.
Yeah, especially with the hard guard being a problem, right? It's being used aggressively, and on the off chance that Colombia were able to make a play happen, they were able to catch Team USA off guard, boom, hard guard comes in, and immediately it becomes, from a aggressive fight, it becomes a fight for survival to try and get away from the danger. So it's just so difficult, and they have already lost the chance to really try and stop the Nolan. So you can see Chutsky just immediately farming up a storm, and she's looking at anyone. Even the X-Borg that some assassins might find unappealing, Chutsky just goes straight for him and knows that it doesn't matter if he gets taken out or not. If she can exert pressure, make the members of Team Colombia reluctant to even leave their base, then she's doing a great job as an assassin.
Yeah, I mean the burst. I think there's so much things that Colombia will have to consider here for the team fights. They have to shut down three members. You got YQ's Turizla, you got CXC's Harriet, and then not to top it all off, you got Chutski as well on the Nolan that hasn't been shut down yet. So the Gold Swing can actually favor their side if they manage to get the shutdowns. But as of the moment, right, the setups, it's always most of the time the United States powering forward when it comes to these team fights. It's actually a technical pause called in by the USA, so we're gonna have to wait for that unpause later on. Arashi, it seems to be that this game number 3, the teeter totter between the teams. Actually, I was wondering where was this United States when we saw them in game number 1? A completely different play style actually for the past two games.
I mean, we talked about that during the breakup just a little bit, like what happened there, right? Was that an experimentation? Were they just so good that they were kind of underestimating Colombia? Like, because it was a really different look, right? Even from the drafting phase, you don't really see the vision, whereas now you
Yeah.
can see that everything kind of lines up with each
Yeah.
other. Now I'm hearing, Kim, that they're having trouble lining up that game for now. So I think we're gonna go to a short break.
Yeah, just a short break for you guys, a 3-minute break for everybody to get things set straight here for the final game of the day. For now, we're gonna take a short break first. Don't you guys go away. IESF will be right back after this. Welcome back after that short pause. Hope you guys were able to catch your breath. We have a lot of game number threes here. For the United States versus Colombia, this is going to be their last matchup. United States so far, if you guys just tuned into the live stream, have been leading the charge so far in this game number three. And with all the counter setups that they have, we finally have that unpause right now from the United States. So I think the players are now ready. We're going to be going back into the game in just a little bit here, Arashi. But, going back into like what just happened, right? What does Colombia need to do, right? They already have all of the tools to set things up, but it seems like the United States is always one step ahead of them.
Man, at this point, considering they've already kind of relinquished control by just going for defense. So it's like they're hoping again to just take the game to the late game, get everything a bit messy, trade kills for kills perhaps. And if they can equalize in the goal difference, then as long as they can get maybe a catch onto the Nolan, right? I feel like they can still come out on top. But aside from the Nolan, there's still the Harry to think about right now. And this combo has been devastating for the longest time, but it completely missed my mind due to how much action has been happening today in the matches. But the combo between the Harith that does magic damage and the Nolan that can do physical, but both can also do technically burst damage and still DPS for the team. So it's just the best of both worlds. And on top of that, you even have an Angela, right? So it's a very amazing draft. So unless Colombia catches USA with their pants down, gets a Lord maybe, something drastic like that, it's gonna be so difficult because even now there isn't really any solution for Yuri, right? If you want to talk about the late game for Colombia, maybe the buff Clint with the new items, maybe he can carry the game, maybe. But he's gonna need to burst through a Terizla first of all, with a hard guard, and on top of that, he's being targeted by both a Harith and a Nolan, who can both kind of dash around his teammates and just nuke him in 2 hits.
I think this is where it comes into play that the Harriet is just so much more mobile, not to mention the mobility that will be given as well. As you can see, most of the hard guards are preserved here onto CXZ or maybe on Cutie, and that's how fast that they've taken down the Lord. Again, Colombia, United States, they've been taking in, objectives like the turtles, actually not even waiting for the last turtles to come in. They went straight for the Lord. 2 Lords this time for the side of the United States. Only the inhibitors are left here, so they will actually go for more of the turret takes here, and not to mention again the team fight potential. They've been laying out so many of these good I am offended, right? To think that the side here of Colombia has way more CC here with the Numenon Blast, much more AoE, and even sometimes at a point you'd see Leah pick up the I am offended here, so that's an extra big ultimate here. But there's a lot as well for the United States. Penalty zone, usually most of the time from YQ. 303, by the way, picking up the Winter Crown, which is kind of signaling the fact that the United States might go for the dives here. Care of YQ.
Definitely a very real possibility. And look at the maneuvers. Keep your eyes open for the Teresa penalty zone. Actually, I'm offended. Use this first.
Yep, it's going to be used up here. The middle tower is going to go down. Now Talia as well, forced to use in the Mortal Coil to just clear out the waves here. Bottom side is going to go down here as well. They still have the Lord here. I think the United States, they're going to force this one out. Colombia, though, doing a good job of defending the base. Look at that damage onto Primaki God from CXZ. Forced to back away from that one. The Harriet has scaled up so well, by the way. 304 on this lane. Compared to Yuri, who did not suffer a lot of casualties, but at the same time, when you lane up against this Harriet, who has already scaled up this much, a 10,000 leads for the United States, it's really going to be difficult to bounce back. There's the concealed play, and I'm offended by Aug.CET, and YQT goes in for the penalty zone as well. Primaki God goes in for the Numenon Blast, and right now they're fighting under the turrets here of Colombia. And what just happened? No one fell down. Even under the turrets here of Colombia, calculated moves coming out from their side. They're doing their very best to barricade and take this turret up top by force. The base is now wide open for Colombia, but they still can't go in for the finish. Care of the flames coming out from the X-Borg. They got the potential setup for the counterplay here. So the United States, they're being a little bit more careful here on how they manage to finally take down that crystal.
It's just a great setup with plus the Oasis as well in the hands of Echa Cutie. It's just what allows them to just go in for such a risky dive and still come out on top. They have built-in sustain already, the Ruby and the Terizla, especially with the Festival of Blood, and now with the Queen's Wings as well, by the way. And Extra Cutie has the fleeting time too at this moment. So you can, at any moment, even if you just saw the Heart Guard just used, it can be upped a lot sooner than the Colombians could be prepared for. So that's going to be a big problem as Prime Maki God is an aggressive move, but gets out with her life.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to give a little bit more advantage here, Primaki God. I think USA is more than willing to use those I am offendeds, even to take down Primaki God. The winner of this matchup will go to WEC. The United States had a fantastic run in MWI, and right now they're going to continue and take in this third lord of the game, an enhanced one once again. I think at a certain point here, Arashi, you're gonna have to think it through for Colombia, right? If you keep on giving away these lords, there's only a certain point that you can kind of defend this one, right? Like, there's also enhanced minion waves coming through, plus the fact that this Harriet is already way ahead of Colombia, 11,300, as well as the Nolan here of Chutski that hasn't been shut down yet. And that is the reason why the goal lead is this far. It's going to be difficult. Lord is marching down mid here. 16 minutes into the game, Arashi.
16 minutes in, and you can see the clearing attempts from the side of Colombia, but of course, the poke damage coming from the sides. YQ though in the back.
Okay, going in for the penalty zone, and right now the Numenor Blast as well, just to zone everybody out. Now it's going to go down though with M's Cutie, and now 4 left to defend the base here for Colombia, keeping their dreams alive as Yuri able to just poke away the members here of United States. They still got the minion waves here. This is a start to WEC that we're talking about, and Colombia still keeping their dreams alive. CXZ though, gonna pop in that Zaman Force, knowing that for a fact that she's just way ahead. Half HP for the base. Will this be enough for the United States to take in that slot? The minion waves are coming in. Colombia going in for the defense, but it's not enough, as United States will be taking that slot to WEC, pulling off a successful reverse sweep.
After a hard-earned victory right there, the United States prevail in a completely different fashion from game number 1. They overturned everything that Colombia has to offer and just destroy it completely, man. Congratulations on making it to WEC, and it was a great effort by Colombia. They actually made it look so good, and I thought the game was gonna extend a bit longer, but the US says no. It ends right here, right now.
I think, the draft was also really working towards the favor here of United States. I think this is a different United States from what we've seen in game number 1. The penalty zones were always, almost all the time on point. And the I am offended, too, to think that you're going up against an X-Borg here with the Ruby. And I think for the most part, the United States gotten a lot of these neutral objectives, the turtles, for this entirety of the game that really, really enabled them to snowball even further.
The fact that they're just so much more versatile, right? Having burst damage and also DPS. So they're just comfortable going for an all-out fight, but they're also comfortable going in for pick-off attempts. And in moments like this, where they can notice like, okay, hey, look at all these ultimates being used on the tank, on the roamer, on the mid lane, Angela. There's a chance for us to just go back in there. And that is what happens again and again. CXZ and Chutski are just so good at just kind of rotating outside around the attention zone of the Colombians, and just finding a way to just get some more value. And once it happens often enough, it's only a matter of time, man. And YQ on the Terizla is an absolute menace.
Yeah.
Going in so far deep in, you can even consider that a bit of a mistake, but in the end, it's not about actually getting a big penalty zone. It's about sending a message.
Yeah, it's about like zoning down the backlines, making sure that they don't move so that CXZ can lock in that tower for the final siege of the base here for United States. Looking at this, a 61,000 damage on the Harriet, and if you compare it to the Clint, that is only half of what Yuri got in this entirety of the game. And it's all also care of the fact that Chutski was able to scale up pretty well on this Nolan. Actually scale up pretty well because no deaths at all, and almost all the objectives went towards their side. So a massive XP and gold lead going immediately to the side of USA. There were answers here with the last insanity from the side of Colombia. Even the Numenor Blast here of Primaki God was actually on point. But again, the retaliation of USA almost setting up the team fights on point all the time. As you can see, damage to the tower, even the Lords and Turtle takes were all going to the side of the US.
There's one turtle for Colombia, and that's it, man. Even the damage to turret, not a single hit. The turrets of the USA were completely untouched right here, so we're definitely trying to turn it up. And the MVP for this game, drum roll, gonna be CXZ, man. On the Harith, it's just, I mean, insane amounts of damage coming out of this Harith again and again. And even in that last situation, in that last team fight, the Zaman Force used kind of late, kind of after reading out the patterns from Colombia, Zaman Force to buy some time to try and do some more damage. Even if she doesn't really get a lot of kills or a lot of big moments there, the fact that she was able to just grab so much attention so fast and so urgently definitely plays a part in how the US were able to just instantly end that game, right?
Yeah, I mean, the United States just had a flip a switch when it came to game number 2. It really felt like they were a different team, but it's actually the same lineup that they have. No switch up of roles as well. And honestly, I'm super impressed here with the American regional qualifiers. To think that they can actually extend it all the way to a game number 3 is actually something. A big win for the region, and hopefully to see more of these ladies, of course, in the bigger tournaments. Congratulations for the teams making it to WEC. You got United States, Argentina from Group B. Arashi, you've been here for today for the women's division specifically. So any last thoughts before we head out?
I think it's great. I feel it's amazing that the last match that we saw today, it's already been a very competitive day, a very insane day with a lot of crazy happenings. But the last match starting off one way, ending the exact opposite way technically. It's almost like there's a storyline for the whole day of today. And I feel like it's been a great privilege for me to be part of the whole event and part of this day in particular too. So I think it's been fun.
Yeah. I mean, thank you so much for joining me, Arashi. You've been my partner for the European Regional Qualifiers. It's been an amazing few weeks here with Iesf. On behalf of Iesf, the production team, and for everybody who's watching the live stream, thank you so much for joining us for the past few days. It has been amazing. Thank you so much for giving us a glimpse of what Mlbb like is in your country. But the next stop is going to be Riyadh, WEC. For now, we're going to bid you guys goodbye. See you guys in the next broadcast of Iesf. This has been Burger Kim and Arashi. Thank you so much for joining us today, and see you guys in the next one.